no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown, y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it out, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades, can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Lied mein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Yeah.
Das Leben mein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. No Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach.
Let's go.
Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf.
Und rollen.
Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Ja. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah.
Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day here of the DreamLeague Season 22 group stage. I'm OD Pixel. I'll be joined once again today here by the fantastic Trent as we get ourselves ready for what should be another great day of Dota 2, Trent. We've had some fantastic series so far.
We really did. Yeah, it's been extremely enjoyable. It's fun seeing everyone on the new patch and seeing just how we're going to adjust as the days go by. I feel like day 1, day 2, fairly similar overall as people try and figure out these new heroes. I think one hero coming into it, especially our first series, will be the Leshrac. I know I see more and more talk about it in the pubs. Yep. People are getting spicy with it, the Bloodstones. So I'd like to see more of the GOAT here today.
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, the teams, as you can see on your screen that we have here, the best 16 teams in the world right now here in the DreamLeague Season 22. And this is what they're playing for. This is the reason why we got the best here. A lot of money, a lot of EPT points on the line. Top spot's going to be taking away $300,000 and 4,200 EPT points. Those points, of course, all important in terms of qualifying for future events. And, of course, the main one, Riyadh Masters, where there will be a lot of money on the line there. So it's everything to play for here. Nothing to be held back by the teams. We've seen it already. They're bringing their best. And this is what that has resulted in so far. Trent, summary of the sort of standings right now in the groups. Anything that you sort of jumps out at you with the current standings?
Yeah, I think people tend to figure out like, oh, what's the big surprise, right? That's what I want to know. Like, who are you expecting to be up top? Who weren't you expecting? I think maybe for some, obviously I know there's a lot of fans for Shopify Rebellion. They're wondering, how's NA's team gonna do? Yeah, coming in some question marks here. Crits had some success, obviously. So he moved on and won his last tournament. And now he's also doing great there on the left-hand side in Group A. But Shopify currently first place in Group B. Who we saw them go 1-1 yesterday with Tundra. And, that's actually all it takes, it turns out, to be that high in the standings.
Absolutely, yeah, in that top spot. Something, that Shopify magic. They've always had it in the past where group stages, they got it sorted. We'll see if they're able to carry that through the rest of this groups and then obviously into the second group stage and then into the main event, into the playoffs. In terms of the games, the series that we're going to have today here on this channel, of course, the best channel. There are other channels, but you don't need to go there. You need to stay with us. Myself and Trent will take you through the first 2 series and then Errors and Fear with the last 2 today. The first 2, as you can see coming up, Gaming Gladiators versus Team Falcons we start the day with, and then we follow it up with Secret versus Tundra. So, EU showdown, of course, obviously with the Team Falcons coming in as from the MENA region. So, but other than that, a lot of EU teams today, Trent, that we're going to be looking at.
Oh, there are indeed, aren't there? I guess we kind of have quite a few of them across the board. Maybe that's why, but
that's true. Yeah,
it's gonna be a good time here. I'd love to see that heroic game later. I'm definitely gonna stick around and watch that. I haven't gotten to witness their play yet here at DreamLeagues. We haven't had the pleasure of casting them, so I'm looking forward to that later on. I know I saw that Divide Llama had to take a break from the interviews because he's getting so many. He's a very charismatic fellow, so maybe we'll give him a rest later today too as well. But Heroic are a very fun team to watch, so I look forward to seeing them play a little bit later here today.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of fun stuff going on, a lot of storylines to follow, and in particular, let's get ourselves stuck into the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing first up today. The first of them, of course, is Gaming Gladiators, and we've actually got a little video with a few words from some of the players.
It definitely gets harder when you are the one team people want to beat. So at some point, we play anything once, and everyone plays it. And somehow I feel like this is still an effect right now when we try some build or like something, and then we check some other games and now everyone has these builds.
We are striving to become first, but I would say the mutual goal right now is just to play well and become better as a team.
There we go, Gaming Gladiators. And I think, considering their results over the last year or so, very understandable, right, Trent, that a lot of other teams are watching these guys and trying to pick up and trying to copy what they do as soon as they can.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, TI didn't go their way, sure, almost, but they still won pretty much everything else of importance in the previous year. Everyone still recognizes that, hey, this is the same roster. Not that much of the game has changed since. Like, they're still a very strong force, so you have to really watch out for them. And, of course, Celery, the captain, the hard support. It's, definitely the big brain behind this team. And I'm always like, we're in a Chen meta, right? And he's definitely someone who can always bust with that Enchantress. I'm sure he's ready to bust with that Chen if any team dares hand it over to them. So that's what you really want right now.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been as you said, the brains behind the team, and you can hear it when you get the chance to talk to him about Dota and stuff. He's got a great mind. He's got it figured out. He's tearing up in the pubs on his support position at sort of a level, and at a point where other support players were struggling to kind of consistently be as high MMR as he was. Crazy player. And well, so far, obviously, their standings, they're 4-4 at the moment, I believe, in this groups. It's not been the flashiest of group stage for them, but it's only been a couple of days. They've still got time to pick it up and easily secure themselves in the top 4. On the other side of things, though, we've also got Team Falcons here today. They're going to be playing up against Gaming Gladiators, and we've also got a few words from them before this game.
I think Marine being such a new person in the scene definitely brings it's a different perspective. I know that he feeds into our experience a lot, and it also goes the other way. Like, it's nice for us to have somebody that challenges like the way that we think.
I would say probably the first thing, I must be patient during the game. It's like the main goal in our games. Whatever like it goes, how it goes, it doesn't matter. We must stay calm and make the clean decision.
There we go. Some words there from Crit and Malorine. And this team, Trent, they put themselves together and they've came in, as we saw in the previous LAN. They smashed it. They're looking great, and it again seems to be sort of team as we were hearing there from Marine and Crit. Marine saying he's got a bit more patient, and that's I think that's sort of being shown here, that when they've got these more these players that have been around at the top for a while, like Crit, like Snaking, and then you bring in kind of the newer talent like Marine. I'll say Amar as well, even though he's been around for years, been smashing it. But the younger talent, and they're taking them under their wing, getting them under control, and making sure that they have what it takes to win LANs, Trent. Yeah,
and what's really interesting too about Snake King is, he's been around forever. This guy's been competing since it started, and he's been at the very bottom, and he spent quite a few years in teams that just never really got anywhere. That's just the truth of it. I'll tell you what, I never expected Snake King to win TI. I say that all the time. That's crazy. And then, it just proves that even if you keep striving and you keep a level head, like Snake King has talked about a lot, where he works a lot on his attitude and how he treats the game. And those lessons that he's given to himself, like being able to pass that on to some newer players, he could create some terrifying weapons out of Amar and Malorine because of that, No,
absolutely. And we're seeing just, the fact that, it's not only that he's kind of come from that past of, as you say, where he was another NA player that was in these teams here and there, never really made it. He made it, and then he stayed at the top, right? He was able to do that crazy stuff with the TM with Tundra, and now he's here with Falcons, and it's already looking like this could be another team that's going to go into sort of this upcoming year of the big tournaments, Rib Masters, TI, as one of the favorites.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. And we are working on a lobby here.
Nope.
Just making sure that we're going to survive here. Yeah.
We will. Yeah. We'll be in. We're trying to load into the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. So the game will be coming up very shortly. I've been talking about this game in particular. We talked about sort of the two sides that were coming together here. And in terms of their position, Falcons 5-3, Gaming Gladiators 4-4 in the groups. Do you have a favorite on this one when it comes to sort of the head-to-head? Would you sort of look at the fact that Falcons did do better at that? The previous LAN, so they're coming in as the favorites at the moment.
And they also 2-0'd them, I believe. Played.
Yeah.
Because of that, I'm going to choose Falcons, as Quinn just said, kick all the casters, since we didn't load. So I think we should probably stick with Falcons as our go-to team here. Thoughts?
Hang on.
Yeah. we didn't load in, so Quinn said kick all the casters.
They try to kick us all. Very rude. Well, let's see. I loaded in. It wasn't me. I'm fine.
It's not
We're
me. I'm
loading
not
again.
the problem.
No, we're trying to load in again, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get this game started. I think as you said as well, you've not actually had a chance to cast Falcons. I haven't either, so I'm looking forward to get to cast them. Gaming Gladiators, of course, on the other hand, I've casted many a game.
Yes, indeed.
We've had a lot of Gaming Gladiators series over the years, but the Falcons, the newest squad, looking very forward.
Yeah,
very much forward
I've
to
watched
seeing them.
almost all their games as well at Dota. It was very
At
enjoyable.
Dota, yeah.
It's especially the finals. That was crazy. Like the whole time it was going on, I was just like, they're not gonna 3-0 with Gyro. There's no way. Like surely you don't get 3-0 by Gyro.
Let's have a look.
All right,
Trent, you're getting called out here. Was Trent? Wait, was it actually you? Were you loaded in?
I don't know.
Or maybe not.
No.
We'll sort it out.
I'm too scared. I hope they don't start without me.
No, don't worry. I mean, they called you out to rejoin.
They were so close
Trent will be
yesterday.
fine. Don't worry, chat. We'll get Trent in the lobby. He's not going to miss
I
out.
could just leave. It's okay.
No.
We don't need the screen. We'll get Quinn in. I'll replace Quinn. We'll swap.
That's true. Well, probably not. Well, probably wouldn't be too good for Gaming Gladiators.
You don't think that's a good idea?
No. I mean, I'm sure
right.
Quinn would do a
Fair.
great job on the cast. You know, he can come on the cast if he wants. The playing side of that trade might not go too hot. Right, so Trent is just rejoining the lobby. Here he is. He's back in. Here we go. Let's see if that's done the trick and we get the game started. We're going in. We're loading in.
I have a secret though, and it was me, but I was too scared.
Trent. It was Trent all along. We're ready to go now.
I joined too
Ladies and
early.
gentlemen, the draft has begun, and we can get into our first match. The first series of the day, a Gaming Gladiators versus Team Falcons. There's Tofu getting ready to get his thinking hat on and get involved in this draft. Let's see what bans we get. I mean, you talk about sort of Falcons and the heroes they're winning with. Are we going to see a bit of a stray from the norm when it comes to the opening first phase bans from these teams? Pango, of course. Falcons.
I'm not expecting. I guess
playing
the
against
Brood. I think both. Did both teams play Brood so far? I know at least. It looks like Falcons have not busted it out yet, but I know that's been a discussion, of course, is like expanding the hero pool and whatnot. So maybe not something we're ready for, but I would be questioning if Game Gladiators will go for the Brood again. But I mean, Falcons have a very specific like formula basically to their whole drafting plan right now that was very successful for them, which was teams feel forced to ban the Timbersaw, the Razor, the Mars, and then if Falcons have first pick, you have to ban the Chen, and so they get DK. And then they flex this DK between 1, 2, and 3, and it's really hard to draft versus them. That's pretty much what it comes down to. It sounds like so simple, but it's what keeps happening. And if you decide to ban the DK instead, then maybe you're like Heroic yesterday, who lost 2 games straight to Razor into Leshrac. And then you feel stupid because you gave them Razor and lost to it. But you kind of have to pick your poison. And then on top of that, they're just a really strong team. So I think that the drafting is a very big key to their success right now.
5 seconds remaining.
We can see for the most ban, we're still looking for that DK ban, the Mars ban. There's the Mars. Those top 5 DK and Bat still in.
You got to ban that Razor. Don't lose to the Razor.
Yeah,
It's not worth it.
do they respect
I'd rather
it?
lose to the DK.
Yeah. And there it is. You're bang on.
Yeah.
No Razor today.
These are like every team. These are the 4 bans, and then they still won. Like that's what just makes it so difficult.
5 seconds remaining.
But you got to imagine, you say, surely after that result between these two teams last time around, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be coming in with some fresh ideas. In terms of the picks, at least, different ways to approach this team. Falcons, of course, DK is left in, instant first pick.
And like you're saying, surely they have a plan.
They must
right?
have.
Like they know
A
if you
different
ban
plan.
these heroes, DK will be the first pick.
Yeah.
So the ways you can try and deal with this theoretically would be to force them out of certain situations. So here's one example of that. Do you really want to run 3 DK into an dying? That doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun, right? So this is a support that it kind of gives you that like, I probably don't want to be off lane DK. So maybe now, instead
yeah.
of having to worry about 3 roles, now I have to worry about 2 roles. It's probably going to be mid or 1.
Yeah, you would imagine. I mean, because is there a reason why we haven't seen really a lot of other teams go for the Undying in this sort of meta where DK's always picked up first? Is it just because of the fact that, as you say, the DK can just kind of switch the lane he's playing in and then the Undying feels kind of bad?
Exactly. Then you've kind of committed to Undying. So, and then when you think about the best supports right now, at least for me, I'm seeing the best supports are people that are really good at abusing like free time on the map, where like some whistle blows and nobody's fighting, and then you get to kill like 4 neutral camps. I feel like it's a pretty common occurrence right now in professional matches. And Undying just kind of has to sit there and be like, well, I can decay this camp like 6 times and it will die, but then I've got some mana issues, you know? Not the best at making good use of open space on the map.
Well, Gladiators, expand up. See if they're able to sort of continue their draft in a manner that maybe forces the DK to have to play in the lane that the Undying's in. It's not going to be easy to do that, though. Definitely, Falcons have that flexibility.
Now, the best part here, though, is that Snaking can play as Crystal Maiden, because when you hit level 20, which obviously happens every game now, you get your talent to kill the Tombstone instantly. I hope they never get rid of that Crystal Maiden talent. I'll be so upset if she loses the 200 attack speed. I actually find it so useful in so many games versus Phoenix and Undying. You get there in the late game and your cores are trying to kill people. They hit for like 400. They don't want to hit an egg. You got plus 200 attacks, but you take care of the egg. Totally irrelevant here, guys. Obviously the only reason to pick Crystal Maiden. And here comes the Lion. All right.
Of course, Lions in action. Here we have it. Still a crazy hero. Might have to revisit the balancing on him when it comes to upcoming nerfs. They gave it a little bit of a nerf here, but I don't think people really cared too much. Still a crazy hero fundamentally, and as you were saying the other day, if you just kind of compare it to the line of past, it's a pretty wild hero nowadays.
Yeah,
There's the bat. One of the top 5 bans gets through. It's going to be picked here by Falcons.
Yeah, I actually couldn't believe they didn't target the Earth Spike in the I mean, it got a cooldown reduction, but like the range, like we saw yesterday, just ridiculous. But Bat Mirana, Bat, I'd say as a hero overall has been slipping for most teams. I'd say he hasn't been prioritized a whole lot in comparison. Like I feel like he was like on top, I guess with the most recent nerf, again, it feels like they're trying to target the support Bat because it was the AoE of the Flame Break, which is something that you abuse, especially like level 1 as the Bat. Kind of like this idea of like Crystal Maiden where you're just like trying to hit both heroes, harass both heroes, control the waves, control the neutral camps. It's a pretty powerful laning tool, so trying to reduce that value and force them, I would guess, closer to a core role again, but probably just going to be sticking around in the support for a while, it seems. But I mean, like you were saying before, like he's kind of back in this one. Like he is being featured a lot more in the bans, I'd say, compared to like previous tournaments, and we'll get ourselves another pick here. And so far, 15 games, and the hero's doing quite well. Oh, there's that Underlord.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one. So he's getting to play the Underlord here.
That's the first one of the tournament.
I was going to say, no one else has been picking this.
No.
And why is that? What sort of happened to Underlord, or has kind of happened to the game that's put it in a place where no one else is picking this hero right now?
I think in the previous patch it was probably those items, right? If you think about like the items that were really busted, I mean, Mage Slayer's pretty good versus this hero because he likes to spew a bunch of just like random AoE magic damage, so that's getting reduced. I don't know if he was the best user of like Shivas and stuff either because he doesn't build that blink. So like, everyone was going like Veil into Shivas, right? And they would just like blink on top of you and do their Veil Shivas thing. And Underlord, he's got the mobility because of his ulti, but he's not really like blinking on top of you, and he can't utilize that short range of the Veil as well. So it could be partially because of that. We also have a ton of Dispels, which would be another issue, I'd say, because he's trying to use this like big AoE route to control some people, and everyone's got like 3 Dispels with their Manta that they were building and their Disperser they were building, but all those items have now been toned down quite a bit. So the hero's probably just a little bit stronger now, just across the board because of other heroes being weakened. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anything, it definitely goes to show that this is Gaming Gladiators turning up today with a very specific idea on how they want to try and beat Team Falcons, because we saw in the previous tournaments whatever they had was not working. They've done their research, they've done their prep, and they've come in with a fresh idea that definitely with a pick like Underlord is hoping to catch Team Falcons by a little bit of a surprise, because this may very likely not be something that Team Falcons prepared themselves for. I don't think they were coming into today's game expecting that there'd be an Underlord. Maybe that doesn't matter because maybe Underlord is a terrible hero, but maybe it does because Gaming Gladiators is going to be hitting them with a strategy that Falcons don't necessarily straight up have an idea of how to deal with.
Unless these numbers are wrong, which they usually aren't. I'm checking Dota 2 Pro Tracker right now, just in terms of pubs for Underlord. Anyone been playing it?
Is there any high level?
It
play
claims
on
there's only been 34 matches of Underlords in the past 8 days at high MMR.
I mean, I can believe that. That's probably
so low.
correct.
He's the least picked hero at top tier MMR.
Wait, out of all heroes?
Out of all heroes. Which actually, it does make sense when you think about it, though. Because he's such a hard commit in the offlane. 34 matches, that's crazy. I mean, the second lowest is Bristle at 90. So he's almost like a third.
Less than the second lowest picked hero in the leaderboard pubs.
I mean, in comparison, guys, for the numbers we're talking about, in that same time span, there's been 3,808 Hoodwink games. Okay?
Poor old
Hoodwink has been
Underlord.
picked 100 times more.
So, objectively, Gaming Gladiators, they've got Ace on the hero that, according to the data, all immortal, all the top players in the world, they think this is the worst hero right now.
They don't even think he exists. They forgot he's there.
They forgot it. Yeah, sure, they forgot about him. Let's see. I mean, that's super exciting to see if Gaming Gladiators can find some magic with this hero that literally every other top player is ignoring right now.
Wow, that's pretty absurd. I mean, certainly one that they used to play a decent amount as well here.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. No, this is something that they're going to be very comfortable with in terms of playing with. Wow. It's just whether the numbers are there or the current meta's in a state that this hero can feel good.
His career stats on Underlord are actually ridiculous. He's an 80% win rate on Underlord after 47 pro games for Ace. Those are some nice numbers.
Well,
80%.
I mean, at the end of the day, this game's going to be a win. It's a win-win situation for him, right? He either gets to play one of his favorite heroes and smash with it, or he gets to just publicly demonstrate how terrible the hero is right now, and then maybe the hero gets a buff.
Tactics,
so
baby.
It's a win-win here for Ace. He's thinking of the long run.
This guy's been in the last bans, I feel like, in a lot of our drafts. A little Huskar. We don't want to mess with that, so Huskar fans, sorry. Everyone else in the world, yay. We won't have to worry about that. And we did get an Ursa, too. So now this, of course, coming back to why you might not see Underlord so much in pubs, there's a couple heroes that give you a pretty bad time. And they're going to ban out the other kind of two, in a sense. I mean, mostly the Monkey King. You think Monkey King, you think Ursa as being the lane matchup that makes life miserable. And if they're willing to ban that Monkey King here, I wonder if they were thinking that they might be... Oh, because then the Alchemist is going to have a rough lane too. Like if they try and do the Alch mid, maybe that's what their thought is? Like they get Monkey King or Ursa on either of those two heroes and it's going to be a bad time no matter where they go. Because you can also Underlord mid.
You could. I mean, especially due to the fact, as you pointed out, they have Ace who's so good on the hero.
Yeah.
I don't know if he would let Quinn take it mid. I feel like if there's a team picking Underlord, it's because they have a player that really wants to play it, and I would be very surprised if Quinn's like, you know what, I want to play. I want to play some Underlord.
Hand it over.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe.
One would assume not, but when I see a Monkey King ban, I have to wonder.
Yeah, I think it might be more likely, as you say, that maybe Quinn would have taken the out mid, or their Team Falcons at least. Gaming Gladiators are trying to give that vibe with the Monkey King ban. Falcons. Final pick.
I was thinking, am I crazy, or do I remember there was a game where Amar played Ursa? Apparently, it was only one game.
Okay.
But all right, never mind. We don't have to worry about that. That was back when he was doing
you say that, but they could do some crazy stuff with their lineup, Falcons. You know, we've seen some sort of position 4 Doom.
That was when he was in that weird roster, though, where it was Sumail, Amar, and MC Cores. Remember they mixed it up a bunch? That was a weird roster.
Ursa. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Falcons here. I feel they're like, well, you know what? Gaming Gladiators are picking Underlord, so anything's free game here. We can try what we want. Let's come in with some crazy stuff.
I mean, presumably they're just going to try and get the Ursa with the Underlord no matter what, right? So,
well, let's have a look. So yeah,
he's going to follow him around.
The Ursa, Amar on the Doom, and Malorine on the DK to the mid lane. And no surprises from Gaming Gladiators. Everybody's on what you'd expect. It's going to just be the carry arc, Ace on his offlane Underlord, and Quinn on the mid Zeus. So, what do you reckon from the outcome of this? Do you believe in Gaming Gladiators showing up today and Ace trying his best to show that Underlord's still got a place in this meta?
I don't know. I mean, if there's any game that can show it, this is it, because he has the counter pick. Like, the Ursa is there. That is considered the one that you're going to see. If you ever pick this hero in your pubs and the carry on the other side team gets to pick, they're going to pick Ursa or they're going to pick Monkey King. So, you know, if there is any viability to this hero, this might not be the best example, I guess, because he got like hardcore counter picked, but if he manages to make this work, then perhaps we'll see more than 34 games in the next week for Underlord.
Yeah, we'll see. I think, definitely all signs are pointing towards this being a tough game for Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, because of the previous head-to-head, and indeed just looking at the 2 drafts, Gladiators trying something a bit different, maybe not too different from stuff that they've done in previous patches a while back, but as opposed to what you'd expect to see from them today. And Falcons on the other side, it's looking like a pretty standard affair from them here. This is them on the good stuff, and they've been crushing it very much recently. Sure, you know, it's not been a completely clean slate here in this group stage. They have dropped, 3 games? They dropped a game against OG, against G2IG, and also, where is it? And also against Azure Ray. So, which if anything just goes to show how tough of a group stage this has been. A lot of very close series, and we could have another one here today between Falcons and Gaming Gladiators.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, that's what we're here to watch, some good old Dota. Or maybe we'll just get a big bad stomp. Why not? I think some of the more interesting things about the setup, too, I mean, Snake King classic on his Mirana, for sure. But it is, in this game, like, the good thing about the Batrider is that you can get this crazy amount of farm. We're talking about this idea of, like, being a support who gets some free time. This is pretty much why Batrider still looks ridiculous. Like, sure, like we mentioned, they did nerf this flame break idea of the radius. It does make his laning slightly worse, but he's mostly going later on for the idea of farming up the whole map, getting his blink dagger, being a nuisance, and Quinn pointing out creep wave players. Wow.
And Evo back in the day, good on Malorine and Amar. And the creep wave players continue to do pretty well nowadays. Also got Chrysalis in secret. Came from the creep wave origins back in those Division 2 games and earlier DPCs.
Tower check here from Malorine as he runs into the entirety of Gaming Gladiators. We've really got a whole thing going on here, huh? With the way that teams come mid and go for the wards, it's turning into like almost like a math problem, you know? You're trying to do some angles here, get out your protractor on the screen, try and figure out where the ward could be placed. You're being seen by something. You're checking the vision of the hero who was there, and there's like, oh, did that give away my position, or was it a ward? You know? I'm glad we don't have to deal with this in most games, with the 5v5 at least.
No, at least I mean, I much prefer the ones where it's like 5-man smoke, let's go for first blood. But this is, of course, the technical stuff here, the best of the best, making sure that what is most important is that early vision around the mid lane. And trying to get the favourable position with that. We'll see as both teams head to the lanes. I mean, so you feel like what this top lane, this could already be a part of the game where we may see some of the weaknesses of Underlord because of the matchup he's in?
I think it really depends on the supports, because unfortunately for Skitter, he has the Mirana, which isn't really the best support in these situations. Like, you're not going to like super bully the Underlord as a Mirana. Mirana has other benefits for sure, and Snake King's really good at the hero, and he does get the most of the hero that you can expect in the laning stage, but this is what's just going to happen versus the line. You're going to trade a bunch 1v1. And although Ursa can hold his own against the Underlord in a lot of situations, you don't provide that extra like slowdown and or chase or something. So it's not like a let's kick this guy in a lane situation, I don't think.
And how have things sort of ended up, do you feel, with the Undying pick? You know, obviously Game Gladiators, they started the draft with it. Celery's ended up in the lane here against Amar's Doom and Crit's Bat. Is this all right for the Undying? Celery's not going to be feeling too fussed that they pick this hero maybe to go against the DK and then the DK gets moved somewhere else?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Celery really likes this hero. He plays it quite a bit, so there's a lot of benefits like later on with the Tombstone and everything. But yeah, obviously you see the Undying get to pick your off-lane duo versus it. It's not going to be the best the Undying game just because of that. So you got a ranged support hero who has some tools for just like this Flame Break, for example, is such a simple tool versus Undying and the way he wants to play, right? It's just he can't just like keep getting these guaranteed hits on you, and maybe he misses an extra decay because of it, and he has no way to stun you during like the Firefly. So they have lots of good tools versus the hero, but they can't really like bully him back too hard either. He's still Undying with 4 mangoes, by the way, so the fruit stand is ready to go.
Oh yeah, he is ready to spam those decays and make sure he's got a Tombstone ready to drop if it's ever needed. They do a potential turnaround if they do get gone on. Good concoction comes out from Dracho early on.
Oh, I get greedy on that decay.
Looking elsewhere on the map, the mid lane. It's not an incredibly exciting one here. Just
Dracho
versus DK. Oh, he's gonna get taken out there. And Celery is trying to fight back against them, but on his own, he cannot threaten even Amar or Crit. So first blood hit for Team Falcons as they take down the carry out.
Yeah, that happened pretty fast. You know, Celery kind of went back there, was doing a little bit of management, and got exploded. And what is Crit doing here? Is he waiting for this courier? Oh, yeah. Oh, not the Honey Roche.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Has been killed.
Well, it's not going to be living any longer. They take it down. Mid lane continues to be pretty even trade. 17-2 on Quinn, 15-0 on Marine's DK. Top lane farm. It's pretty even as well here. Neither of the cores getting bullied back as of yet. We'll see if that changes, especially once sort of the level 3s come in and both have that extra bit of potency to try and push forward for a kill.
I'm wondering if they might want to go for Dracho again here soon. Like they have 10 charges on the wand, 10 charges on the stick for Crit as well. Oh, actually, he just got his upgrade to a wand as well. So they got full wands ready to go here, as obviously a very good tool versus Undying. Unfortunately, kind of terrible versus Bat these days. I mean, I'm still guilty. If I see a Bat, that my first thought is buy stick, and then I'm like, oh wait, he doesn't spam sticky because he just flame breaks and flies at you now. So they are certainly all prepped to dive him again here if the opportunity presents itself.
In terms of TP potential to back him up, I mean, Tofu has got a TP at the ready, so if a dive does come in, at Quinn in the mid lane, of course, been spamming his mana to force out the wave and try and harass Maury and keep him low. Does not have mana at this stage of the game to be able to provide any sort of assistance if side lanes do require it.
And this is a situation we see a lot with the Underlord and the Ursa matchup, is when the Ursa doesn't have that bullying support to really like cement the matchup and let you abuse the Fury swipes, the Underlord just ends up like spamming to put like, you just control the wave. They'll spam the wave with the Firestorm when it's necessary, and then they're also just going to utilize creep aggro to pull it apart from you as the Ursa. And then what you can do is, using the attribute aura, you can actually stack up your damage to the point where on the first couple trades with the Ursa, you obviously do a surprising amount of damage. But now they're finally going in on Tofu.
Let's see if they can chase down the Lion. He's able to put the Fairy Fire. We'll get the Blood Grenade out, but only just before he dies himself, as they'll get the kill. And they'll get out. Skeeter and for Falcons and Snaking it, they're going to be fine. Skeeter's got a salve out, so he'll be able to get himself back into good position to continue to clean up this wave as it gets pushed in. They're even having a TP come in from Crit. They're going to try and go for Ace whilst they know he's alone. Skeeter jumps in. Crit here, providing the backup required to bully out this Underlord. Skeeter steps back in. He's the one to get the kill. Celery's turned up, throws in a Blood Grenade and drops a Tombstone. Skeeter's going to tick down very low to the Blood Grenade, but he will survive. Celery will get the kill onto Snaking, but doesn't get the one that they hope for there. Skeeter will live. I mean, he's going to be very happy with that one. The pressure is being put on by Gaming Gladiators up top. Falcons come out on top of it. Skeeter, he gets the 2 kills.
Looks like Celery will make it back to the Twin Gate here and head on back down to that bottom lane. Dyrachyo not able to approach the wave too easily right now without his help. I mean, he's an alchemist, so obviously there's lots of benefits just cleaning up a small camp, so.
Radiant are scanning.
Pops the concoction here. There's 11 charges. I don't think they're expecting a kill or anything, of course, but...
No, just trying to
put
fully back
threat to
Doom.
him.
Yeah, get a mile away from the creep, so Dyrachyo can have a bit of an easier time cleaning them up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane Marine with the first Elder Dragon form, trying to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Over the river though, Crip has been found. I say he's been found though. No, actually gonna have enough damage straight up, and with the backup of Marine, short Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Quinn able to help bring Crit down. It's actually Tofu who gets the last hit on him, but it cost Quinn his life. Marine making a very nice and easy movement there, just swinging across, joining Crit, getting a kill, and able to continue to put pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
I mean, that's Dragon Knight, you know? I mean, and Zeus is a hero who often doesn't, you know, you don't think about the rotations of a Zeus, so maybe you're not going to get that same punish as a DK, because you're kind of hoping the enemy obviously, like, leaves the lane, and you just get, like, full tower destruction mode going on, and you're trying to put this pressure on them to come back. Zeus is a hero who has the ability of his global Thunder God's Wrath, so he can help out with these kills more so than other mids without being required to rotate and being able to help out his tower a little bit. So getting these kills... that's, of course, one way that you can still apply some pressure to the tower. If they grab another kill, and if he gets a better duration on the ulti, then losing this tower early would be a pretty big blow to Game Gladiators.
Bottom lane.
They do have this Alchemist.
They should have a good shot at going for a mark. Backup's on its way. A good arrow to hold back Dyrachyo. Snaking turns up. Celery continues to chase down Amal with the zombies. Will get the kill. Another concoction's ready to throw out. Can he get the vision in time? He can. They'll get Snaking with the stun. Double kill for Celery. As both him and Tofu come in clutch to make sure that Dyrachyo comes out on top of that skirmish. Keep him alive and allow him to turn the fight.
Very nicely done here. And, you know, Ace, I mean, he's in this 1v1 versus the Ursa, but he's level 5 at this point. Ursa does have the phase boots, so, you know, there's some concerns, but look where he's sitting. Like, he's right by his tier 1 tower. He's got the catapult here to help. Fortunately, though, Skitter does have access to this camp, so we'll get things balanced out a little bit better for him.
8-minute power rune, and everybody's turning up here to try and contest this. Celery's going to get knocked back by the flame break. Full up Dragon Tail from Marine into the stun of Snaking. There's a dead Undying as they all make their way up towards that top rune. Who's going to be able to get their hands on it first? Jump forward from Quinn and from Snaking, but Quinn, he's able to grab it. Bowls up the regen rune.
All right. Handy leap coming out there from the Zeus, of course. Doing his best Mirana impression. Thinking of a settle for the bounty rune instead. And another dragon form now gone there. But 5-4. Another kill going the way of Crit, who's pretty farmed at this point. He's already got 460 gold towards that early Blink Dagger that you want to get. And of course, versus an Alchemist, I think this is the hero that a lot of teams have liked quite a bit. Since you know what Alch's going to do, right? He's going to play in that bottom part of the map, farm his way through. So you want to get some wards up, smoke, try and go for these kills, and Batrider plus Moonlight Shadow is a pretty formidable stalking duo.
Game of Gladiators, they've got their eyes on top now. 3 of them heading in, ready to maybe put some pressure in under the tower onto Skeeter. It's going to be harder now that he's hit the 6. 4 members of Gladiators playing up here. Quinn also joining this area.
And they still have that ward up there as well, keeping an eye on exactly what Skitter's up to.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does mean that the mid tower is going to be open up for Marine to get back on with the push. TP's over towards the mid. And another round of the Dragon form should be able to make short work of this tier 1. As we won't see any attempt at a defense. They're going to go for the kill. They'll find Skeeter. He steps up to the creep wave. They get him with the opening stun. He has the enrage and a quick jump away with the Earth Shock. The zombies are chasing him down. Another decay. I'll tell you what, though, with the speed of the phase boost, he's out of there. So Skeeter's going to be able to survive that attempt from Gaming Gladiators top. And whilst that distraction was in place, the mid tower, it's gone. Marine's able to take it.
I think that Thunder God's Wrath hit the Enrage, too. Because he was being pressured at the same time by Snaking. I think he was worried he was going to get stunned and not have a chance to utilize it. Like, even just that little arrow and miss his moment.
I'm talking about Quinn. Oh, the arrow's actually going to be off the mark. Oof. It might not matter, though. Indeed, it doesn't. They kill him anyway. Ace comes across with the Fiend's Gate to try and do something in return, but another Dragon Tail stun from Marine comes out thanks to the Arcane Rune. Holds Ace back. They're not even going to be able to get Snaking. Snaking's able to get away. As Falcons getting away with some very good trades here. As they take kills, they keep objectives alive, they take objectives. They avoid losing their carry in certain situations as of top.
Dire's top tower
And they're
has
also able to
been
get the tower denied. So a good couple of moments there for Falcons.
Wow. And now you have Mallory with a Blink Dagger incoming as well. Crit has been priming up quite a bit here as he's going to prep another stack here. There is Radiant Vision on this, but I can't imagine they're going to be able to do anything about it. A lot of Ancients ready to go as Crit is just 1,000 gold away from his own Blink, and that'll be a hunting season for Dyrachyo.
Let's see what they can get here.
They're on the hunt right now.
Yeah, this sort of move, is it in the minds of Gaming Gladiators? Are they prepared to try and react to this? Because it's going to happen very quickly. A Dragon Tail into an arrow. There's 4 heroes here now. Skeeter's also joining. This is a scary place of the map for Dyrachyo. He's in a good spot here, though, hiding in the trees.
Courier! The courier!
Has been killed.
They gave it away!
Give it away! It's going to give it away. They're going to see him. The Doom's going to get dropped down. TPs are going to start coming in. But with the Doom down upon him, he's going to go very, very low. They'll kill him off no trouble. They'll get the kill. Tombstone's going to be dropped on the high ground, and with a quick burst of the finger, they'll find Snaking. Marine, he's able to TP out. There's nothing to stop it. Just TP's out in front of the 4 of them. It ends up a 1-for-1 trade, but once again, a trade that Falcons will be more than happy with.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You're getting the gold exactly where you want it on the side of Falcons. And not only dying on the Alchemist, but losing the Courier with the Sacred Relic. I mean, it's not the worst for Al, because he's just farming with Acid Spraying Concoction. It'll slow him down a little bit, but it's a little salt in the wound.
Celery.
As Crit.
It's going to take a straight up last out of the face here. Crit drags him back in the claws of Skeeter. There's a Fiend's Gate down. I think Ace was considering stepping over into this fight, but no longer it's going to be a fight here at all. But just Celery going down. Gaming Gladiators, they've got no presence in this fight. They have to run.
Come on, Snaking. You hit these arrow 5 seconds. All right, no arrow available. He was running through a ward, but wasn't quite close enough as the Dragon Form's running out on the DK to get the stun.
I mean, I feel like this is all going to just speed up very, very shortly. You know, Crit's basically got his Blink Dagger, making more stacks here. You know, it might just be a 1k lead now, but with the way things are going, if Gaming Gladiators aren't able to make a play or avoid the plays from Falcons in the next couple of minutes, Team Falcons could start to get a real lead.
I think the Radiant's obviously into the BKB, presumably next. I mean, he might have to go Blink Dagger just to try and be a little bit more aggressive, but just whenever this Radiance comes out in combination with the Greaves of the Underlord, that's probably going to be their big moment. Try and get back into this one. I mean, Quinn is going for the big build, you know? The Manta, the Zaps, the Fun Zeus.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. Phylactery already online.
I'm always such a skeptic of the right-click Zeus when it gets to that point, but we'll see. See what it does for him this game once he gets that Shard Manta online. We'll see Tofu. He's dead. It's speeding up here. Falcons very much beginning to take over this early game. What's the plan here from Gladiators? They're down 2k gold, and they're the team that has an Alchemist. It never feels good to be that far behind. You know, sure, in other cases it's a little number, but when your carry's an Alchemist, 2k lead that the enemy has is a bit concerning.
We have Copium. It's okay. They have Doom, right? I mean, he's got Devour. It's fine.
Okay, that's joking.
Yeah.
The balance is there. They've also inflated their net worth. Roshan! Into the pit they go. Skeeter. He's going to be able to take this pretty quickly, and they've managed to get the waves and sort of set up in a way that this water's well up on the cliff, meaning that it's very hard for Gaming Gladiators to get anywhere close to it if they even wish to. I don't think they're even going to think about it. There's not a chance of stopping Falcons from getting this Roshan, as they will get it very nice and early this game with the Ursa.
Shiva's Guard done as well as the Diffusal Blade gets delivered, so this Ursa is good to go. The Greaves are up on Ace, the Radiance is up on Dyrachyo, so they have some tools if Falcons are going to push, but getting the right fight, I mean, you have the vision of the Zeus, I guess that's your best guess, but how do you capitalize on that vision when you don't have any mobility on your Lion? You're fighting with Tombstone. I guess you hope that they make the jump with the DK and you get a good Tombstone off, because they are kind of committed when the fight starts.
Look at this with this Moonlight.
Oh, there's Quinn.
He's got all the information. They're going to be able to find Quinn. They'll turn with the root onto Skeeter. Quinn's going to go for the TP out, but Snaking's able to get the arrow off in time. Puts the stop to the TP. Quinn goes down. Tofu's going to attempt to hide in the trees, but Crit's able to get the knockback with the flame break. Tofu nowhere to run. nowhere to hide. As Falcons getting the kills, and as I say, this lead is going to keep going up and up and up unless Gaming Gladiators are able to do something drastically different.
And that's all very important, too, that you keep this momentum rolling, obviously, because you are fighting against an Alchemist. I mean, how many times have we seen a game just like this where we're thinking, oh, okay, Alch won't be able to pull this one back, and then just the other team maybe gets a bit too passive for their own good, and this is not passive. This is just all-out aggression all over the map.
I like that. Talking about aggression, bottom lane, Amar sees the chance to just go straight in on towards Ace. It's an easy one for him. Amar having a fantastic game, 2-1-2. No struggle here whatsoever on the Doom. And as I say, with the draft, they've come in with something different with this Underlord. So far, we're yet to really see what it's able to offer. Tofu, gonna grab onto Snake King. He'll drop the finger for that one. Got Quinner as well. They're looking towards him. Amar's not scared. He's going to go straight in because he knows he's got the backup of Crit coming in with the lasso. Drags Quinn back over into the range of the Dragon Tail stun from Marine. They kill off the Zeus. They tear apart the Undying. They'll kill his Tombstone as well. They'll take everything from them.
I mean, the fact that they didn't even need the Ursa. Yeah. Somehow Tofu's the one who makes it out of that. Oh, there's the Blink Dagger, too, as if it wasn't hard enough already. I mean, Amar with this Veil, Shiva's Guard coming out of that Veil. He's just able to kill the Underlord solo with a Doom. Now he's a Blink Dagger to make it even simpler.
I mean, well, they've pretty much got the quad Blink strat online, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very close to having it on Skeeter as well.
Morana, so.
Yeah, they're going to be... Everybody on Falcons is going to be jumping all over the place. And as you say, Gaming Gladiators with their lineup, very much a draft that's like, well, I hope they jump into us and don't kill one of us and we can turn around and punish them. Because Gladiators heroes, none of them are going to be really starting off the fights and jumping in themselves. All the mobility, all the initiation potential from Falcons right now. Whilst Gladiators, they've just got to hope that they can just rally up and survive the jump and turn a fight around. They're going to fight Skeeter in the mid, but he has got the Aegis. See if they can bring backup in, or if indeed Gladiators can take it out a second time. Look at the Enrage off. Concoction being cooked up. Skeeter's able to get back up to the high ground under his tier 1. Backup's coming in. Force to the side. They've got the Zeus Salt. They're bringing him low, but the movement speed's there. Skeeter's able to get away from the stun, get away from the root. They won't be able to punish him a second time on that one.
Okay, so they spent 9,000 gold on Blink Daggers, which means that if you mess up, right, that's 9,000 gold of no stats, okay?
That's true. It's
you know?
a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. That's a little, it puts you to deficit. Obviously, we don't have any blinks yet on the Radiance.
And there's the jump.
That means they're genius.
Crit is going to get the initiation onto Ace. They go straight for the Underlord. Ace is going to be taken out. Skeeter's going to get in on top of Quinn. Quinn turns. They'll get the Hex off onto Skeeter. Skeeter just stands his ground, kills off the Zeus, turns towards Celery. 3 dead on Gaming Gladiators. Make that 4. As Tofu's also unable to escape. Only Duracho that manages to walk away. As Falcons, they just continue to come in with the outplay here in this game 1.
I'm going to say those blinks are a pretty good investment looking at
They
that,
feel pretty good.
They make it look pretty easy when they're all immediately on top of your heroes. Like, because the fight already happened. They tried their chase down the Zeus. They killed, or on the Ursa rather. They killed the Aegis. And now this is just the re-goose here from Falcons. We're like, you guys stuck around? You killed our tower? Can't be having that.
I mean, and Duracho, he's got the BKB. And he's actually got a bit of a chance to turn towards Skeeter. Skeeter's got the Enrage at the ready. There's a Fiend's Gate coming in from Ace. He's going to look to try and cut off Skeeter's escape. They'll slow down Skeeter here, and they'll catch him. This time, they'll kill him. Duracho able to take down the bear here.
Did Crit just pump fake Flaming Lasso? Is that what that was? Because he kind of like blinked on top of the alley. He saw Duracho immediately sidestep left. He's like, oh no! And like, Lasso was back for like 30 seconds. Either way, they'll immediately go mid, and although losing Skeeter, they quickly grab themselves an Undying.
I mean, with the Lasso back up now, they might be able to go. Tofu, good stun onto the 2 of them. Do they have enough damage? Amar's in with a backup. He's going to go straight for Ace, drop the Doom down onto the Underlord. Tofu is getting kited up here. He'll step back now for now. They'll jump in, snaking aggressively over towards Ace. The Lasso, it's there, onto Quinn, into the Dragon Tail. As Quinn, he has Duracho by his side. He'll jump away, also get knocked back a bit by the Flame Break, but Crit's able to force him forward, drop the Blood Grenade, stay on top of Quinn, Blood Grenade thrown out, Quinn, he's gone, Duracho, no BKB for 20 seconds, he's also out, and they're not even done. Amar's going to be able to clean up Tofu. It's getting pretty messy here for Gladiators. 23-8 from Falcons. They are crushing them right now. We're only 20 minutes in.
I mean, they're using their blinks, right? They're farming heroes. They are not going around farming the map, farming camps. They are just consistently killing these heroes on Game Gladiators. And now they're going to grab their Wisdom Rune here, too, at the 21-minute mark. Malrine even taking the time to stack those Ancients for himself. Thank you very much, he says.
Yeah, and Crit at the same time stacking the triangle for themselves. That's how
when you've truly lost all control of the game.
when the support bat's stacking and farming your triangle. And Crit's having a fantastic game. Incredibly farmed. He's pretty much got the Yules done. He is as farmed as Ace's Underlord right now. On the bat here, Crit.
He's about to surpass them here. If only he was able to get that dragon. He leaves it for Celery instead.
The items just continue to fly out for them. Gladiators, they've finally got a bit of initiation online themselves. Tofu has got his Blink Dagger. So we'll see if they can find some sort of way to jump in and get a catch. But as of now, Falcons, they just haven't been playing in a way that's allowed any of their cores to really be caught in kind of these positions where backup cannot arrive. Falcons always able to protect one another. See if Gladiators can find an opening.
He's trying to find a really tight window here. He's going Orchid on the Alk. So if he can get that before the Ursa has BKB, right? You know, maybe that's it. That's kind of the only hero that he's going to be able to utilize that on right now. Because everyone else is going to have a Dispel. Like, if you want that shock factor, that might be the one that you get where he's trying to rely on this Enrage to sort of support him, but it's a pricey guess here as they get wrapped around on.
It's coming up to the potential respawn time on Roche. That's why both teams are here. Duracho is going to be looked towards Amar. He's able to get the Doom down onto Ace. Quinn dies before the fight even starts, basically disappears in an instant. Ace is gone. Honestly, they're lucky that only two of them died there. Duracho was able to BKB TP out. But the two other cores dead once again.
They just make Mirana look so simple. You know, they're just like, oh, Dragon Tail into Arrow, Lasso into Arrow setup. Why doesn't everyone just make this hero look so broken? Just gives no opportunities. They're so good at finding that first pick in the fight and just guaranteeing that one hero's done. And I don't think Game Gladiators have had an even fight this entire game. It always feels like they're really just fighting at lower numbers.
It is feeling, as we felt from the draft, that they came in with a plan. They wanted to try something different compared to what they've tried against Falcons in the past. But so far, it really looks like this idea it's not working out either. And I think it may be back to the drawing board with Underlord. And maybe, as I said, it's a win-win situation for Ace, because maybe this game will, it's kind of making a case for getting this hero a bit of a buff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I don't know about that. He is fighting an Ursa. This skews the data. He had to find an Underlord game where he wasn't the larger counter picks. And then, plus a Doom, too. Like, there's really not a lot of fun happening here for this poor Underlord. You see him just get jumped on in Doom. He's there, like, popping the Guardian Greaves. Ha-ha! And there we go.
24 minutes in, another Aegis. BKB's done on Skeeter as well, so you talked about that timing that Duracho was trying to go for with his Orchid pickup. It's just not going to be there now. Skeeter not needing to care about the silence whatsoever. We'll be able to remove it. He's going to survive any sort of jump that Gaming Gladiators throw at him.
Yeah, this Orchid's not going to feel too great. Is that a Midas I see, Amar? Can you relax, dude? I'm trying to play a game here.
No, he's chilling. He's like, you know what? They maybe he just wants to play around with them a bit more. He's like, we can make this game last 30 more minutes. We heard what Marine talked about, sort of the patience required to make sure you don't throw the games away. He's like, well, we will be patient. Marine, talk about the lad. He's getting jumped here, but he's able to get out, pots the illusions, and he's away. I'll step away from the tombstone for now. Reset here under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. Another Blink Dagger into the mix here now for the side of Gladiators, at least. Duracho has got his done. See if they want to try and gear up and go for a jump. It's a bit hard for them themselves now. They don't have the tombstone to rally around for the next minute. It's quite a crucial part of the fight, especially in regards to the revision they need to try and find the targets themselves in these team fights.
Out of my way!
So everything just continues to come together for Falcons. Maureen's got his axe done.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, so if you were to smoke out of your base as Gaming Gladiators, and your smoke pops you Thunder God's Wrath, how do you win the fight off of that? Because it has to be something that... it's so hard to capitalize these heroes, because Underlord can't do anything out of that situation, right? He has no, like, blink stun. And Alex is also a little delayed here, as he's going to be forced to beat KB.
And he's also going to get jumped in by Skeeter.
Oh, he's in a
to
TP.
continue to run in with the BKB. He's going to get slowed down by the diffusal. Backup comes in. Now hold back Skeeter momentarily with the stun. Arrow flying forward isn't going to get the connection. Duracho turns to the concoction to hold back Maureen. The Gladiators have to continue to retreat up to the high grounds to get chased down by this DK illusion. And to go on the full retreat. And it is happening as well. I mean, is this going to be one of those games where we are indeed going to see Quinn on the mid Zeus, fall behind the snaking position 5 Mirana, Trent on net worth?
It's getting that. It's getting there. We're getting a little close, aren't we? But he'll be high ground. You know, he gets to zap all the waves. He's got a line and Undying. They won't be stealing anything from him, so maybe he can just barely stay ahead of her. Because he certainly needs the big items, right? Like, you got some tanky heroes on the other side. You got percent-based stuff on Zeus that can help you over these big, beefy heroes. That's just very hard to do when you're far behind on the hero like he is right now. But if he can find those levels, find that gold, there's a 60-minute timing.
Dire are scanning.
So yeah, I mean, that's Amar knows, right? Like, sure, we're going 60 minutes. I got my Octarine. I'll grab my Midas again.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're really ready to chill. They know that chances of a comeback from Gladiators in this one are probably going to be pretty low. I don't know what the Dota Plus...
Oh, it did it again, Owen. It did it again. It's 0.
I mean, this one I can kind of believe it. Maybe we'll give them a 0.5 and it's just rounded down the decimal or something. But it is not looking great for Gladiators this game 1. As again, just the jump here coming in from Skeeter. Straight away, takes down Celery, turns towards Quinn. Duracho is going to try and fight back in with a BKB, but with his teammates dying around him, he's got to go on the full retreat. They're ready to step up into the base. They're trying to reach in and kill them off over the barrier here. They'll get the knockback. Great stuff there from Crit with a flame break to get Duracho back into the reach of them all. They're probably going to call it, and they will. GG, a lovely little arrow from Snake King to finish off the deal there.
Radiant's
What a
top
stomp,
tower is
Trent.
under attack.
Really was.
This was a rough
big
one.
Stomping. They never really got their... I mean, look at Snakey. That kind of says it all. Like,
Yeah,
well, that was easy.
right. That was a Dota game. Okay, well, as I said, back to the drawing board, I think, for Gaming Gladiators on this one. This was not the way to try and take down Team Falcons.
No, it's yeah. I mean, what were the highlights? There's nothing like the good things that happened for Game Gladiators this game, and I'm struggling. I feel like the mid didn't go too well. You know, Maureen this was the first pick. He into the game 7-0-9. He forced down that tower early. He made the invasions easier versus an Alchemist lineup. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to cut out that middle part of the jungle so it's less obvious when they're actually making their way to those deeper parts where the Alchemist is farming. That was super successful. The top lane, they didn't like crush Ace into irrelevancy, but I mean, they did eventually. Like his lane was kind of okay, but the hero just doesn't build anything that changes the state of the game. And the state of the game was very poor for them at that time.
It really was. It just fell apart so quickly. You could already feel it in the early stages, even though there wasn't like a huge net worth difference of like kind of 10 minutes in. But it very much felt like it was always going to go this way. Gladiators just not having the ability, the heroes ready to turn this one around. They get behind at the start. It's going to be pretty much an impossible one. And Team Falcons, as we've seen, they're just very, very good at closing up these games when they get this sort of lead, when they get this sort of start, especially with this sort of lineup, right? That we saw from this draft. This was Team Falcons all over. They must have felt pretty good going into this one after the picking phase, and I think they're going to feel even better, obviously, after closing that one up. A very easy game 1 for Team Falcons here against Gaming Gladiators. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if Gladiators can give themselves a bit of a better shot against Team Falcons in game 2 after the break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Your Dire's bottom tower is taking a beating. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is taking a drubbing. Radiant's middle tower is taking a drubbing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's DreamLeague Season 22. I'm ODPixel here with Trent, and we're getting ourselves ready for Game 2, Gaming Gladiators versus Team Falcons. Trent, we've just had Game 1. It was a stomp. It was a rough one for the Gladiators to step into this Day 3 of group stages with.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't know if there was more to that.
No, I mean, there wasn't really after that game. That's kind of it. You know, it was a stomp at the end. You know, let's see what they can do in Game 2. You know,
It has some big, surely you don't give them DK again energy, but again, the same problem persists. Like that's the issue. I think I come back to it over and over again with Falcons. I don't know either. I obviously everyone else isn't quite sure exactly what hero to allow through. So we're all trying to figure it out here together. And Game Gladiators took a risk with the DK, didn't work out for them, and we'll have to see if that's what they want to do again. I imagine, to be honest, I feel like it will be, but Gaiman also likely going to have the first pick, so that should shift things around a little bit.
Yeah, I think, and in this case of the DK, I think that will be probably what changes. Other than that, I think the other bans are probably going to remain pretty similar. I don't think there'll be much changes there. It's just there's so much stuff that you have to ban, especially in this situation when you're playing against Falcons. And likewise with Falcons, with gaming, I don't think from Falcons' side of a thing they'll try and change up anything at all. If anything, if they do get the chance to, I could very much see this being a case where they go for a very similar lineup as Game 1, because I did feel that the Game 1 draft from Falcons, they kind of got a lot of their best heroes.
Well, I can tell you that I just checked the priority before, and it was Falcons' choice, and they chose first pick, which means last game, and then Gaiman took Radiant. So I guess last game Gaiman must have chose Radiant, and Falcons got first pick anyway. So it will be first pick again here for Falcons.
All right.
So the draft conundrum remains.
Yeah, we could have a very similar draft. We'll see as we've got the draft beginning now, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be able to get that on your screens here as we step into Game 2 of Gaming Gladiators versus Team Falcons. Let's see what does change, if anything does. Opening bans. It's going to be the Magnus. So This time from Falcons and Gaming Gladiators, the Timbersaw. Got to keep our eyes on those other heroes that just keep getting banned every single game. Imagine this one will be no different. Chen, there it is.
All right, well, we'll see what we do here. I see that I'm looking back at teams that have been successful lately versus Falcons. And Azure, when Falcons had first pick, they went for the bans of Chen, DK, Timber, Razor. And they left in the Mars, but then Falcons actually took the Doom first overall, opting for that instead. Partially maybe because of the patch and maybe considering certain heroes that were going to be strong. And that was the game where Azure picked up the Lesh rack and took the W. That was 2 days ago. New Lesh, good game. So you would think that having the Doom opener, though, would have been a pretty handy way to try and handle that. We'll see if they just go the same way, though. I doubt that they'll lose their conviction. I don't think Game Gladiators are going to be like, oh, I guess DK is good, I think they came into this with a plan, and I imagine it is going to be revolve around giving them DK once more. And indeed it does. And,
well, let's see if they take it then. I mean, I think that they'll take it again, won't they? Or do you think they'll change?
No, I think they will. I think they'll 100%
take it again.
I mean...
Yep. Why not?
I guess
you're here to win. You pick DK. Job done.
Is there any merit for experimentation for them at this point in the group stage?
No, just keep getting the wins. DK pick.
Yeah,
it's there.
Not,
now
it's
let's
like
see. Gaming Gladiators, as we know that. Well, we already knew that they knew that DK was going to be the first pick in last game.
Mm-hmm.
This game too. What's their next plan? They must have a different plan, a different idea. To try and tackle, to try and deal with this. I don't think they'll go with the Undying approach again. I know that Celery loves to play the hero, but it did feel that was something that Falcons, they couldn't care less about in game one. It didn't cause them any issues. They're going to do it again. He really loves to play it. He loves to play it. They're going to go with it.
I think it's that, and it's the same idea of locking it out of the lane, or at least making it less likely that it's going to come to the off lane. If you're Falcons, you almost want to send this DK off lane now. I feel like Amar's give it to me. Just give me this. I'll be fine. I can do it.
I don't know. After that game one, though, performance from Maureen, I think it's going to be hard to take it out of his hands. He had a very, very good showing. Played it
They're
perfectly
all
from
so
the mid.
good on it. I feel like Skeeter and Maureen have had the best games on it, too. That's the even more frustrating thing, is that it's just such a difficult one to deal with. And now everyone's caught on to this point, though. Obviously, as DK is the most contested hero alongside Chen for the entire tournament. So, it's not a shock of any team to be taking this. It looks like, Chen is actually the only one who's still been in every draft. There has been 2 games now where Timbersaw was ignored and 3 while Dragon Knight was ignored. So there you go.
That's pretty wild. The DK was
that is surprising.
Ignored in 3 drafts. Yeah. I feel like maybe one of those drafts, at least, that just straight up forgot about him. Probably got to the end of the draft, be like, wait, hold up. They didn't ban DK and we didn't pick it. What are we doing?
It might be one of those situations where Timber and Mars were in and each team gets one,
Sure.
And then DK flies away.
Yeah. Maybe. All right, we're the techies this time here for Gladiators.
Okay. This was their support duo versus Virtus Pro yesterday. Pretty similar. I mean, what are the differences between Techies and Lion when you're opening up at this point? Techies a little bit less dependent on that one item to start. Sometimes for Lion it can feel like the shard. Some games it feels like it's just the Aether or the Blink. Techies it feels like it gives you. It's less about getting that one item and doing stuff, and more about having impact potential for kills and also being able to control the map a lot with mines. But Falcons just right back to it.
They're just going to run it back. They're just going to run it back. DK, Mirana, why change from game one? There's no reason to. Just do it again.
Okay, now.
Get the Doom, get the Ursa. I mean, to the point where
here's the question.
Do you let them do it, or do you take away with some of these heroes from them? Or do you just let
don't
Falcons
Underlord.
do the same draft?
You don't Underlord, because I think the Underlord gives power to the Doom and the Ursa.
No. They gave it a shot once. Here we go. Something a bit dirtier. They'll go with the Broodmother.
Okay.
And give that one a try.
I saw the game they lost with Brood. I said they also did get a win over OG. But their first match of the tournament, they went Brood in this situation, pretty early in the draft, third pick. And that was versus Bet Boom. But they weren't able to pull it out there. Went for early BKB Harpoon, Sanjin Yasha trying to utilize that new buff. And they started with a decent lead, but ended up losing it to Betboom kind of in like the 30-minute mark. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum a little bit better this time. But Ace had a good game, 6-3-3. And they're going to grab the Alchemist again.
All right. I mean, last game, the farm wasn't amazing, but the farm was there to some point. I feel like out of the whole draft, Duraccio did the most okay. He was able to still have a bit of a presence. So giving him the Alch again. I'm okay with that one.
5 seconds remaining.
Falcons. And I think also as well, you want to take that away from Mosquito having the opportunity to play it. They just pick the Doom again, run it back. Okay. Now I do think, well, honestly, though, I think they could honestly just pick Ursa again. It's definitely going to be a bit more of a difficult game, but if they wanted to just run them back the whole draft, I think they'd have an okay time doing it here, Trent.
10 seconds.
I mean, what are our Brood fighters these days? I feel like Sven is still pretty good in terms of like everything that a Brood wants to do. And Sven being kind of still strong right now in this patch feels like a pretty solid hero. The Naga Siren, that's a pretty good one too. Just a total like game control, matches how a Brood wants to play the game too. This idea of like, trying to split you up and everything, help control the map with Naga Siren. It's pretty solid. I think the reason they went for the Doom too was because they know that's getting banned. Like if they had to pick a 1 here, like let's say they pick Sven, I don't think there's any way you're going to be getting yourselves a Doom. So
I mean, the Doom's just so good. It's so good in Amar's hand, and it's so good against these heroes, against the Alch, and he sort of regen and heals. It's just shut down. It's just a bit of a no-brainer. That pick.
Will they just DK1 though? Because if you think about how Brood wants to play,
true. Like that could definitely be a possibility. Yeah, they could make that change.
Seems kind of fine.
Yeah, could make maybe Mallory wants to play something different this game. He's like, oh, it's fun. I crushed on DK. Let me try something different this time.
It is one of those situations though where you are, you don't have the final pick too, I guess. So it's probably safest just to keep the DK mid, more than likely. Unless you've got some other hero in mind, like a Kunkka. Like if you want to go Kunkka, classic hero versus the Brood,
Kunkka
good control.
I think a Kunkka could be very nice. You're absolutely bang on there. Good AoE, good team fight, good sustain as well. You get that run buff on the Doom and the DK. Skeeter and Amar, they can go in without any sort of threat of dying to any of the damage output that Gaming Gladiators has right now.
Man.
They could throw a bit of a curveball because Gaming Gladiators, they're going to expect the carry pick to be last, but I think you're right. There is still that flexibility. DK to the safe lane, Kunkka in the mid.
Sven would have been really good though. I mean, it's classic versus Brood, plus with the Alch Acid Spray. I wonder if that was worth over the Doom. Probably not. Doom's really good. That's a bit too much. Any other ones that are really solid? I mean, Brood, it's funny because we have to, at least for me, I still have to rethink about Brood. Like, the second I think about Brood, I think about spiders. You know what I mean? Like, in the laning stage and stuff, you have to be like, okay, wait, there's no spiders in the laning stage anymore. We have to get rid of those old school heroes out of our head. A lot of the time as well. It's also sometimes just strong laning. Like Troll's a good example, I think, where like he does have some AoE tools later on, but he's a strong laner that tries to slow down that level 6 for the Brood and hopefully won't die the second Brood hits 6 by like 3 nukes, I feel like that should be your goal, is trying not to get dove into the tower 3 times after Brood hits 6 and just losing your tower pretty fast. Or be a really good jungle farmer so that it's okay when it happens, like TB or something. But TB's one of those heroes that she tends to kind of annihilate if your supporting isn't too careful.
Very interested to see what they do with the last pick here, Falcons. Everything else has been the same so far, but I think they will change things here with the final pick.
They don't have any break. We've seen some teams go back for the Bristle lately. I know Whisper was playing an offlane. That was kind of interesting. I don't know if they make considers about that, if they wanted a more classic anti-Brood 1. Don't think we're going to Meepo. Well, we're going to leave that one out there. Too many counter picks still left in the pool. Just ban the Invoker and grab the Primal Beast. Okay, so that's probably mid.
Yeah.
And then our 1 DK.
Yeah, they are going to do what, at least from the bans, looks like Gaming Gladiators weren't necessarily expecting. The fact that they were banning those carries out last. And Gladiators, they're going to know what's coming at them now, so they do have this ultimate final pick.
5 seconds remaining.
And they've got to pick something hot for that mid matchup. You know, Quinn, he knows what he's against. So what would do well here? Any idea of some mid heroes that you could be considering to play in this 1v1?
I think with it being the Primal Beast, it's kind of just we're just chilling. Don't feed, don't die, obviously. It is good. I mean, classic tools versus Primal Beast are things like Dispels and everything, so you can't use this Onslaught. But the actual lane matchup, like I'm just thinking about the game right now from Game Gladiators, and I'm thinking you need to be an active mid hero. You just need to be playing alongside this, because like you have a Broodmother and an Alchemist, and they kind of split the map on the two halves, right? Like Brood might end up top the whole time, Alex can be kind of bottom, and the whole middle section of this map is just like super open. So I think that's why Invoker's a really good ban, because he could have been roaming around a lot and utilizing all that space with like the Ghost Walk, and it would have been kind of hard to track him down. So whatever he picks, I think he needs to pick for the game, and he needs a leading, like I'm thinking like an Ember is the kind of hero I want. That's kind of the dream, I think. Like a little bit of setup for like a blast off. Some tower pressure that could pair with the Undying would be kind of nice, because Undying looks a little lost to me right now in this draft. Like Alk and Brood don't need that much like support and help, so what's the Undying going to be doing after like I guess that's just the life of Undying. The laning stage ends and you just kind of wander around like a huskless corpse. You're just
It's not easy. It's not easy. They'll take the Kunkka themselves.
Okay. So yeah, similar idea. I think it makes a lot of sense. A little bit better in the laning stage, and don't worry about like counter picks. In terms of just like Ember obviously can have some rough matchups where suddenly the game just feels a little bit lost because you made a few mistakes in the laning stage, and Kunkka can be a bit more stable. Yeah, okay, and it gets that action that you want running around.
Yeah, I mean, I think, after that rough game one, we can definitely expect more from Quinn on the Kunkka in this situation. He had a tough one with Zeus. I mean, to be fair to him, he was a poor old Zeus against a team that had 4 Blink Daggers. It's never going to feel good. This time round on something with a bit more presence on the front line and a higher chance of surviving, even if he does get jumped, I think we should see a bit more play from him. And even though Falcons have got 4 of the same heroes as last game, I think this will be a closer one. Without a doubt, after what we saw in game 1, you've got to give the edge to Falcons. I think they're going to take it, but I don't think it's going to be as easy for them as game 1 was.
Let's hope not.
Yeah. Game one was pretty miserable for Gaming Gladiators. It was one of those games that nobody wants to see and nobody wants to be in if you're the losing team. So let's have a look at it and see if it was that change up as well. Getting Ace on the Brood and Tofu on the Techies. I think it should allow them to do a lot more in that lane. It is going to be against that DK carry though, a hero that doesn't really care what he's laning against. He's going to have a decent time. We'll see if Gladiators can slow him down at all. Of course, Ace on the Brood. This is one of those heroes that in the past and in certain patches he would never get to play because it would be taken away. It would be banned out first phase every time. I'll see if it can be as scary nowadays.
Yeah, it's a big question.
Position now.
We're always a little bit worried about this hero popping back up here. And I've been told that I think I need to adjust some audio things.
Uh-oh.
You're going to have to go on your own here, friend.
All right.
For a second.
Good luck, Trent. Hopefully we can get that fixed. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ourselves into Game 2. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Falcons. As I say, I think we're all hoping for a closer game after that one. We had a very quick, that was sub 30-minute victory for Falcons in that first game of the day here on this Ember stream. Smoker from both sides, going to get that vision set up across the mid lane. Probably going to see very similar stuff here as we saw last game. Anybody going to get caught by one another? Probably unlikely, as I don't think either side would necessarily be hunting for that first blood here before the bell goes. Dracho, this time around, the lane matchup that he's going to have to deal with, obviously he's going to have the same in support here with Celery on the Undying, is going to be up against Crit's Bat. Of course, who had an insane game last game. And a Mars Doom once more. So the same scenario on this bottom lane for Dyrachyo to be dealing with. Of course, last game was the hero to suffer first blood. They were able to take him out first. See if they're able to find a repeat of that, Falcons, with Amar and Crit. And the bounty runes. Anybody going to try and get the advantage? Doesn't look to be, so will be the... They're 3 for 1, in fact. Oh, sorry, no, 2 for 2. Yeah, they weren't able to get up there. But Snaking does find the Observer ward. So good early D ward. Top lane. This Dragon Knight, we see it so much. I mean, at least the hero icon when it comes to the drafts in the bans or the picks. And definitely one of the reasons why they have this flexibility. It's just definitely going to have quite a game one to step up to in terms of performance Skeeter on the DK, because Marine on his DK, he did phenomenally. I think he did end up just not dying at all. It was 709 from the mid DK last game, Marine. See what Skeeter can do from the position 1 on it. And whether Ace can put any pressure onto him here with the help of Tofu, if they have any sort of kill potential. Nice little jump there from Snaking. Dodging the sticky bomb, making sure they can continue to trade with the techies. And this mid matchup, two beefy boys. Quinn on the Kunkka, Marine on the Primal Beast. Unlikely to see one of these two going down unless we get some sort of early rotation in from the supports. Could definitely happen from the side of Falcons. After a few levels, Skeeter may be pretty safe to be left on his own, and Snaking can have the luxury of trying to throw a stray arrow in on the mid lane. Now bottom lane, I think the biggest thing we're watching out for is for Dyrachyo to not give up first blood like he did last game. He can get kind of past that bit, and he's already going to be in a better spot. He got okay farm in the first game. Nothing crazy. I mean, compared to his teammates, looked fantastic. Nobody else on his team was getting any sort of farm in that game 1. So again, Snaking working very nicely here. The sort of way Mirana support against the techies. Tofu, each and every time he's throwing out these sticky bombs, Snaking just leaps. As soon as he sees them in the air, he presses the leap, he dodges it easily. A very nice little way that hero plays out against the techies. And once again, hey, you're back. Poor Tofu, that's 3 sticky bombs, and he just can't hit them against these leaps. It's pretty much impossible to get them onto the Mirana. So Snaking's feeling great about this matchup. Bottom lane.
All right, no one died. Perfect. Thank you, Owen.
No,
Thank you for
you didn't miss
making
anything.
sure they chilled out. I appreciate it.
Yeah, look at that Tombstone deny. So we're watching out.
No,
yeah, what do we
we're in
got?
the last game, buddy. I just looked bottom. There's an Alk, and then I think
exactly
I loaded into the wrong one.
I mean, the question is, will Dyrachyo be the one to get first blooded? I feel like he's going to try extra hard not to, right? You can't have it happen 2 games in a row when you're playing the same lane. That's going to feel bad.
I do like this pause here in mid as Quinn is like, there's this primal beast just in between his towers. Mallory's just pausing on him, just like letting him know. You see what I did? I'll do it again. Don't think I won't. Looks like Crit needs a little bit of a reconnect here. A couple of the players. Okay, how's Brood doing? How's that been? Looking all right up there?
Yeah, pretty decent farm. I mean, not really being able to touch the DK, of course, at the moment. Probably going to continue like that. And as the support play goes, I think, as we've been seeing, Snaking's having a bit of a better time compared to Tofu. It's just, Tofu, he keeps throwing out the stickies, but they never catch on to him. Snaking's been super quick with the leaps.
Can't even get his classic harass going. Looks like the camp is still blocked there too, so yeah, we're just chilling. Who's gonna die first here? It's looking like bottom, isn't it? They're getting pretty low. Again, we have the
be
stick
bottom.
ready.
At the end of the day, I think in terms of the setup, unfortunately for Dyrachyo, he is in the spot in the lane where it is most likely that they will be able to kill this out of all the potential kills across the board. And even looking at Gaming Gladiator's side of things, I don't think Gladiator's going to be getting a kill top. So it's this bottom lane where something's going to go down.
All right, back we go.
And the big chance is going to be when the level 3s are hit. That's when Dyrachyo's got to be very careful. Even now already. I guess he's got a few stick charges to rely on, and he is tangoing up.
Quinn just tried something a little crazy there, I think, with that torrent. If that had a hit, that would have been wild. Yeah, I think he was trying to catch a, if I'm not crazy, an onslaughting in Primal Beast, but not quite. Would have been very gnarly if he did it. And ooh, celery!
Yeah, that was
what a
nice.
play! All right, so Mallory's a lot of wasted time running around here right now.
Yeah, CS at the moment in the mid lane, 17 for 2 on Quinn, 14 and 1 on Malrine. Pretty close. Malrine a bit low, Quinn. He's going to set up the combo. Won't kill him, but good harass here, keeping Malrine low whilst he is out of bottle charges. A couple more Tidebringer hits and Malrine might have to step out of lane for a bit of time. Quinn doing very good here with harassment.
Always a bit scary
2 seconds
versus
for
the
X.
Kunkkas.
He can kill. And he's got the X mark into the taunt. If he can land the Tidebringer angle as well off the creep, he can't. And crit, he knew that Quinn was going to be going for this sort of play, so he turns up to mid. I mean, Quinn saw the opportunity to try and go for it. It looked to be there. It wasn't. It was all part of the plan for Falcons as they bait him in. Crit swings around towards the mid lane, and Malrine gets first blood.
Gotta say, last tournament, Mallory was dropping a lot of smiley faces in these instances. I don't know. Do we have a code of conduct going on here? I want to see some all chat here from Mallory. He's been pretty savage lately in those exact plays, because if you watch their games, this happens a lot. He gets really low mid, and the enemy attempts something, and in comes crit out of the fog, you know? Just swooping in out of the darkness to surprise them. Or sometimes it's just raw Mallory making the big plays, to be honest.
I saw that early warding setup they got around the mid lane, getting that sentry up on the cliff, making sure that whole vision area was clear. Just allows for that sort of angle for crit to come in very nicely. So those sort of early setups of the mid lane paying off there, allowing crit to come in and catch Quinn as such.
Not the first blood I was expecting, that's for sure.
No, not in the mid like that. Bottom lane, a little bit of an attempt to start things, but Dratcher's not able to get the concoction off. And that might cause some issues for him. The tombstone will be dropped by Celery. Dratchio trying to get back under tower. TPs are coming in, so Falcons won't be able to dive for the kill. And maybe there's a turnaround potential. Tofu's in with a sticky bomb. Stick charges are there, though, for crit. Blast off comes in from Tofu. They kill off crit. Another concoction comes out onto Amar. The zombies continue to chase him as they will be able to take out the two of them. Double kill for Celery. Gaming Gladiators coming in with a good punch there on the bottom lane.
That TP from Tofu was so crucial. Because, I mean, you look at how that started with that self-stun in the wave. Like, not necessarily really a big bait moment there from Duracho, but it works out in the end. I certainly can't blame Falcons for going in that moment because they want to use these stick charges they're getting from all the decays. Is now at the rune.
Quinn
the bounce back.
Back by the flame break. He has got the run buff on him, but it doesn't matter. Marine's in with a grab. Another death for Quinn here in the mid lane. They'll look to chase out Tofu with a sticky napalm stacking up and the Firefly up on the ground. Tofu, a couple of right clicks from death. He goes down. Crit once again with the presence to come towards the mid lane, ensuring that this area continues to be beautiful for Malrine. He's 2-0-1 and pretty rough for Quinn. A couple of deaths now back-to-back on the mid Kunkka.
Yeah, I was thinking Kunkka as being the stable hero to make sure this kind of stuff doesn't happen in mid. And that's not the case.
Move. Malrine, excellent stuff. Picks up the shield rune, swings over towards top. It's an easy setup from Skeeter with the Dragon Tail. As Malrine gets the angle, Ace is gone.
The wisdom.
Oh, they got to stop this. They got to try and stop. I don't think they can't. Have they got any way to stop him from picking him up? Ooh, they will. Celery's able to get in and grab it. Let's see if they can continue to fight here, though. Gonna just opt for the TP out here, Malrine. Knows that there's no further way for that to be stopped. Snaking as well, quick leaping the TP out. They'll get away, but at least for Gaming Gladiators, they do make sure that Wisdom Rune doesn't go into the hands of Team Falcons.
Yeah, if things just would have been getting even worse at that point. So good attempt there too with the pulverize, because like in theory, if the timing had been perfect, maybe he stuns up midair or something onto Tofu, but not able to get it. So rune secured. Game Gladiators, I mean, they've got to be feeling like this is really similar to last game, where it slowly started to slip away. Like, it's not big leads anywhere, but you kind of feel like you're just losing out on all the moves that you make. Really, the only big win they had was that bottom double kill there for Celery when Tofu made the TP rotation. But stacks are being formed up here. A boat mid. I don't think this is a kill, though.
He's out of there, yep. Marine, he's out. Backup arrives. They can't continue to chase. They've got no further catch.
Bottom tower is under attack.
At the same time, down bottom, Dracho's getting pressured pretty heavily. Quinn, he'll swing across with a TP in order to try and help out. They'll get the concoction out. Crit is here. And Amar, he's got the 6. Can he get the Doom off? He can. He's able to drop it down onto Duracho. Sure, Amar dies, but he got the job done. He sets them up to be able to take down both Quinn and Duracho. Tofu's also going to get grabbed. They grab it sort of mid-blast off there. The disarm will be in place, so Tofu's actually going to survive. Maori might just die to the zombies. Celery's got another decay in a second. And Celery, he'll clean them up with the zombies alone. So they lose the 2 cores on Gaming Gladiators, but honestly, with the way things are going, I think Celery's going to be stepping up and say, well, maybe it's my turn to be the carry. He's picked up 4 kills so far. He's trying to do his best.
Crit, meanwhile, trying to get a snag here onto Tofu. Knowing that he was kind of low, but he might pay for it. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's popping the ulti. Celery wants him. Get back here. It's a little bit too fast, that wind lace, though.
Tofu's got another sticky bomb. I mean, yeah, they can't chase up to the high ground, though. Crit, he's going to be fine.
Gotta say, it's kind of a crime that he didn't get that kill after grabbing him mid-blast off. Because that was pretty cool looking. But alas. Malrine will not be successful on that one, and dying to the zombies, very unexpected there. So how rich is he right now on dying? Still not even close to Crit, actually. Crit is humongous right now. He is catching up to Ace, in fact.
Yeah, I'm gonna check actually what the blink dagger timing was on Crit last game, because it was already very good there. It may be even better this time. Okay, no way. Okay, last game it was insane actually. Last game it was 13 minutes 10. Which, I mean, he might be on track to beat that this game, right? Still got 3 minutes left on that.
Yeah, like he's got his stacks going.
Is under attack.
Marine, he's got the grab, but Quinn was ready with the torrent in preparation for that one. X-Mark into the boat combo, straight down onto the Primal Beast. Jump forward with the blast off and the Tiebringer angle hitting onto the 2 of them. But Crit's here. Celery will drop down the tombstone. Tofu attempts to push forward, but Snake King's able to leap away. Crit, focusing the tombstone, a couple more hits. The disarm was there from Tofu, so protected for a little bit, but the tombstone still goes down. So does Tofu. Crit's got he's got the lasso into the dragon tail from Skeeter. They'll be able to catch Quinn, and with the 2 kills like that going to Crit, I think I can safely say that this Blink Daggers is going to be even faster than Game 1's Blink.
I was worried Malrine was going to go steal those stacks. He wouldn't get a goal out of the bat, and then he just comes in and scoops a couple kills. And now onto Duracho.
Yeah, straight to Duracho.
They have the Doom. Oh, the net is out.
He's got the setup with the ensnare into the Doom. As Duracho's gone.
Dire's top tower.
The moves keep coming out here from Falcons. I think again in game 1 around 11 minutes, it was about this 1k gold lead, but it was the beginning. You know, it was a sign of things to come. And it may just be so once again here with these insane timings that Falcons are hitting.
And now, yeah, right into the jungle here. Get this big stack that he set up, and there it is, 11 minutes.
He just beat his high score last game by 2 minutes. 11-minute blink here on Crit's support bat.
And it's, again, another game versus an Alchemist. And this is the hero that hates to see this. He's so desperate to just hit that early timing. He does not want these gankers that can catch you so early on in the game. And right now, there's no Starstorm left here for Snake King. So these spiders are going to be doing all the damage.
Get the pick off here. We'll give them a chance to push onto the tier 1. Elsewhere on the map, yeah, it's terrifying with this Blink Dagger bat ready to roll. Oh,
he lost the courier again?
That's a rough one. That was the relic.
Again?
That's the relic gone for 2 minutes.
Are we just watching this? Did we load the replay? What?
And in the mid, Tofu's been caught. Another kill to be found from Falcons as Gladiators game, it's getting slowed down once again.
I mean, it's still only a 1k lead, but again, we say this, it's also an out game. But you know, Copium, it's a Doom, it's okay, that's fine. I don't know. I mean, he needs this Radiance, and he needs to fight. And unfortunately, he has the Radiance now. That's the worst part. If it wasn't for the Relic being dead. and now Ace. Honestly, I was more concerned for him with his Invis Primal Beast. I thought Malrine was going to make a play there.
See what they can go for. I mean, they want to try and go for Ace. They've got the Moonlight Shadow set up. This will allow Malrine to get in and start things off with the ultimate. If they can get the clear angle for the arrow, it's going to be good lockdown at the same time. Crit elsewhere's killed off Celery. Here's the setup on towards Ace top. He's trying to run, but he's gone. They'll knock him back with the onslaught into the breathe fire. The spider gets killed off. TPs were coming in, but not quick enough to capitalize on anything in return. Falcons, they were able to retreat, and Quinn, he's not able to get a grab for the counterplay.
Yeah, it looks like they ensnared and just killed Celery down bottom at the same time. So, across the map kills here. Skeeter already finished up his Mage Slayer, going towards his own Blink Dagger once more. Let's just buy more and more Blinks for another game here on the side of Falcons and just keep running them over. Guardian Greaves every game as well for snaking on his Mirana.
I'm just watching that courier to make sure it does safely get out to Duracho this time. At the moment, there's the ward. They got the ward right. Who's that nearby? It's snaking.
Wait, what? Wait.
No,
oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, they did see it pass over, but I mean, if snaking was a little bit closer, he would be leaping in and killing that courier for sure. But it will make it over to Duracho. He's finally got his Radiance safely in his hands.
We'll see if he maybe wants to go. He doesn't have time. I was going to say, it'd be nice if he could just show on that wave up top here to maybe make this bottom gank a bit more successful, but he's got a Wisdom Rune he's got to scoot on over to because it's 14 minutes past, so get on over there and grab that for the Alk. Try and recover his game somewhat. But this is a long walk and smoke and a whole lot of nothing. Meanwhile, your opponents are smoking into you. Moonlight Shadow isn't back up for another 30 seconds, so they don't have that double layer of deception.
There they go.
There's Tovu.
Quinn
TPing?
TP out. But the lasso's in from Crit. He puts a stop to the TP straight away. Mari's got the follow-up grab, slamming Quinn into the ground. As Quinn will fall, Crit will die in return, but he does not mind one bit. As they get the 2-for-1, maybe even the 3-for-1. Skeeter's Dragon sailing in onto Celery. They're diving past the tier 2. Onslaught's back up from Malrine. They'll get the 3 kills here.
Duracho, thinking I would do something a little crazy? Yeah, no, I got no ulti.
Oh, Malrine.
Dude.
Oh.
All right, call it. Get me out.
That's the rough one.
Get me out.
That's the rough one there. Ow. Okay, well. It could be going the same way as game 1, that's for sure. 16-7 now, 5k lead. Falcons, they're on the trajectory to do it again. In quite a phenomenal fashion. They've looked fantastic today.
I just can't even imagine the comms right now for Malrine. I would love.
Ace?
Please, Falcons.
He's able to get the silence off. He's trying to juke this. Mari's not able to close in onto Ace. Ace is going to be okay for now. The rum. Buffer's going to be there, but doesn't get a connection with the boat. The Falcons can step back. I mean, Marine's got a full Eternal Shroud now on top of the Blade Mail. He's borderline unkillable. Well, they know that Celery's here. And they'll get the knockback into the stomping of Malrine. We'll drop the tombstone. There is a silence and a torrent. Blast off coming in onto the high ground from Tofu. But the tombstone's been taken out. Malrine will get the off, but he's very, very low. They have managed to kill him. Can they get anything more with this?
Courier.
They're trying to chase the Crit. He's in on top of them. Jumps and he gets the lasso straight away on a waist. The knockback as well with the flame break. Skeeter and Crit, they're going to look to chase down Quinn. Quinn tries with the torrent, but he's not going to connect with it. Double kill for Skeeter. Duracho's looking towards Crit. Just able to get out of the radius of that Radiance. And he's out with a blink. And Skeeter is ready to tag team back in over towards Celery. As they jump in onto the Undying. Celery to fall. Triple kill for Skeeter. The heals come in. Crit's perfectly fine. I mean, Falcons, they can keep going in this fight if they want to. I mean, they've ensnared Duracho. I will respect the fact that he's cooking up another concoction. But Gladiators, they just can't catch a break in these team fights. They're not even able to finish off the squishier of kills. Crit survives.
They're just playing with a confidence of a ridiculous level right now, Falcons. and it's working. You know, they're playing really cocky and in your face, and they're making the plays to back it up. Oh, look at Quinn. He's trying. He's so close. But now it's a risky X.
I mean, can they go for it?
Dude, I don't know. He's not boating. He's like, no.
I think that's it, yeah. X mark into a torrent, into a nope the hell out of there.
Oh, good. Arcane Rune now for the Primal Beast as well. Give himself a real nasty fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And as expected, the support bat knocking down the tower in the top lane. There's no rules in this game.
Oh no, I mean, I tell you what,
He's gonna pass Ace again.
Well, I was like at the start, I was like, well, at least Quinn's going to have a better game. Spoiler, he isn't. I think this one's going even rougher for him on the old gold at this point compared to Zeus. He's had a rough time today. They have really shut down Quinn in the mid.
I think they kind of just shut down all 3 lanes, too. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, who's supposed to rotate and make stuff happen. You know, in this game, I guess Ace has the Orchid, but he's not been able to use it.
They're trying to go on Amar in the mid. Dyrachyo's in on top of him, but they ain't finishing off that kill. Amar just turns around, drops the Doom down onto Dyrachyo. They'll take the Tombstone out, but Gaming Gladiators, they just have to go full retreat. The Blink Dagger's out onto Amar as well, so they're getting to the point Falcons where they can chase kill after kill after kill. And Gladiators are just sent scattered across the map once again.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Crit.
I mean,
can you relax?
Is he getting away with this? He's getting away with that. Diving into the base. Look how low. I mean, he's just teasing around with him. He's incredibly low. But he's playing around, getting in with the vision on the high ground. They get the double kill on Malrine.
That ward off to the left there, yeah. Thank you very much. Great ward.
This is crazy stuff. This is crazy stuff. I mean, as I was saying, I think you were saying as well before today, I hadn't actually had any chance to cast some of these Team Falcons games, but this is top tier stuff. I mean, it doesn't really get much better performance-wise from this squad as a whole. Everything is just perfectly in tune with one another. It's all working. I mean, to be fair, you know, they did get to play pretty much the same draft 2 times in a row here. And as I say, I think if they ever get the chance to pick at least those 4 heroes they started the draft off with both times, they'll do it every time. I don't think there's any reason to ever change this up if it gets let through. Bottom lane, Ace. It's another kill for Falcons.
I mean, Malrine has just been incredible, too. Like, the fact that he just shares a hero pool there with Amar, that just causes so many problems in the draft, and then just his ability to control the map has been amazing both of these games. They will lose Snaking. The sacrificial captain immediately declares that I only die because they have a ward. I don't see a ward, though. I'm going to be honest with you there, Snake. I think he got, but that's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see what the plan is next. In terms of the next big heights for Falcons, well, we're getting the Aghanims very close to be done on Malrine. Amar getting his BKB finished up next up on the shopping list. And as we look towards Skeeter, what's he got shipped out to him right now? He has got the completed Manta done. Everything continues to fall into place here for Falcons. Gladiators, they have to clear up the Tormentor. Dyrachyo just about half the gold away from the recipe of his own BKB. Ace trying to go towards the BKB next. And Quinn just wants to get that Ags done so there can be a bit more oomph in the team fight that may give him a chance.
I mean, the potential to ruin an onslaught is big because, you know, he hasn't gone for a BKB or anything, so he could really just, like, mess up the Primal Beast. But.
He's found the target again. He's in with the blink. Dyrachyo's gone. I don't know. What do you do? What do you do against this Trent?
It's even like they got the good shard roll too between Undying and Techies, but unfortunately it's just not a great game for the reactive taser because the Primal Beast doesn't care. He disarms himself. You think he cares if you're going to disarm him? And I feel like it's Malrine who's just like running in here, destroying everything. Same thing with the Doom, right? Like, yeah, I'm Shiva's guarding and dooming you. I can wait out a taser disarm. It's not really going to buy you a whole lot of time in this one.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're trying anything they can right now. Celery is going to show here on this wave. Oh, Snaking just arrowed, though. No chance to chase down this Undying. And let him go.
Crit. He's looking for it and he'll find it. No hesitation there. Anybody shows their face mid, Crit's going to be in with a lasso. And he gets it. Dragged back on
The worst
Tofu.
part is that ward just dissipated as well right after. After he got 2 kills on it, so they might come out now and immediately throw down a sentry because they're like, oh yeah, I forgot to D-ward last time. And it's just already gone.
Nice.
But there's the egg.
Trying to make these solo plays onto Snaking, but the Greaves are there. Turn around and play. It's a dead spider once again. Let's see, how long did they last in game 1? Game 1, 28 minutes and 31 seconds. This one might beat that one, Trent. It might be a bit quicker. One more fight, one high ground push, and this game's going to be over in an instant. What do they do, Gladiators? Trying to work towards these next items, but they're just so far away.
Radiant are scanning.
That's Falcons. Oh, Draccio. He's considering a jump himself here. He's only going to end up stunning himself with a concoction. Wasn't able to get it off in time. The Falcons giving a little bit of respect here. They will back off. They don't want to try and take this fight whilst Gladiators have the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See when they can make the move to next. Gladiators. They'll try and get the dewarding done and get themselves back under. Yeah, to set up for the high ground defense. It's going to be their best chance at maybe Falcons overstepping the mark and giving something to take.
Okay.
Ooh, he tries with a lasso. This time he won't get
another one.
I mean, he just knows at this stage he can make that sort of blink and there's no way that Gladiators punish it. As top, they'll look to take some freebies here. Tofu tempting to push out the lane, but Amar and Mallory, they've got him.
And yeah, they just have no concerns about like going high ground, ending this game or anything. I mean, you just look around at their itemizations, just they know like we're not panicking. There's no rush here. We haven't even taken the rush. Like we don't need to. We're hunting heroes. We're farming them. We're way stronger. We're gonna keep up that strength. We're gonna get our BKBs. We're chilling. Like I mean, they have the strength right now to probably just run them over twice. Honestly, in their base, it feels like, but they don't want to present that risk. Since the Kunkka Eggs is kind of hoping you try that.
And they're going for Malrine. They're going to give it a bit of an attempt. He gets forced to the side. They've brought him down to half HP. They've got the Torrent Storm coming in. They'll do it. They'll kill him off. They're able to kill the Primal. Can they turn this into anything else? Skeeter, he's just going to jump in and try and finish off Duraccio during the Doom. And ooh, they'll manage to do so. Duraccio's out of the fight. Lasso's there from Crit on towards Quinn. Snakey's getting chased on the backlines, but he has the Greaves to remove the silence. Doesn't matter. He'll still fall here. As they'll get a couple of kills, Gladiators. Whether that's going to be enough, though, I don't think so, because Skeeter and Amar, they're continuing to get a bit of a cleanup, and Snare to hold back Ace, make sure he can't get in to benefit off the lifesteal, burnt down by the Breathe Fire of Skeeter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's, you know, the best fight the Gladiators have had so far this series, but that really isn't saying much, because it's still a terrible one. And Malrine, there's the all chat you're expecting, or a little bit of
there he is.
teasing early. You're like, where's Malrine? He's being very quiet this game. He'll come out with a debated, because indeed, Gladiators, they lose way much more than Falcons doing that scenario. And in fact, even Celery's going to get cleaned up. Ends up being an effective team wipe for Falcons. It's rough. A rough one here for Gladiators. But at least, they could probably make this game last a bit longer than game 1. Because game 1, as I say, was 28 minutes, 31 seconds. Unless they call GG in the next minute, it will be a slight improvement. You know, that they lasted a bit longer this time against Falcons.
I mean, we'll see. We got to use the Aghanims as well from the Kunkka. You saw how effective it can be. Yep. See that
He's
egg?
just chilling there.
Look at
He
it
takes
go.
the dragon tail to the face. He's out. He'll get at least the boat off in time. Quinn's dead. They kill off the supports in return. So, again, something. Not the best of trades, but a trade. They'll take whatever they can to try and keep this game alive right now.
Dire are scanning.
Great, a double damage flying black dragon here. Kind of terrifying. Oh, Doraggio.
Uh-oh. It's a very, very dead alchemist. He's going to try and run it with a BKB, but there's no running from this dragon. They're both dead. Double kill for Amar. In fact, he'll get the last touch on them.
And the gem even dropped down if it wasn't bad enough already.
Oi, tier 2 is going to be going down on the bottom lane. Falcons continue to take what they want in this game.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, you look back, you just think, how was this game supposed to play out for Game and Gladiators? And I think a lot of that comes down to like Kunkka connections in towards like this Broodmother and using the Orchid and trying to control like across the river, top half of the map and stuff, and they never got there. I don't remember Game and Gladiators crossing the river this game.
Back to the high ground for Gladiators.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're very hydrophobic, you know? They're just staying far away from that river. They're going to chill up here on the high ground. Worried about a potential flood here.
Quinn, he steps up. They will be able to glimmer him after he gets dragon tailed upon. Doraggio goes in with the concoction, but he's not able to throw it in time because the onslaught comes in, knocks him in place. The grab comes in from Malrine. They might get a good stun duration onto Skeeter. Skeeter's able to get forced up to the high ground. Falcons continue to dive in under this tier 2, but the tombstone's doing a bit of work. The zombies are building up. Skeeter's getting low. A concoction's there. Skeeter's in trouble, potentially not Marine. Comes the onslaught, pushes them back. Doesn't matter. Skeeter still falls. Blastoff's there. Marine also to fall. This time, it's a clean fight from Gladiators. They get the 2 big kills. They don't lose anything themselves. Finally, something's it looks up for there. It looks up for Gladiators. They get a fight. The question is, what can they do with it? It's a whole minute now. There's no DK. There's no primal. What can Gladiators get done with this?
That was a crazy amount to give away. That was 7,000 experience they just got total added to Game of Gladiators there with those kills. Bit too aggressive, but one thing that they were missing. Oh, okay. Hold on. One thing they were missing was the Doom and the lasso. You know, it's obviously been a pretty important part of these engagements for Falcons throughout this entire game since that Blink Dagger came out so early for crit. Been very consistent and easy to execute every single time. So that's probably your one where you kind of give one away a little bit. Now they'll likely go back, get Roche, finish up these BKBs like on crit and Skeeter, and then we'll see them get a little bit closer to the base once more.
Gladiators, I mean, yeah, do you think you sort of sit back and wait for Falcons to maybe make that mistake again? Or do you try and go out?
It would be nice.
And look for something yourself that you've been given this little bit of a step up.
I mean, best ways to try and get back into the game like this usually comes down to something like the creep wave has someone separated and you know they're not at full numbers or something, but that is going to be hard to achieve because they have this Mirana and Bat who have both been pretty vigilant about just like grabbing straight creep waves. I mean, you got, what, 130 last hits on crit, 116 on Snay. I mean, they recognize that, and plus the boost of travel there. So on crit, it's pretty hard to split them up. So it's going to be difficult to grab any pickoffs. So yeah, like you're saying, you are kind of dependent on them being the ones to force things, because forcing things as Game of Gladiators is pretty difficult right now. I mean, how can you?
Roshan into the hands of Falcons. They'll take that Aegis. Well, looks like they'll give a hit to Skeeter. Next time around, if they do want to try and make that sort of dive, they'll have more of a chance of getting away with it. And Mione done on Doraggio, so a big step up in the amount of damage output he'll be punching out.
It is a little surprising to see it on the DK since he is a transformation hero, but I think part of the reasoning being that he is sort of their only consistent right-click damage too at the same time. You know, Primal Beast and Doom kind of have their thing they do, and then you're just like chilling on your cooldowns.
And so now for Quinn with the Bloodstone done on him, do you think this will be enough that kind of between that spell lifesteal and the run buff, he's actually going to be pretty hard to kill in the team fights?
It looked like it last fight, didn't it? Like, he did sustain for a pretty long time. He doesn't have a whole lot to add on top of it, though. I mean, he has, I guess, the Glimmer and the Mech, maybe. Might be enough, because it's all about, like, stacking a lot of these, like, oh, you have heals coming from your allies, and you have these reductions and resistances, and then the Bloodstone spell lifesteal's coming in, and eventually, like, break this threshold where the damage that your enemy is expecting to kill you isn't even coming close. That's nothing we want, but oh, there's also a Doom, you know.
He steps up, he gets caught.
He doesn't even need it.
He's out for 60, spent up for the Bloodstone. No money for buyback.
That hurts. And I mean, part of that, yeah, like it all comes back to the Doom too, because obviously that's kind of Doom's whole jam now. Is that if we just Doom this Kunkka, even if he like let's say gets off the Torn Storm or something, he's still in for a world of pain.
Gladiators, they're taking a bit of a risk here. They're going to go for a smoke move with just the 4 of them. See if they catch anyone on Falcons, split apart from the rest of the squad. At the moment, not looking like it. Maybe they run into Amar, but he is not an easy target. They're going to try. See if they can kill off the Doom. There's the jump, but at the same time, Amar, he was actually making the jump over to Celery, which works in his favor because it gets him away from the initiation of Duraccio. And Amar, he's out of there.
I like how his BKB didn't even last till the end of that TP, but they still abandoned it anyway. Just let him go. They don't get the kill pretty quick to me. Pretty damn hard here as Falcons just lying in wait here at the 35 minute. What? Oh, okay, bottle. I missed the bottle part. I just saw the 0 XP for a second. I was like, wait, hold on. There we go. 1400 XP for Valorine. Well, 21.
Bit more careful about how they push for the next attempt at a siege. They've got a refresher done on Amar. He's already been fantastic with the Doom usage. Now he's going to have a couple of them to drop down in these fights.
Say it's just about time to go here. If you're Falcons, you know, only what, minute 44 left on this Aegis. Time to head to the high ground, I reckon.
I mean, and this is going to be pretty rough as well, because I guess now with the luxury of the 2 Dooms, Amar, he can throw one of them down on Quinn, and suddenly that whole Bloodstone stuff is going to be pretty useless.
Yep.
Tofu is going to get gone on here by Malorine. I'll step back up to the high ground. Celery drops the Tombstone. Malorine's able to pop BKB, and now with the jump in from Amar, he's going to drop the first Doom down onto Duraccio. On to the second one, he's got the BKB charge. Continues to stand on top of the Alchemist. They've turned towards Celery. There's the refresher. He's ready for round 2. Round 2's going to get dropped down onto Ace. Doom the Spider, Ace and Quinn to fall. Whilst Falcons, they lose nobody. And they're still in pretty darn good shape as well. Everybody pretty much above half HP at the minimum.
Yeah, and no Doom even required there on Quinn. They just go with the Dragon Tail into the arrow. Gets chain stun for a lifetime and takes 5,000 damage from a Dragon Knight pretty much. So, yeah, it was 2,000, but you know. Big damage, easy fight. And yes, they have lasted longer, but I don't know if the hope has gotten any larger. It's been, oh, maybe Dota Plus is just broken, I guess, because it says it was 0% this whole time.
Wait, they said it the whole time? That's a bit rough. That's 0%.
They saw game 1 and we're just like, eh.
They saw that they got the same 4 heroes on Falcons. They're like, okay, well, you didn't beat them once, you're not doing it this time.
We did this one already. It's, yeah. A little rerun.
Fortification here. They'll have the full team back up in 10. With the illusions out onto the racks. Falcons, they'll still get the job done here on this bottom lane.
Game Gladiators, they're looking for solutions. Duraccio is going for the Basher, thinking, I'll get the Abyssal, then we can do something, you know? Try and turn around these fights. Sudden Bash and Abyssal onto someone. Maybe that's what I need. Skeeter's BKB gold is ready now, and he will opt for it.
Smoke time for the Gladiators. Can they get
Couple of runes here.
Quinn. A little bit far from the team now, so not likely to be able to find a setup. They're getting close to one another once again. I mean, this is scary territory here for Gladiators. That smoke not succeeding. Probably want to fall back to their high ground. They're going to know that Falcons will be beginning to close in upon them. Trying to do his best here with the Spider's Ace to just get as much information as he can, splitting them across the map.
I love the free movement of this dragon. I think it's like my favorite part of the Agnums. It's so good for doing exactly this. Just like encircling around the base, ensuring, you know, check the tree lines, make sure there's no one sneaky over there.
They're going to try and jump
illusions.
in. Drash is going to go in the jumper. Amaz there straight in response, drops down the Doom. He's ready with a second one as well as they chase them up to the base, up to the high ground, crits him with a lasso, drags back Ace. As Duraccio's caught by the Dragon Tail stun, Tofu's in with the blast off, Mosquito's in with the BKB on top of Duraccio. The Alchemist is out. The same to be said. Oh no, Ace actually survives on minimal HP there. I think the Kunka's run buff keeping him safe. So Ace will live, but they've lost Duraccio. He's gone for a minute, and again, Falcons, they lose nothing.
Yeah, he is not coming back there with the Revenant's Brooch purchased up. Noble attempt there.
I mean, trying to, I guess, sort of go for something that's going to allow him to do some sort of damage to the DK.
Yeah, focus more like single target as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Lasso's back up. It's go time. Crit's ready to dive.
It certainly is, and there it is. Crit's in. Grabs Ace. Ace. He's going to get a bit of time to hit back, but that's not enough time. He's out. Quinn gets grabbed by Malorine. Still no buyback available on Duraccio or Ace. Quinn completely surrounded in attempt
nice
from the blast
Yule.
off there from Tofu, but he's put to a stop by the Yules. Quinn, he has got buyback. He'll use it immediately. Duraccio's going to be back in 5 seconds. But the top racks are exposed. I'll say Falcons want to play this. They'll use the Moonlight Shadow. Mosquitoes continue with the push. Torrent connection onto Malorine. Skeeter, he's actually going to jump in over towards Celery, and he'll find him with the Dragon Tail. Malorine jumps in. The Doom's back up. As Duraccio's out again. There's a buyback available on Celery, but none on the cause. As GG, it's cool. Game 2 goes to Falcons. They'll take both games this series. Gladiators giving a bit of a better fight in this game too, but not by much, Trent. This was a pretty convincing series win here for Falcons.
No, they're stretching out after, you know. They haven't even woken up yet on Falcons, it looks like. Okay, well, a little warm up there, good.
Yeah, that was
expressions pretty much as game 1, really.
Yeah, well, I think quite a comfortable victory for them in that one. If anything, I think, you know, maybe Snaking and Crit there were ready to talk to the others a bit about that dive at the tier 2 top, because that was pretty much the one moment that was like, oh, that's not very Team Falcon-y, because everything else was as clean as ever from them today.
Oh, they got to keep their personality, you know. They've got this bit of an edge to them, so I'd like to see it.
I think it was this moment, right? But this was the one moment that was like, oh, okay.
I think that was later, isn't it?
No, I think it was here. It was here.
Oh yeah, you're right. He charges back in. Yeah.
No, Skeeter and Malorine. Yeah, Malorine's doing his best to bail out Skeeter, but this was the one team fight that looks good for Gaming Gladiators. Every other minute of this series, it was rough for them. Falcons, it was just a pure highlight reel from play to play, move to move that they made. And Gladiators, they came in today. They obviously had prepared something a bit different, at least in game 1. They tried with the Underlord. Here in the game 2, they go for something a little less crazy. It doesn't really work out much better. as Team Falcons just continue to prove that they've really got their number, and that Falcons, they really are the new hot team to beat right now. And a lot of teams, they're struggling to do that.
I feel like a phrase that we used to talk about a lot, it went away for a while, largely because of the DPC, and that was the honeymoon phase. That was something we used to talk about all the time with teams, because teams used to shift around a lot more. We used to have these like collapsing teams, and these teams would just like come back to like one team breaks up, another team suddenly forms. They look really good for a couple weeks, and then it breaks up, another one forms. We call it the honeymoon phase. They look really good at first. It kind of feels like that a little bit in the sense of just like, how are they so good so fast? Like, it just feels like they're all clicking and stuff. And if they can keep this up, it's truly incredible. A lot of that credit too. I definitely got to say Mallory, like the way that he played and carries out of that mid lane was amazing both these games.
Oh, it's great stuff indeed to see from Team Falcons, keeping the wins coming in here in this group stage with these 2 victories against Gaming Gladiators. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to cut to a short break, but we will be back with a winner's interview with one of the players from Team Falcons. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 22. We're just getting ourselves ready for an interview to close up this series after what was a very impressive series, Trent. I mean, Team Falcons, this team, they can't stop getting better and better, it seems, with each and every performance. It definitely feels like this, as I said in the cast just now, it's the new hot team to beat.
Sure is. Everyone's watching them. Everyone's seeing, like, how are they doing it? But they're a hard team to copy, I gotta say. And I think that comes down to a couple of their players and just how they perform in these games.
Yeah, well, we are going to have the luxury and pleasure of getting to speak to one of the players. I believe we have got Malreen here in the room with us. Welcome, Malreen, and congratulations on a fantastic 2 games there against Gaming Gladiators. I mean, I've got to ask, when it comes to the matchup between you guys and Gladiators, it really seems like you've got their number. Back in Dacia, you guys 2-0'd them. You 2-0'd them again here. Is there a lot of preparation that was gone into specifically this kind of matchup against Gladiators? Or do you think just the way that you guys play right now completely counters how Gladiators play Dota?
First of all, hello guys. Hello my friends.
Hey.
I'm feeling good. About the game, I would say like this weekend that we have after Budun Dacia, it obviously was hurt us a bit for our preparations before the games. We didn't even play a lot of scrims. And for Gaming Gladiators, I would say we have not the best start. I would say it's obvious, it's fine, but it could be better if you was watching the games. And at this point, I was preparing for Gladiators, but the main goal of us was to come back in our form like it was in Dacia, at least come back and then grow up more. And at this point, we just we had the talk, we had the replays. We was preparing for ourselves. We was fighting this. Only fight. It was not even Gladiators. It's about us versus us, And we won this fight. We finally make a conclusions. We learn it, and we just was sticking during the game.
Okay, so when you are going through these replays and talking about how you guys have been performing, who's the main voice that's looking over these and talking to you about it, or is it kind of everyone on the team is sort of discussing how you felt the game went or what you thought could have been better?
I mean, usually how it goes, someone might to say something because he has to say something after the game because he was feeling the different way in the game. Maybe he wasn't following the plan or he wasn't understand the plan. So it's usually someone has to say something, but most it's gonna be Curtis, our Aoya, 2000. He always come back from the other perspective, from other view. He came in and saying what's the problem was in the last game and previous series, why we was doing not the great stuff.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And I've got to ask as well, for you yourself, I think I was looking back at some of previous interviews and it seems like you're normally quite harsh on yourself as a player. You don't like to big yourself up. You're I think one of the quote was, as you said, even if you win a TI, you'll still consider yourself garbage. Yeah. Is that still kind of the approach you have? Do you think it's very important to kind of humble yourself so you don't get carried away, even when you have crazy games like this where, both times around you kind of dumpstered Quinn?
I mean, my goal, even not in Dota, it's life. You always have to grow up with everything. If you're gonna find where you can grow up, in social media or some stuff, other stuff like this, and even in Dota, it's even split on the Dota because even with win 3 TIs, who cares? After this, we can lose to I don't know, some random tier 5 team. It's it doesn't care. It's about at this point we was the best team, but in future we might be worse. And for me, yes, I'm gonna call myself garbage because I don't want to have big
big ego
expectations before the game, even before the tournament, we're gonna be in top 3 at least. I don't care. We might lose, we might top 16 or some stuff like that, but it's just I'm not gonna be surprised. I'm gonna be surprised if we're going qualify for top 4, top 5. We're going for the group or stuff and continue. But I doesn't want to have big preparation and expectations on the tournament and series too. So it's very important to have less expectations than you must do hard work. That's how it works.
So now you talk about like not having big expectations, but when you're actually in the game, I get the feeling that you kind of feel like you're the guy because I watch you play. You make some wild, like you're so good, obviously. Like you're talking about not having expectations, but like what were the comms like when you killed Dyrachyo by his base when he tried to turn and kill you with that like stun? Like were you just kind of losing it there?
I mean, it's just about confidence. Like I see he's making a mistake, and I'm using this. Like why he's doing this? He's just trying to meme at me, but I'm literally miming at him.
Well,
it was very good.
Dyrachyo moment, guys.
It was. And that's why we love him, indeed. They always happen. They always happen. And normally they happen in games where they end up winning. This one, of course, they were very far behind and there was no winning that one. Because you guys, you came in, you crushed it today. And we will let you get on because obviously there's still much more Dota 2 for you guys to play in the group stage. But thank you for joining us, Marine, and good luck with the rest of your series.
Thank you guys for inviting.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was, of course, Marine from Team Falcons. Very nice for him to take the moment to talk to us, as always. And yeah, looking forward to see these guys continue to play because the Dota that they're bringing, it's just of that caliber where it's just very satisfying to see, right, Trent? You can imagine that everybody else, they are, this is one of the teams that's hot on the radar right now. You're watching how these guys play, you're watching how they pick, because there's a lot of things to take away.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations too where like sometimes watching a team that's just like stomping everyone, people get kind of frustrated and bored. Kind of like, I know Game Gladiators ones who just got stomped, but like, you think back to like Tundra when they were winning, like, oh, they're so boring. They just wait and do nothing and buy Wraith Pact. And then Game Gladiators winning everything. Oh, I'm so bored of seeing them in the finals of everything. But even when you're watching Falcons, obviously it's still a new phase, so everyone's not sick of them yet. But the way they're winning is just like, they're buying 4 Blink Daggers. They're just like mauling all over each of your players. And they really are just outplaying you hard too. It's not so much a some people might say like, oh, they're abusing OP items. Like these, I don't know if Blink Dagger's an OP item, but these guys are just on top of you, outplaying you, making sweet plays, and it is truly a joy to watch.
It really is. It really is. And we'll see, of course, more of them to come. I believe right now, I don't know if they're necessarily secured in the top half, but they're probably as good as. Their score right now, I believe, something like 7-3. So they're looking to be in a good spot for making it through, of course, to the next group stage, part of the DreamLeague Season 22 tournament. Anyway, as for us, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a short break because we have another series ready to go very shortly. The next one up, it's going to be another big one. It's going to be Secret versus Tundra. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that on your screens in about 15 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 22. I'm ODPixel here with Trent, and we're getting ready for the second series of the day here on this stream. It is
Don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell,
hit that like.
You got YouTube.
Follow the channel right now. We're ready to go. We're pumped up, and understandably so. Secret versus Tundra is going to be the next series of the day that's coming up here. Trent, talk to me a bit about these teams and what we've seen from them so far here in DreamLeague Season 22.
Well, I mean, Tundra obviously is a bit of the talk of the town right now, as that's surely most people are tuning in for that. They're wondering who we're gonna get today. Currently, I'll let y'all know we got Lays in the lobby. So I understand they played with Kasane yesterday. I was just informed. I missed that one. We had the Lays game. We were casting that before, so they're just grabbing who they can right now. Try and play through this, and then Team Secret. That I think there's obviously still a large bastion of Team Secret fans in the world, and they still have some questions about some of these players. Particularly, I think Eki is one who I'm really looking forward to watching a little bit more here, as he's done some NA Dota. He played a little bit on TSM, and now here he is as well here. So it's he's only been on since January. Jeez, it feels time flies, in the world of Dota 2, guys.
Yeah, it does, it does indeed. We'll see. For the performance so far, both teams, they're 3-5. Secret, they were able to take games from Spirit, Extreme Gaming, and 1 win. And Tundra, they were able to take a game from Spirit as well, and then Shopify and Aurora. So, very similar spot of the board, and it very much is that spot of the board you don't want to be in. You're in the middle. Both teams, getting a 1 win and 1 loss here, it's going to still leave you in this rough spot. So they're both going to be desperate to get the clean 2-0 here. You want to be walking away with 2 points today. Otherwise, it's going to be a rough group stage.
Yeah, you can very easily wind up in the bottom half here. There's no doubt about it for either of these teams. So 1-1, like you said, it doesn't even feel that great. At least you're getting another point. But we're going for the W's here. And, in our last series, I feel like Crit was a pretty big part of that in the position 4 role. So I kind of, heading in this one, I was thinking, what are we going to see here? Like, I think 9 class has been super impressive on the side of Tundra. And then Eki, of course, is, I'm still looking to see it. I haven't had a chance to cast him yet.
Here we go, Tundra. Indeed, their lineup ready to go. I'm on top some pure 9 class with Lays here today. In terms of their performance with Lays the other day, they had the 1 win. We saw him play the Centaur. Looked pretty good. But at the end of the second game, he was on the Viper, and I was definitely a bit rougher. So I would imagine, at least I would not expect to see the Viper offlane necessarily getting picked. I think it's just one of those heroes that can really fall off if you don't have a good start. A bit harder to execute. Getting someone like the Centaur first in, it's going to feel way better.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Whose shadow do you think that is? The blank one. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. I tried to get there. I think it was Ace, but,
Who's that
can we bring it
player?
back? Yeah. Who is that? Whose shadow do you think that is?
No, I know who that is.
Who's it?
I could say a pretty good comment. I reckon that's Crit.
That was my second guess. You think?
You know what I mean? It's got kind of,
he got the
Crit kind of has the position where he has that head, like he
the hair,
his head at a little bit of an angle. I reckon that's a Crit shadow.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
Thank you for that.
No
we can carry on with the program.
We'll find out after the break who's that Dota player. There we go. And until players you wanted to point out, we're looking at a 9 class here from Tundra.
It's again, we talked about him a little bit before in the last matchup, but I feel like he's just been really impressive so far. I think supports have a huge part in this meta. I think when the map first changed, it wasn't, I felt like we went super greedy on the cores. We were like, what cores can farm everything on this map? And Alchemist every game, Naga Siren, Terrorblade every single game. They're trying to vacuum up all the gold into this one unit. But I feel like as we've progressed more and more and further with this giant map, now the supports are trying to take advantage of that. And a few things have also helped with mana regen and stuff to make lives a little bit easier for them. And so you need to greed it out as your support players, but then you got to make stuff happen. And I think that Bat Rider from Crit is kind of the perfect example of what we're looking for right now. So I want to see some of that stuff here from 9 class and Eki.
Okay. Well, we will see if we do get to see that. And if we get a close game, because as the scores go, it does lean to believe that this should be a close series, at least closer than the last one. If you guys and girls were with us for the previous series, that one was a bit of a one-sided stomp. Was it
supposed to be Owen?
Was it supposed? It probably was supposed to.
Game of Gladiators. I thought we were gonna get. I thought this was the revenge tour.
Apparently not, at least not yet. It's going to take some warming up for them, maybe not from the group stage, you know. We've got to see if they can at least get through the group stage, which they may not. You know, with those 2 losses, it could be kind of tough for them staying in the top half of the group. But if they do get through, we've seen in the past, sometimes they have a bit of a shaky group stage, but then it's back to business for them during the playoffs, and we see kind of the land level Gaming Gladiators show itself. Anyway, we're probably going to speed things up because the draft has begun. So I think we'll be able to jump into that, and we can have a look at what's going to be going down here between Tundra and Team Secret.
And some early removals here. No Crystal Maiden going to be happening here. I'm sure probably both these teams looking for that one. You know what Whitemon has been up to? Whenever I think of Whitemon, I always think of Disruptor. He used to play a mean Disruptor back in the day. It's still his most played hero, actually, in pro matches, which is pretty unusual unless you're from Eastern Europe and playing between the years of like 2016 to 2020, when it felt like they were absolutely obsessed with Disruptor. But he's always been really big on the hero. But this tournament, it's been Elder Titan. He's already played 3 games so far on the ET. And I've seen a couple other teams picking the hero up as well. Do you have any thoughts on ET? You seen a little bit of ET lately, Owen?
Yeah, I think this hero is pretty insane. I think it's really, really good. Obviously, there's certain drafts where it massively pops off. You know, you're against a bunch of melee heroes. You're always getting the easy buff up with the spirit. But I don't think it takes much to make it a good ET game. I think the hero is pretty powerful right now. So I'd like to see some. And I think if we do, it could pop off. So far, though, nothing crazy with the bans and picks, right? Just get the standard bans, and then Mars gets let through, so it gets taken. DK is in, though. So what's going to be going on with that, Trent?
I mean, that's the other one. I mean, it's Tundra. They don't have... Maybe they haven't had the option? No, they've had the option. They've typically banned the DK themselves in quite a few of these drafts by the look of it. So I'm not sure. They actually haven't played it yet this round, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, they will immediately grab it. Maybe just thinking themselves, we're either getting Mars or DK, and they were kind of okay with giving up like they did versus Shopify. They kind of just like let it go first pick. That being said, they lost that game. So yeah, they'll snag it up for themselves. And now, again, we talk a lot about like Falcons and their whole drafting style and why it's so powerful for them. I don't know how easy that is to emulate on other teams where you can get this seemingly powerful hero in all 3 lanes. And that's what really gives them a lot of potency with it. So are they willing to run this as the one DK, I guess is the question. Because when they've had first pick, they've often banned out the DK. So to me, that says they don't want to run it 1. Because I think the teams that pick it first overall are ones that are willing to like mega flex it.
Well, see, now looking back at the bans, I mean, obviously regards to the DK pick, probably not any heroes that you don't want to play that into. You don't really care with that, but it's about protecting those upcoming picks. And they will take out the Slark and actually go for the early Shadow Demon. Pick this game.
Okay, done this one versus Aurora. They went Centaur into an earlier Shadow Demon as well. A couple teams like this hero. We often see it banned. We've had it banned in the first phase a few times, and or throughout just like right after the initial picks as well, because it just kind of shuts down certain hero picks. Like you really don't want to play any split Dispel. It's super useful against so many heroes, and well, there you go. The most banned heroes all accounted for, as you can see in this draft right now. 2 Chen picks in 69 games. Nice.
We're seeing a lot of Mirana. Very, very popular right now. Really rising up in popularity.
10 seconds remaining.
Puppy has picked it up too, so more and more players willing to play it on that 5 role. Puppy, of course, historically someone who has really tried to greed it out on the 5. He's had some pretty comical builds, like playing his 5 puck for a while was really good. Just like cutting waves, farming it up when it was appropriate. So he is someone who has been doing that sort of playstyle for a long time and is always looking to take advantage of more space on the map. So in theory, the larger map and this sort of a meta should be really good for a player like him, because he's also still shown that he's definitely got the chops still in terms of individual skill.
We'll see if they get some solid setup for that Mirana arrow. Where it is the spear, of course, can be not a bad way of starting the plays, but it feels really nice to have something that's even more reliable. Not necessarily reliable, but it's the hero I wanted to see. We are going to get that Elder Titan come in here today.
All right, back again.
A very good team fight already between the Mars and the ET. A lot of
Not
AoE
necessarily for
control.
the team we expected, though.
No, yeah, I guess, yeah. More so for Tundra, but... Yeah, let's see what Secret can do with it.
Let's see, have they picked it up yet this tournament? They have not. Okay. So that, I mean, presumably that's going to be Puppy, I would think. Not really expecting
Puppy
the 4
back in the day used to be a thing for sure. I mean, the obvious real hope is that we get some carry ET.
Of course.
That obviously takes some very certain circumstances, but in the right ones, it can be very good. Tundra, they'll get the Lion.
There are some downsides, too, to this ET versus DK. Because on the one hand, you're like, oh, good, I have something that amplifies damage versus Dragonite, who's really tanky. But on the other hand, of course, Dragonite's armor negates completely this idea of the ET. Like the ET reduction in the base armor and everything versus these Agi heroes, really strong. Some heroes goes from having 40 armor to 0. DK just unaffected by that. He's still going to have the big beefy armor. I don't know if that makes it worth trying to run the one. They'll just go for the different armor hero. Again, strength heroes generally very good versus ET because they don't rely on the Agi and the armor and all that stuff. And Sven even better. Help the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I wanted to see ET, I do feel with the picks, this is, as you were touching upon, Tundra, I don't think they care too much about the ET. They've got it doesn't on paper look like the best ET game. In fact, far from it. It's not easy for the ET. Secret, they'll get the puck, so continue to sort of just capitalize on this very strong team fight they have, between the Arena, the Dream Coil, the Stomps, and the Earth Splitters. And obviously just the Moonlight Shadow to set up that sort of team movement and get in position to lay down this combo. They have got great team fight. It is just going to be a question if there's the damage to actually get the kills. And as you mentioned, with the fact that Tundra have 2 cores that kind of work rather nicely against the way that ET reduces your armor and kind of makes you more vulnerable, Secret might struggle to kill people in their ults.
Yeah, I mean, they've now picked 3 of the 5 heroes that Team Spirit defeated them in their last game.
Okay.
I don't think they'll grab the Wind Ranger that Team Spirit also used, since there is a Shadow Demon, and I don't know if you want to go 1 Wind Ranger into such a good Dispel, but if they feel like Team Spirit really smacked them around, maybe they'll opt for it. I'm not a huge fan of their lineup though overall, I gotta say. It does feel like the heroes themselves are pretty good for Secret, but I don't see like they're picking Puck into DK, Their Sven as well has the Ags. You can actually still escape from the Dream Coil. You would think that because it's like a movement thing, you would get locked down, but I've seen games where it's actually really useful to have the Ags for the Sven to just escape into the Dream Coil like it never happened and just keep on fighting.
Yeah.
Because the leash property doesn't stop you.
It feels, honestly, and I feel like this is something we've seen from drafts from Puppy and Secret before in the past, where they have an idea and they go with it and they don't care what the enemy's going to be doing with their draft. I feel like,
Exactly.
Secret's draft, it works, but then when you look at what it's against, it doesn't feel like it's a draft that's necessarily respecting or considering what Tundra's picked up themselves this game. It looks like Secret turning up with a strat that they prepared and they were like, we're going to play this lineup, whatever happens.
Yeah, and there's ups and downs to that for sure. I mean, there's some ideas of just like, yeah, this is a very well-rounded lineup and it can win the game, but it does feel like you're not doing yourself any favors because you're not creating counterpick opportunities in a lot of ways, and you're kind of putting yourselves into relatively weird situations. Like, I'm surprised they even banned the Void Spirit. That's how concerned they are for this Puck. And then they go for the TB. Okay, I mean, the final pick now for Tundra. What are we gonna? Are they gonna put the DK mid? I imagine you keep the DK mid because he's gonna be fine against the Puck. And then wouldn't this be a nice game for a cheeky Darkseer pick? It would be an extremely good game for a cheeky. The only downside is that you have the a range support who you can't really abuse.
Okay. So they get something that can get in there more. I mean, who's taking the mid? Who's taking the off? The Beast or the DK?
I think probably
it's just gonna be the Beast off lane. Yeah.
it's hard not to. I mean, DK generally is kind of okay versus TV as well, but you might as well just put the Primal Beast in there. Like, go for a hero that's a little bit more known to head into the lane. Yeah, like you got this big magic damage. You just trample all over him.
I don't know.
On the ET, though.
Yes, and then Soraki's going to take the Mirana. I mean, I said, Secret's draft looks cool, but then when I look at the bigger picture and look what they're playing against, I feel like this is not an easy game for Secret. Tundra's team looks pretty unkillable. I don't know if Secret's going to have the numbers to deal with, the numbers when it comes to damage, to deal with Tundra's numbers when it comes to HP this game.
If Corden wins this game, like, put it on your number one highlight reel, like, pinned tweet, resume, yeah, I feel like this is a nothing looking good for me puck game.
Who's he going to kill? Who's he going to burst? How's he going to survive? He's going to get hexed, he's going to get Dragon Tail, he's going to get stunned, he's going to get grabbed by the it feels tough. I think you're really onto something. Secret win this game with this lineup, it is just pure outplay. Like, it's going to be really something to write home about. This does not look easy.
Yeah, this is one of those times where I'm like legit kind of stupefied by the draft, where I'm just like, okay, I'm missing something. Like, what I see is an extremely well-balanced team in a theoretical matchup where I don't know my opponent and I want a draft that can do everything. Team Secrets is pretty good. Downside, I don't see a great leading stun. You're totally dependent on Dream Coil. That being said, Dream Coil's a great leading stun. You just only have it every 75 seconds. After that, like, you got to hit arrows. You got to hit good stomps without any sort of saves being there, but I just go back, I'm like, well, they picked it into this, right? Like, they knew that hero was there, right? Like, the Shadow Demon's there, We're gonna have saves versus setup like this. He's probably gonna get a Force Staff. I mean, he has Dispel. Yeah, I don't know, Owen.
I mean, the plus for them, they are against, 3 melee cores, so these ultimates will hit multiple heroes in the team fights. It's just a question of whether Tundra's going to care about that. Well, let's see. Maybe Secret can get off to something crazy from the laning stage, get off to a good lead. Let's see what they can do in the play.
Yeah, I am ready to be surprised. I welcome it. That would be great.
Now, who knows? Maybe Puppy just completely crushes them all, being the ET against these melee heroes, and he's able to sort of transition into a core himself. Maybe that's the plan here. Puppy's like, I'll carry this one.
Stand back, everybody. Eki. Oh, he takes the lead point. He better live.
And he will. Low HP, though, and indeed having to take the level 1 leap for that. 2 for 2 on the bounties.
Not a great time for a Mirana. It means no arrow securing on like range creep for you. No Starstorm for getting in your face with the trades. This is where you go hunt a courier. Do your best Zing Q impression here. Oh, Poppy getting some nice damage level 1 though versus the Lion. Sin Lion's doing quite well on the early trades in a lot of our games, I feel like, with the Earth Spikes into the right click, so it's good for Poppy to get a bit of damage on there early.
Yeah, let's see how much sort of space he can secure for Crystallis to freely hit the heroes up, hit the creeps up here. Looking at the bottom lane. I mean, which carry's going to have the easier time in lane, do you feel? Is it going to be Pure or Crystallis with the matchups they're in?
I think probably Pure a little bit. I don't see a lot of benefits to Crystallis this time here, but Crystallis is a TB, so he's less dependent on it in some ways. He's obviously the earliest carry that can go to the jungle kind of happily. Oh, but Crystallis might be getting a freebie here. On to Nightclass. He hits the blood grenade, but they don't commit.
They should still have him, right?
Yeah.
Or it's taking him far away from the creeps, though. If they did at least get the pull off before this. One more hit. Verifies there. Oh, no, he needs 2 more hits. No, he doesn't. He just needs the 1 with the spirit on him as well. They'll get first blood. Took quite a bit of a walk all the way over there to get it, and does mean that Laser's able to get the creep wave in quite a favorable position for him. But a first blood's a first blood.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I mean, top of the board now, of course. And they're able to keep that camp blocked as well, so we'll see if they can rebalance things up top. While that was all happening, the chase for the ages here, we have 5 denies mid here for Thompson. Not a big surprise. I mean, this is Puck versus DK. We talk about this all the time. You'll often see a team pick Puck and immediately ban DK, or perhaps only pick the Puck if the DK is already banned. It's a time-old classic counterpick. Throw the whole game with the Dragon Tail, but just in the lane, too. He's so annoying. He's breathing fire at you. He's stunning you for denies sometimes later on. And, of course, you can't really harass him out.
Right, down on the bottom lane. CS pretty even here between Pure and Boom. 14 for 2, 14 for 2. Close start there on that side of things. And yeah, top lane, we are going to see Lays obviously have quite a... Is he going to be able to get that? Not going to quite be able to get the Lotus straight up. Puppy, he'll take that himself. Easy grab.
They're going for the trample up top here.
A little bit. It's a lot of damage. Is it enough? A couple more stomps. He's got him. The final touch there from Lays takes down Crystalis. This is going to be the struggle for the Terrorblade at this point in the lane. Once these levels are here, that combo with the Lion and the Primal Beast, it will do it most times. It will have enough damage to take you out.
Yeah, if there's no stomp there, it's just done. Like, there's not much you can do.
For sure, yeah, Puppy's got to save that to make sure that Crystalis doesn't get taken down in these situations. It's bottom lane. There's a lot of poison stacks on Boom. It's a 5th one. You can get a 6th. Yeah, it's going to be enough to pop him. Get the stacks up. Whitemon will die in return. But Secret losing their offlaner. And Tundra. They've got Pure continuing to free farm on the bottom lane.
Something you see too often anymore. Getting the Shadow Demon poison stack kills. That finds the moment. What a charge up top here from Lays. Right on the Puppy, forcing him back under the tower. Can they capitalize on either of these heroes, though? They're just splitting.
They're going to try and turn for 9 class.
Right.
Crystalis should have this here. Another kill to be picked up here for the TB. So Crystalis, whilst he might not be having the freest of times hitting the creeps, he's getting the kills. A couple of kills already here in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's keeping him even with Pure. He really needs those kills. There's no doubt about that as Puppy trying to get this wave back, but Lay's able to control it up here. How's that mid looking? Yeah, 12 denies. What a pain.
Only so much you can do in this Puck DK matchup. Obviously a matchup that they knew was likely. Didn't mean they were indeed signing themselves up to have a slower start in hitting the 6. The amount of XP that Thompson's going to be able to take away from Gordon.
Oh, is Boom going to live?
Oh, no, he's not. But he misses the spear. Pure's able to dodge him, finish him off with a Storm Hammer.
I mean, I guess if he hits that spear, obviously, he definitely lives. I think he thought Pure was going to be closer than he was, but I think if he had just kept running, he might have survived as well.
Thompson putting on some pressure now in the mid. He's hit the 6, getting a good few hits as well into Gordon. This lane is no more fun now for the Puck. Thompson with full control of this.
Yeah, with his catapult here as well, ensures he gets the last hit. How are they going to play this out here? I mean, this is where you really want this arrow to hit, you know? Snipe that catapult down.
That's a lot of damage being done.
Yeah, nice.
And they still have Whitemon by his side as well, so they can't go onto Thompson. The save will always be there with the disruption. Already half the tower damage here with the first ult. Very good stuff here from Thompson. Exact kind of pressure you hope to be getting off onto that tier 1. 6 minutes in. Next time round, that tower likely to be gone when the ult's back up again.
Whitemon's doing some crazy stuff here. He gets pinged again. It's 7 minutes, so he's like making his way kind of over there. Oh, whoop! They also pinged when he placed that ward as well. I believe they know that it's there. He placed the ward and then took care of the Watcher, so I think we'll see Eki hop on over there and deward that in a moment.
We've got their eyes on
another
mid.
ulti here in 1 second. Gordon.
He's used the orb to try and nuke out the creep wave. He's going to have to jump to it to create some sort of distance.
I think he's dead.
9 class is coming in. He gets the opening stun into the Dragon Tail. They'll take him out. The stomp's there onto the two of them, but not soon enough to stop Corden from going down. Thompson getting involved with the kill and has, of course, still a good duration left with that ult to get back to mid and keep the pressure onto this tier 1 tower.
Wow, killed him through lag. That good.
I mean, that's always that's always how you get him, isn't it? You get the kill, then you pause, you say lag. The Dota 2 classic. Happens a lot.
It's a classic for a reason.
Yeah. We'll see if Secret, are they going to be bringing anyone else in to try and hold this dragon off the tower? I don't think they really can. I mean, who can come over here to stop this?
I mean, Puppey, I guess, has stomped back up in 5. He can probably delay things, but it's 20 seconds of no puck. And again, the damage issue still remains. Boom is 5.5 right now. Yeah. I don't think it's happening. We even have Pure nearby, who is about to hit level 7. I mean, he would not mind running through and throwing a stun. That'd be a very Pure thing to do before running back towards like his triangle or back into his jungle, you know? If you want to try and contest, he'll probably play the game with you. But tower's
Just
already pretty low when it comes to DK.
Another spirit ready to throw out from Puppey in 5 seconds. And this tower, and even Eki, taking heavy damage here. Might want to try to find the angle to get these poison stacks on him. We'll see the TP back in from Corden. He has got 6, and they have the stomp. We'll catch the 2 of them. There's the Dream Coil. But that might be about it. I'm not sure where the arrow went. Did that go into the back of a creep or something?
I'm not sure either.
At the same time,
Ooh, hey.
top lane's where Secret needed to be looking, really, because Laser 9 class, they dive in and find Crystallis.
That's
not
good.
only unable to hold their tier 1 tower up because it's basically going down, they're going to have to consider denying it. The tier 1 tower's going down. They've lost their carry. It's looking a bit rough already here for Secret.
That's just a really solid last pick, to be honest. The Primal Beast, so much early magic damage. If you don't have a dedicated support who will stop this combo, it's over for a TB. He's got 800 health. He's going Midas on the TB. We're in one of those games.
It is. I mean, it is what it is. That's the only way you sort of play yourself out of a start like this. It's not an easy game. It's their only hope. Secret to try and turn this one around is to try and stall it out and allow Crystallis to somehow get the farm on the TB. It's been a rough start, and I think everything to believe it's only going to get rougher. That's Tundra with a great hold of the opening game so far. 3k lead 9 minutes in. Pretty much taking the 2 tier 1 towers. They're onto the tier 1 tower top. There's not going to be any sort of a defense coming in from Secret. So there's early pressure. It's building up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top's even getting the curry there. There we go. There we go. Second tier 1 tower taken out here. Pre-10 minutes by Tundra.
I'm still waiting for that big surprise here, Owen. Because right now, I think everything's going to exactly the kind of plan you would imagine with this draft from Tundra.
They're
really overperforming a little bit, but...
Dream Coil has to be dropped, but a kill's a kill. At the moment for Secret, they'll take what they can get. They take down 9 class. I didn't think it was where you look at these stacks being built up for Tundra. Meanwhile, on the side of Secret's half of the map, they just don't have anything equivalent to that.
And they have a Puck who needs to hunt and needs to get kills. Every Dream Coil, when that thing is ready to go, you got to get something done. Because you drafted yourself into a, 1,400 gold disadvantage versus the opponent mid. Just, it was kind of destined to happen here. And look at the fearless Thompson here. They keep coming up here off this ward. I mean, I thought it was going to get de-warded because it got pinged right away, but they didn't grab it. It's given the confidence to play up here. Pure's already farmed this once. Now it's Thompson. I mean, he's got 1,600 HP.
Sleep into Arrow. Jump forward with the puck. If we get the pre-farm of the 2 of them, he's fine. Maybe Boom can catch him in the arena. He can. Nice. This will kill him off. They needed that. They needed to take down one of the cores. They'll get it. The question is if they'll get out, though, because Tundra, they're coming running for them. The grab's there from Lays on towards Boom. They have the stun control. Moonlight Shadow won't save him. Boom goes down. So they'll get Thompson, but not without a loss themselves, as they'll lose their own offlaner.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, Thompson definitely deserved that.
Yeah, he was getting away with quite a bit. Just stepping up and farming the enemy triangle. Took a lot to take him down, but he does go down.
And, I mean, best part, they use the arena, no Dream Coil required, so when Corden gets healed back up, maybe, could move back out and try and hit a play. Eki also manages to escape after a pretty deep ward here. Takes a long TP, though, but will still escape.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, all about using their ultimates off cooldown, really secret. Dream Coil sets up. They've got to keep looking for action. Try and fight their way back into the game whilst providing space for Crystallis. Got the setup onto Eki. Stun into Hex. He's out of leaps as well. No more leaps to be had, and a finger from 9 class shuts him down. Not proving to be a safe place of the map, even their triangle. We've got Whitemon messing around with them, throwing out the shadow poisons. Space is there for another tower to be taken. 12 minutes in, all tier 1s taken down by Tundra.
That ward gave them so much value. I can't believe it lasted the whole time. Very well played there from Whitemon.
A secret, they have Arena back as well now. So they have the combo once again. Let's see if they do want to try and get active and go out for it at this moment in time. We've got Boom actually going to go for the Yules, try and get that finished before he gets a Blink Dagger Rush done. It's going to be a while until they have that sort of jump setup. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Corden to really start off the fights in the opportune way with the Dream Coil.
The Yules is really nice this game too, though. It's got some other utility, like versus the Primal Beast. It's always nice to have another just like quick toss up in the air, like he's onslaughting through. It's an easy pan over and click. You know, it's like you're flicking in your favorite FPS game or something. Just grab that guy, canceling out a Pulverize too. Plus the very natural setup of just Yules into Spear. So I like the decision here. Unfortunately, one of the problems is that without the Blink Dagger, it does feel like if we just sit back and wait, everything is still going to keep going Tundra's way. I don't think like full patience is just going to win this game for Team Secret. Like sure, they have a Midas TV, but you know, we're fighting against a DK who we've seen the way that this hero scales, and then a Sven at the same time. So it kind of feels like it's almost a 2v1 in the carry department right now in favor of Tundra.
Tundra happy to hit up and split up and hit the creeps right now. They're secret themselves. I mean, they'll at least be happy with the space that Chrysalis is getting, but as you can see on the numbers, at this moment in time, terribly just not able to keep up with the farm that Pure's getting on Sven. 9,200 net worth. Getting that BKB up next after the Echo Saber. He's going to be very ready to fight, whereas Chrysalis on the TB is not going to have any interest of showing up to team fights for quite some time.
It felt like they were maybe hoping to get something onto Lays there, but then that doesn't even work out, so Corden rotates away. I feel like Chrysalis maybe sacrificed a bit of time there too, trying to be present and ready for a potential assist there with the meta. So that they are thinking about these options to try and get back into it. Like they're not just, you know, trying to get away with this game and think like, oh, we can just farm the whole time. I think they recognize they need a couple picks. Just not able to find them. As Whitemon's going to move up here, grab the energy booster for his Arcanes, or sorry, for his Ether Lens rather, and
here's the Moonlight
Shadow.
Lays would be the one that they want.
Yep.
The 9 class, he's not enough. They've got to get at least Lays. Ideally, the two of them. They're going through the portal, but the Dream Coil's there. They'll get the catch, they'll kill off 9 class, and they should surely, with the 5 of them, get Lays as well. Lays indeed will fall. Secret.
Nice.
They get the kills that they hope for. Chrysalis even able to get involved and pick up one of them himself.
And it only costs one of the big AoE spells too, so they could theoretically go for another play with the arena, or at least threaten that, so you can't just map, like farm the whole map super safe. as Tundra. And that was a play that was in the making for a while, because like the way Chrysalis was playing, he wasn't, I wouldn't say farming for maximum efficiency. He really was trying to stick around just to be there for the assist, to make sure that his team was going to win these fights in case something went down. And that is the best way to try and get back into this game. Blink Dagger almost done here for Topson, though. And that's going to provide quite a bit of aggression for themselves inside of Tundra. And there it is.
They knew that Aki was down here, but they don't want to spend any time hunting for the Mirana. Aki's out. See if they do indeed want to smoke up around Topson and go for some sort of blink reveal. Won't be too easy because for the most part, Secret have played quite grouped up. Not too many opportunities being given so far for Tundra to try and find a pick-off. Topson and 9 Class here together. No smoke, though, on the two of them.
No,
Just trying to play around the vision.
Yeah, they're getting a little ward down here. Just thinking, like, maybe Puck's going to come back. They'll casually push the wave out with Whitemon here and see if someone shows up. Hoping they can kind of bait him out right now. Whitemon's playing a little scared, you know. Oh, I'm going to Shadow Poison and walk back. They're not entirely confident where they are. You see they're scanning up top. It's not hitting. Oh, the scan misses. So he goes for the onslaught. The scan just missed.
And the spear missed as well, though, so they don't hit the opening arena spear combo. Laze is fine, and the backup's in. Topson jumps in with the stun over towards Corden. Puppy's forced to drop the Earth Splitter in an attempt to hold them back, but it doesn't end up actually connecting onto anyone. It's just full escape, full retreat now for Secret. They didn't quite hit the combo as they hoped for, and that meant that their chance of a kill gets missed.
They found Pure. Can they do anything? They're trying to do the counter TV across the map, but they quickly realize, oh, there's no hope.
I mean, Pure, he's got BKB and God Strength. Pure's considering going back in on them. I mean, on the mid lane, Puppy, he stepped up, but that ward that they placed and set up earlier, it pays off here. They get the setup onto him. It's not enough damage to burst through Puppy. They'll turn to Chrysalis instead, though. Chrysalis, he can't find anyone asunder. As Chrysalis taken out, and now they can look to dive beyond the tower. They'll still get Puppy. They'll dive for more. Topson's in with a jump stun on the boom. Puppy, he'll buy back. Going forward with the God Strength. They get the stun control onto Pure, holding back the Sven for now. Dream Coil's there, but they're able to wait it off and then walk it off Tundra. No casualties to be had underneath the Dream Coil. And Tundra getting away with a lot there. In onto Chrysalis, and there was nothing for him to find. You know, the BKB was up on Pure. He's the only one in range. There was nothing to sunder, so Chrysalis probably back to the jungle for him.
Back to the jungle again.
Oh, Topson. Oh, he's able to just get the walk up stun onto Eki. He doesn't even need the blink. Just walks up, slaps him with a dragon tail. Eki's dead.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Tundra really getting the momentum here. Pure. Blink Dagger Gold is done. The items just continue to fly out on him. 13,000 net worth, 19 minutes in. Boom. Can he start something here? Pure is not going to get caught by it. The spear on that one, at least not latched onto. The arena's in. Pure, he's got a bit of backup coming into play. 5 seconds, and he's got BKB God Strength. If he's able to live for a few more seconds, he might be able to turn. BKB and God Strength's up. He's ready to throw back with the stun. He's going to hold off, though. He is going to back away. He's going to let Topson take the fall. He's going to be like, thank you, Topson.
This arrow, though?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, but can they capitalize on that? They're trying to get in Eki.
We got to do something.
I mean, it's still a bit scary, because if he BKBs in God Strength, he probably will turn and kill at least the Mirana.
They all went back up. No one else was believing in that arrow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I know, Topson, giving his life there for Pure. I mean, I'd like to imagine that maybe there was a bit of Topson that was like, Pure, why don't you go back in? You got BKB God Strength. Let's fight, bro. And Pure's like, nah, man, I'm good.
He saw that last game.
Tank that one for me.
He saw Malrine, you know, in that last match. He's like, Malrine charges back in there. I'm good. Yeah, still pretty clinical here from Tundra. Not a whole lot of concerns. I mean, got to give some credit to Chrysalis. I mean, he is Terrorblading with the help of that Midas. He's getting the farm out there. Will he ever find that fight? That'll be the question. Eki gonna pop the smoke and leap back.
Okay.
They're all under a ward here.
Good information for Secret, but really not a lot they can do with that. I mean, Pure, his next time already done. He has the Orchid. very close to hitting the level 18. In fact, he's going to get it here. 21 minutes, he's able to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. It's going to be level 18 now on the Sven with BKB, Echo, Orchid. And yeah, this Orchid is going to be great. Did opt for it, of course, instead of getting the blink that he had queued up earlier.
Yeah.
Very fast timing on it. Got strengths up. They take the tower. They'll be able to take the Tormentor as well.
And of course, you know, we saw the potential Yules earlier for the puck, but Cord just realized, like, it's not really going to work out for me this game. I kind of need, we have to fight a little bit, and that means he's very vulnerable at the moment. Much like Eki was.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh.
Completely shattered there by the finger of 9 class, and Pure and Whitemon, they play around with Cord and they kill him off. Now, Corden, I believe, was trying to get around that position to try and contest the enemy Wisdom Rune. Didn't succeed. Whitemon was still able to secure it for himself. It's a 10k lead now for Tundra.
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised.
It did indeed look from the draft that this was going to be a hard one for Secret.
It really did.
Like, how do they kill these heroes, especially now at this point? It was always going to get here. That if Secret didn't somehow have some crazy laning stage, just on paper, Tundra's heroes, they will become unkillable. And the numbers just, they don't check out. You don't have the number, you don't have the damage. Unless you have some incredibly farmed Terrorblade. And Chrysalis, he's trying his best to get that farm. But he is, of course, behind that of Pure's. It's not going to be easy for him to get into a spot where he can turn up and be the damage dealer that Secret require to take down these beefy boys on Tundra.
Yeah, we're going to need the Mjolnir or puck in this one, I think. Wait, we got to get real crazy to find ourselves some damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But for now, it's just damage onto a tower. Pure just lets it rip. And could at least force them back home if they really want to. Seems a little unnecessary, I'm going to be real. Just swing mid, help with this tower.
And continuing to smash these timings. I think it was 12 minutes in, they'd taken all the tier 1s. We're coming up to 23 minutes and they've pretty much taken all the tier 2s. And oh, Boom! I mean, instant BKB reaction there from Pure. Boom tries to jump in with the combo, but Pure pops the BKB. Will turn with the silence, but the Yules is there from Boom to take it off him. Thompson's in. Gets the stun onto Boom. The grabs there on a Chrysalis. Chrysalis, has he got anyone stunned? He has. He'll take the health for Puppey. So Chrysalis at least able to get back up to full HP. They turn over to Wall Stage with the Dream Coil, but they're able to buy time for him with the defensive disruption. Pure's back in on top of Chrysalis. The Hex comes in. They finger into Chrysalis, bursting him low. He's out of the game. Chrysalis down. Puppey also getting chased off to the side. Pure with the double. I mean, do they want to dive the base? Lace, he's thinking about it. He won't go for it. They'll hold back. They'll settle with the two of them. I mean, Secret, they try and take the team fight, but it's just not happening right now against Tundra. A bit all over the place as well with that combo. It was one of Secret's Yules as well. They dream coiled.
It was, yeah.
I think what later they also... Yeah.
Eki was trying to Yules, I believe, into an arrow setup, but at the same time they threw out the Dream Coil, so...
That's rough.
It was a bit unfortunate, and then you just have a single disruption covering like their entire stun durations.
And look at Pure. He's going to go for this. I mean, if he gets the blink silence... Ooh... He's lucky to get away from that Corden. Pure got the Blink Orchid. That would have been a very dead puck. And he still gets the Orchid. He's got Blink in a few seconds, but it won't be before the silence does wear off. So Corden's going to be fine. Secret, they've gone for the...
Still an age kicking around that they haven't bothered with yet.
I think Secret assume that that's maybe being gone for now. They've gone with a smoke with the two of them. But it's very hard to sort of see these two heroes on their own getting kills, unless it is a support. Maybe, you know, they find something like a Lion, they'll kill 9 class. If they want to kill anything more than that, they're always going to have to bring at least 3, probably 4 heroes at this stage, Secret.
Tormentor goes over to Laze there. With the early shard pickup on the Shadow Demon Cleanse. He's able to win the coin flip there, it looks like, versus the Lion. Putting his net worth then above the DK, so there you go.
I mean, 9 class.
Oh, here we go. Oh, perfect time for the rock throw.
I mean, that's a rough one. I mean, Crystallis, I'm pretty sure he knew that Lion was around this area. I guess he just assumed that he'd scared the Lion off because he saw with his illusions that someone was farming the small camp. Yeah, he felt that he scared them off. But the reality of it is, at this stage of the game, I don't think anyone on Tundra is scared of Crystallis. If they see him, they'll absolutely make that play and kill him very easily.
I'm mostly just disappointed Lace didn't do the rock throw. Like, you just got it. Lion setting up for you. That was a free, long bomb rock. Like, he could have been the Mirana, you know? Do his best Mirana impression before onslaughting in there. Just had to do it the easy way, and that's kind of been the story of this whole game here. Is Puppy's getting mana drained up. Thompson doesn't have the blink quite yet. Puppy's got the bongos if he really wants to live, but he's gonna die.
There's the rock throw. There it is. There's the kill stick. Yeah.
Nice.
In come
All
the rocks. Yeah.
Redeem. Thank you, Lace.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Finally, we know what it's for.
They're going for white one. This should be a kill. This is a kill. It should, well, it will be. Takes a bit of work. I mean, he'll get the ult off onto Corden. We're going to see Thompson maybe try and cut him off post illusion. Thompson, he's found him. Oh, not quite. The waning wrist there, just in time to jump away from the Dragon Tail. I should have said that he's still got the Dragon Tail. He wasn't able to actually get it off. So the puck lives. Same can't be said for Boom, though. Another finger, 9 class. Getting a lot of these. Yeah, he's doing nicely on the stacks. 5 finger of death kills with the stack so far on the Lion. Not bad, 27 minutes in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Eki does take advantage of the chaos and grabs a creep wave, but Corden has also come down here.
Time to TP. Eki's out.
And that gem again being used here to de-ward. Laze has caught a lot of wards all over the map from that one, thanks to Whitemon. Oh, Whitemon almost had his blink dagger now.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Grab the wisdom. 16k lead here for Tundra. Building up things very nicely to approach towards that high ground siege. Yeah, blink on Lays. Crystallis has got his next big item done. The Scardy's finished on TB. Still a heavy game for him to carry, though. In the mid, Thompson's got the jump. Eki's gone.
Unfortunately, Finger not back yet for 9 class, so no more stacks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
They're doing the only thing you can do. Just cut as many waves as possible. Puck, obviously one of the best heroes in the game at doing this. 10 more seconds till a TP. We'll be spotted by this ward as well. But it's a heavy commitment to try and get back for the kill. I mean, I'm sure Pure is going to try. Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Ooh. I mean, they might still find him with the... Ooh. No, it's too far, surely. The orb into the blink. I mean, Pure's going to try. I mean, how persistent do they want to be? Ooh. Oh my goodness, how did that go past him? Corden, he's lucky there. The rock, and also just lays his own presence, just passing by the puck only just.
And using the Shivas at the beginning as well. Like, if he had had the Shivas during the charge. We'll scout him out there, but the terrifying item returns for another Dragon Knight game. Another Aghanim Scepter here. So if he wasn't high enough to kill already, add this on top. We got Max to go for the Fiora though, so just do that.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So your Secret can pull together the team fight
Is under attack.
to slow down Tundra here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tier 3 out. Rax as well going down without
Structures are fortified.
anything to be said so far for Secret. They had the fortification.
Are under attack. Radiant's bottom
Still a minute left on this Aegis for Pure. Boom, trying with the jump in. He'll get the Yules off. Arena as well, but it's not going to hit. Not going to hit. It's all on outside of the base. They've caught themselves. Eki Corden jumps in, but Eki's gone. Crystallis is trying to get him with the Metamorphosis, but he gets caught by the silence. Pearson on top of him with the BKB. He'll pop the Manta. Crystallis, he gets burst. He's out, down for 50. And now they're ready to go for more. The Hex is in. Thompson jumps in to follow it up onto Boom with the stun. He'll Ogre Steel Totem his way back towards the fountain. That will save him. He'll live. But the barracks up top, they're gone. Possibly more here. 30 seconds, no carry for Secret.
Dire's middle barracks are under
Thompson teasing around with the idea of maybe diving in for Puppey beyond the tier 4s. You got 9 class as well. He's watching for Corden. He knows that he's playing outside of the base. Jump forward. Tundra just getting all the space in the world to take a second set of racks. So if they want to stick around and push for more, they've still got this out of Dragon form. Looks like they respect the fact that Secret's respawning. They don't want to do anything too crazy. They know that this game at the moment is in a pretty comfortable spot for them. Pure's next item finished up. Satanic's complete.
Oh, buddy.
Ready to go in again.
Oh, all right. Pure catches the arrow.
Catches the spear. He doesn't care. They probably could throw everything at this Sven right now. He's not dying. 8 seconds until BKB's back up. He's ready to jump them. He goes straight in. They'll get him with the Yules. There's a spear into the racks, but that's it. The buyback comes out immediately from Puppey. But the base looking to be in shambles. There is backdoor protection kicking in. They'll get the Yules spear, the arrow combo onto Pure, but the BKB's up.
Oh,
Will get
nice.
disrupted as well. Pure's perfectly fine. He steps up with a stun onto Boom. Boom's out of the game. Him and Eki, no buyback available. Staying to himself for Corden. It's over. GG is called. Tundra will take this game 1 quite convincingly. This was pretty much the 3rd stomp that we've had in a row today on this stream. Rather one-sided games that we're seeing here. But it did really feel, Trent, that this one, as you can see on some of the players' faces from Tundra, I don't think this was much of a surprise really after the draft. I think Tundra, they may have felt that they'd already won it at that point.
I mean, I would tend to agree. I gotta say. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Secret, they took down Team Spirit. Okay? Team Spirit, pretty good team. You guys have been playing some stuff. They took down Extreme. Also an incredible team. They've got some big wins already in this group stage. And that's why I think, at least for me, I find this draft so disappointing, because I can't see the vision. I can't see how you're going to win this game with this draft. It would take a monumental outplay. So, they have good drafts. They've won some tough games. I feel like this one just got away from them a little bit.
Yeah, maybe if anything, down to the fact that they got those wins that you mentioned the other day. Maybe they just felt that they were at a point where they could get away with just kind of turning up with a strat that they've rehearsed, regardless of what was coming out on the enemy team. But as we saw, it really wasn't the case. Tundra making this one look rather easy, as they will be able to take this game 1. We'll see if Secret can step it up in game 2 and bring us some of the flair that they were showing off in the previous series on the previous days, or if perhaps today is just going to be Tundra's day, because this game 1 was smooth as ever, very little mistakes. They closed this game 1 up. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back soon for game 2, Tundra versus Secret. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 22 Group Stage. I'm ODPixel here with Trent, and we are getting ready for our second game of this second series of the day here on the Ember stream. Of course, we're watching
Listen up, everyone.
Versus Secret.
Yeah,
Trent, we've had a lot of stomps today, and that game one was no exception. It was a very convincing win from Tundra.
I think as the viewers, we're probably just not like warmed up enough. I think these games haven't really like put the juice in our veins. I feel like everyone, you guys stand up, shake it out a little bit. You guys, you've been sitting there watching some Dota. We gotta inspire here, all right? Get your bones moving a little bit. Make sure you're hydrated. I think surely after these last 3 games, this is the one, Owen, that's really gonna be some Dota.
I think so. And I think there's every reason to believe that it can be because, as we saw yesterday, Secret, they were getting some good wins. This game, it felt like they kind of just sort of shot themselves in the foot a little bit with the draft. So if we see a more solid draft from them, which we know they can absolutely do, we should have a closer game on our hands here. I don't imagine they're going to get outdrafted and outclassed 2 times in a row in this matchup. But who knows? I've seen crazier things. We'll see.
Well, I would hope that we'll find something here. Well, let's see. What was the key to their success so far? I mean, they've won with some pretty nice heroes. I see Chrysalis Nagasaki. Okay, that's pretty good. Couldn't get it last game, though. I had to grab the TB instead. They've won with an anti-mage, a Morphling. Okay. I'm thinking these like big... Because I think the idea of that game was like, Chrysalis, let's see what you got, bud. And it was a lot of pressure to put it on him. There's no doubt. And I think Terrorblade is a hero that, obviously in some games you can make that work, but if your other 2 heroes just have no game at all, pretty low chance that's going to succeed. Maybe the mid matchups where we should look, perhaps, to not worry so much about what carry Chrysalis has. We got to make sure that your mid player's got a game, because poor Corden had nothing doing in that one. I mean, you got no hope in that matchup.
No, never going to be easy. Puck versus DK, and of course, get in that matchup playing against the DK by Thompson, Thompson crushing it from the lane. Always, as much as a win is nice for Tundra, you can only imagine that Thompson probably gets a little bit bored when he's playing the DK. When you consider all the crazy heroes Thompson gets to play, DK is not the most fun of them all. So we'll see if they're able to settle again for an easy hero, for potentially an easy win like the DK for mid Topson, or if Topson gets to show off a bit more of his Topson flair in this game, which I think it will be likely, because I think the DK is either not going to get through, or it's going to be going the way of Secret. If Secret have the chance to pick it first. Because that last game, you've got to remember, they did opt to get the Mars first and leave the DK in for Tundra to pick. Which, at the end of it all, it just didn't feel great, because Boom, he didn't have the best of games on the Mars, right? There were combos being missed quite a lot of times there, Trent.
Yeah, not able to secure those. And part of that also with the setup that's there, that there wasn't really anything easy for him to play with. Like Puck kind of had the only guaranteed start to a fight there with the Dream Coil, and again, that's just gonna give you a bit of a hard time. So maybe we can look towards the support duo. I mean, I think we've already discussed it just throughout the whole draft, frankly. Let's focus a little bit more here in terms of like what our opponents have and then what we have, and see how those two things interact with each other. I'm going to call that a key part of the drafting stage, and I think we're going to do that a little bit better this time. That's what I'm hoping from Team Secret.
I think so. You'd hope so for a closer game. And I think because maybe indeed, it's first game of the series, they come in and Puppy's like, we're going to pick this. We don't care what we're playing against. We're going to do great. And then maybe a bit of a wake-up call, that first game result. So now on this one, they'll come back with a bit more care during the draft and indeed try and get some better counter picks to what the enemy's picking up. Now we'll see, because the draft has begun, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be able to get that up on your screens right now as we head into Game 2 of Secret versus Tundra. Let's see how those bans change and what goes on with the Mars and the DK in particular in this first phase of banning and picking.
Oh, no
There's
Mars.
the Mars ban. Secret, they ban out themselves.
Okay. So perhaps it's the power of the Lays Mars, Maybe that's what they just don't want to deal with. I don't know. Snagging it for themselves instead last time. We'll have to see.
Radiant team ban.
Good targeting here from Tundra, that Bat Rider. I think, we did highlight Eki in 9 class at the start. I think not a lot of opportunities last game for Puppy or Eki really to get things moving, and Bat Rider is one of those heroes that is very, very good at that still right now, even with some of the nerfs to the support Bat, and still in that like top 5 most picked, most banned heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see, if we were to take a look at the most successful heroes so far here at DreamLeague overall, if we go just cover like who's just crushing the game here. Lashrak is 17 games. He's only sitting like a 50% win rate or so. Okay, here we go. Wow. Okay, maybe I see why they went for the Puck anyway, guys. Puck right now, 21 picks, 80% win rate.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, that's pretty crazy.
That's very, very high.
But that of course does make it all the more painful when you do lose with it, because you're like,
exactly.
We just lost with an 80% win rate hero.
Yeah, I wish I didn't bring that up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the first loss in a while for that hero.
Oh no. Well, here we go. Timber is going to be the one that gets through the opening phase bans this time.
All right. Okay, grab the Razor. With 10th pick. All right, very Falcons-esque. This is something that we like to see. This is a hero that if you've got the power to flex it. Now, keep in mind, Chrysalis, of course, famously a Razor fiend,
No, absolutely, yeah. They could do it.
Seeing it on Secret, you're not as fast to immediately guess the pivot, particularly to the 3 or the mid, but hopefully it is still an option for them because you want to keep that available. And no Rubik to be had here. Pretty solid versus the Timbersaw, and then of course augments your draft the rest of the way. You have to always think about those good spell steals, and I think we've seen Eki on that a decent amount as well. I think it's one of his go-tos, so going to be removing that.
That's Secret. See if they want to ban anything else out that Tundra got their hands on last game. See here.
One thing Eki has been playing a lot is that support TB. He played 4 games of it yesterday. in his pubs. And I wonder if that was part of what they were trying to do there. Because everyone's all about it. If you look at the Terrorblade games right now on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, you'll actually see it's almost even. The amount of people that are playing core Terrorblade and support Terrorblade. Everyone is trying to make this build work right now and seeing how powerful it is and utilizing that reflection. So maybe that's something they were trying to work in, and then they just thought like, oh no, it's gonna work just fine here as the core. I'm not sure, but something to keep in mind, I guess, as we progress through this one.
5 seconds remaining.
Secret.
Tundra Esports turn to
I'll go with the clock this time. So very much changing things up after that last game. Completely different draft here.
This is more old school thought, I guess, a little bit in terms of how to draft Razor. Is like if you're playing Razor carry, you pick a 5 melee, and Clockwork has historically, ever since he got the changes to Hookshot where like they lowered the cooldown a lot, he's looking way better as this 5. And I'm always a fan of Clockwork because this idea of he's probably the best 5 at making stuff happen in the early to mid game, like once he hits 6, you know? Like if you have some good damage or a hero that wants to fight, you will get that lockdown and control from a Clockwork. It is being picked up pretty early though, and the core that you see already has some tools versus you, so that's a little disappointing, but I get the lane matchup, I get the setup. Tusk would have been the other option, but maybe just preferring the versatility of the Clockwork when it comes to like, you know, longer initiation and big vision throughout the whole game.
Interesting to see Tundra. They'll go with the Undying. We did see, of course, what Gaming Gladiators tried some Undying earlier today. Not to great success.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Looks like the only Clockwork pick so far was a win, and that was from Heroic, who took it in. They actually ran it as a 4 though.
Yeah, because as you said, well, you imagine it's going to be Puppy.
Yeah.
This game.
I'd be pretty surprised if it was a 4. The Mirana's still in, and there's an Undying Clockwork Cog setup. I mean, it's a pretty solid Mirana game. Having that tool versus like leap into killing Tombstone is always pretty good. Moonlight Shadow the whole game. You could pair it with some sort of arrow setup as well. I don't know if you want to pick an OD this early, but it's something to think about later on. You know, we get real crazy with it if it's a solid OD last pick, maybe. I realized something the other day, Owen. I actually was in my head. I have the wrong OD. Do you know what OD actually stands for at this point in Dota?
I think it's back to Outworld Destroyer.
Oh, he's right. He got it.
Am I right? Yeah.
I thought it was Devourer still.
That was the one before this one, right? Yeah. That was.
I don't even remember the order anymore.
I think that was the last name change from Outworld Devourer to Outworld Destroyer. I think.
It was a little too close to some other IPs. We had to let it go.
Oh, is that what it is, do you think? Is that another
I think
thing?
so. Isn't Devourer or something from some other games and things? From that game, you know, where we got a lot of things from? Much like we lost Windrunner, rest in peace.
Devourer.
And that was Obsidian Destroyer was the other one, right? Was it Obsidian at one point?
A different name. Yeah.
It was Obsidian, right? I'm not crazy. Or was that Dota 1? I don't even remember anymore.
No, Dota 1, I think it was Outhouse Decorator, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's the old name.
Yeah, thank you. I always forget that
Secret.
one.
What do we got here? Enigma, and they'll take the Primal this time. Tundra, they'll look to show that indeed Puck does have such a strong win rate for a reason here, and they'll take it themselves. So let's see what they can do with the Puck.
I mean, right away,
like a pretty good Puck game.
Yeah, I see there's no DK, so that's good. I see Dreamcoil being really powerful in terms of the control here. The stun control isn't incredible here from Secret either. But, you know, at least they got the Primal Beast, someone who's a bit beefier. I like this draft overlay here. As you can see, Stolen Hero took him away. Stolen Puck took it away.
And you imagine that this will be then... Do you think we're getting, the Primal on the off lane and 4 Enigma and they're saving mid to last and it will indeed be Carry Razor? Or do you think this Primal's going to go mid against the Puck?
that's a good question. I guess it'll probably depend on what the carry matchup is, because there's some carry matchups where Primal does quite well, like the Terror Blade. So, you know, they might wait to see what that is, and then... Yeah. Because it is an Undying support, so, you know, sometimes that can be something that, like, really tilts it pretty bad. You might have to go for, like, a ranged offlaner. Like, you might even shift the Razor, right? Like, if there's an Undying, that's one of those situations where Razor sometimes heads into the offlane. As much as Chrysalis loves the hero. I love the bans. I think Morphling, Naga Siren, super solid ones, because Tundra's draft kind of covers a lot right now. You have this really high burst damage from the Timbersaw. You have good control and burst from the Lion. Undying is this like super lane support, so it lets you pick kind of whatever you want on the one and get away with it, as well as just solid tower push early. And then Puck is just the, I'm going to join all of you guys and set up for this big damage. Like combo with my Line into Finger, let Timbersaw get some big chakrams off. They can kind of pick their pacing here. They can pick something that's a little bit slower, or pick something that kind of joins in these engagements too if they wanted to, if like the matchup was good. I feel like Kira's just kind of got his pick here.
What will it be? Someone that doesn't care about, or maybe doesn't fear getting static linked in the middle of a fight?
Tundra Esports turn to pick. Radiant.
They ban the Sniper and they go for the Luna.
Ooh, so a lot of definitely faster timings once again here from Tundra. They are going to be able to group up and go. Their mid-game team fight and pressure will be very high.
They like building the Pike right now too in a lot of matchups, so it doesn't feel so bad versus the Razor. I also feel like Luna, you know, she does definitely have some of these earlier timings, but with the ability on the Shard now, it feels like her kind of that like mid-late transition isn't quite as bad. I feel like her mid-game used to be like a little bit rough sometimes before she got into like powerhouse late game, but now when the Shard comes out, it feels like she's still able to combat a lot of these opponents that maybe could have taken advantage of her before she got like uber farmed, you know? So she, much like the rest of this lineup, is pretty just well balanced at the moment. And they go back for that Leshrac. Okay. So who is Eki playing in this lineup? He is taking the Enigma.
It's going to be Enigma support, yeah.
I was wondering if they might try and do like a core Enigma, depending on the matchups, since there is like this Undying. You could do like the Eki roaming Primal Beast, but we've been missing out on the support Primals. Not very common anymore, and won't be seeing it here.
Okay, wow. Game 2 draft, I think definitely is to be said that it doesn't scream as me to be one-sided as Game 1 looked after the draft phase. I think Secret's got a better shot here.
Way better.
But I think overall I would still favor Tundra's. I think their lineup's just a little easier to execute with when it comes to playing the map, getting the timings, getting the push going. Secret, where... I mean, it's going to be all about whether the supporting cast can keep these cores alive. You know, allow kind of Corden and Chrysalis to just survive and live through the team fights and pump out the damage. Which
and they have the heroes for that. I will say though, like good hook shots. Clockwork's one of the best heroes at doing that. If you go on the Leshrac and the spells are off and you're like you've almost at the point where we're about to kill him, it's like the hook shot comes in the back, cogs a couple people off, and the exact same thing with the onslaught too. So. The potential is there, but it almost feels like it's going to rely on Tundra almost like getting greedy or making a mistake, because they could also just do things like throw the Dream Coil on the Leshrac and start throwing out chakrams and watch him start to like slowly burn down and not hard commit. So I feel like they might just kind of like slow roll the fights a little bit. Secret want you to fully commit and then try and like catch you in there, right? Like, oh, big black hole. Oh, the onslaught through 4 heroes. So as long as you don't fall into their trap and get encircled like you're fighting Hannibal or something, I think they'll be okay.
Let's have a look. Let's see if they can give it a better shot here. They had a rough game 1 Secret. They've had some great games on the previous days. See if you can find it against Tundra, because Tundra's performance very, very impressive in game 1. Not a lot of mistakes being made at all. They knew exactly how to close it up without much of a hiccup. Keeping your eyes on the mid lane to see if Topson on his puck have a much better game than Corden had in his puck in game 1. And yeah, from Corden's side of things, to see if he can get a bit more done on the Lesh as opposed to what he got done, or at least tried to do on the puck in game 1.
Well, it's definitely at least a hero that if you're hitting neutral creeps, you don't feel quite as bad. I don't think it's the same pressure to just be like hunting across the map with all these new updates here and changes. Leshrac is looking like one of the most powerful heroes that we got at the moment. Had the largest win rate increase in Dota 2 pubs, up 5%. Of course, that being said, I think Terrorblade was also like 4% or something, so that wasn't able to help him enough last game.
We'll see the lane setup. Poppy. Do you want to give 9 class a little bit of a chase? No, he won't. He'll head back towards the lane, make sure he's there ready to keep things safe for Chrysalis. Which,
Poppy and High Class are just high-fiving.
Just teasing around with him. Poppy's happy to probably tank a few stuns here. Just keep 9 class away from the lane and allow it to play out as a 1v1 because, of course, Chrysalis on the Razor against the Timber early on. Easy static link damage. So not bad to stay as a 1v1. So Chrysalis will hope the Puppy just continues to do this. Keep 9 class busy.
Pretty good trade for you, I would say, is the Clockwork.
Yeah, gives a very nice first wave or 2 here for Chrysalis.
Got him again, though. He's actually low on mana here for a couple more seconds, but too close to the tower for Puppy to capitalize on. Meanwhile, up top here, as we see Pure and Whitemon battling out with the Eidolons here. And Eki using them to help control over this camp. Trying to let it spawn here. See if he'll be successful. Whitemon still has another sentry, so kind of hard to win that battle. And yeah, immediately blocked out and deboarded.
Is this, do you feel a lane that there will be the chance for Boom at a point to go aggressive and like kind of get kills, or does that not really happen against this Undying Luna?
I think level 3 you have the opportunity, but of course you do have the Lucent Beam, right? So that is one tool that we've seen quite a bit versus this hero. Trying to interrupt something like the trample, because you have to commit, obviously. But if you have the Malefice, right, so the Lucent Beam isn't enough at that point. And they're going to drop the Tombstone. Onslaught through.
And we'll push them back. Won't get a kill here. Aki and Boom, fine.
Can they get the bounty on it, though? It's a lot of gold, but no, it's too risky. Next creep wave's coming.
Bottom lane.
They're both ranged.
Puppy is trying to step up to set up for a kill, and he'll do it. They'll get the first blood secret. Sure, they'll lose Puppy, but he got exactly what he hoped to get done. Sets up for first blood for Chrysalis.
Yeah, that's huge. Exactly what Chrysalis needs in a game like this. Razor's certainly still more of a like anti-carry or a semi-carry in a lot of ways, where it feels like you're just trying to like slow down the opponent and not necessarily be this humongous beast yourself. So this big gold early is really helpful here as Puppy puts down some protective cogs here just in case as he hands the tango over there. Chrysalis back up top, fighting over the Lotus Pool. Boom gets it.
Getting a lot of damage out as well onto the two of them there. Whitemon and Pure taking quite the hit.
Hands to yourself.
Of course, we've been looking at these side lanes. The mid lane so far, what have we got? 19 for 3 on Corden, 15 for 2 on Thompson. So Corden off to a slight lead for now. Definitely a much better laning stage across the board here for Secret compared to what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, he's not just getting denied constantly.
Top lane. They're going to get in onto Pure. This time he is able to turn with the Lucent Beam, and that's going to keep him alive. They can actually chase out Boom a little bit. They won't kill him, but it will mean that Pure survives.
A tithe to the impurities.
Can he get him on the next one, though, with 0 wand charges?
I think he can get the Malefice.
Back up here.
Yeah, Malefice into Onslaught might do it.
Is he dead?
They're going to try. I'll get in, and indeed he is.
So
I think Pure underestimating maybe just the cooldowns, the fact that Secret would have that good to go again.
I mean, you can see how close it is to going the other way as well, right? Like when the decay starts stacking in, it can get kind of risky for the Primal Beast. So Pure recognizing, like, you know, I need my regen. Might as well try and go for it. It's not first blood, but would prefer to get the kill first. That's very certain.
Boom. He might get another one here. He's onslaughted forward on towards Whitemon, and he will. Secret. A couple of kills now for them on this top duo.
And this is a duo that could really snowball too. You get the Eidolons out because you're so busy like trying to stop this Primal Beast from stomping all over you. Suddenly all the Eidolons are gathered, so now they're pressuring the wave. They're getting all the denies. So not only are you losing kills, but you're losing out on gold and farm. He can also just take the Eidolons and like focus deny to pull the wave back. And now if you give him space, he's even farming your small camps. So all the little mistakes get multiplied here when you're dealing with an Enigma duo. Meanwhile, Whitemon has gone mid here. Trying to figure out his purpose in life.
I mean, maybe once the 6 is hit on Topson, they can try. He's just a couple of creeps away from it.
Oh, so it's a long wait, it feels like at this point. Oh, here we go.
He's hit the 6. I mean, Corden stepping up a lot, and there it is. There's the Dream Coil. They'll get the Tombstone down, and 9 class, he's got the reach with the stun. Lands it onto Corden, they'll get the kill. Takes the 2 supports coming in to back Topson up, but it's a job well done.
They really made that worth it, and now the 6-minute timing, of course. Puppy is going to come in and try and go for a Cogs push battery assault. It's up top. It's an invis.
I mean, he's definitely dying for this one. 3v1. Puppy's not going to be able to take them on here. Another kill here for Topson.
A strange time to hibernate.
I mean, he knows that there's no way Pure can farm right now, because if the supports are still both mid, like this will create tower pressure just by that. So it's not the worst death. Because he ensured that they can get this catapult, Eidolons, everything all the way under this tower. And this tower, I don't even know, man. This is a tough one to get back into.
And Pure. So you're caught by the Malefliss. Onslaught's ready on Boom if he wants to go in, but he'll respect the fact that Whitemon's here as well.
That was so much damage. And as we hit 7 minutes, both teams prepped up for their Wisdom runes. No steals to happen here. Back up top, the charge in.
And this time, Whitemon, he's not going to get out. Boom and Eki seeing these opportunities to go for these kills. They're getting away with them every time. In the mid, Topson, he's got the Dream Coil set up, and again with the backup from 9 class. Another time now that they've been able to trip up the Lesh in the mid lane. Corden pushing forward a bit too aggressively on his own.
Does get that tower knocked down, but at a cost here. This Observer Ward behind the tower is going to spot Whitemon coming back in here. Poppy here to join. And he's about to be 6 here on this Primal Beast. And of course, if he grabs the Luna, there's no stun here currently.
He's thinking about it for sure with his positioning. See if they can maybe get in for this one. Puppy is well ready to close in underneath the tower. There's the Lucid Beam to hold him back. It doesn't matter. Still able to get the grab off. Chrysalis is in with the damage. Pure's gone. There's what Timber Chain across. They found 1 in return. Can they get anything more? Chakram out onto 2 of them. It's not enough to slow down Boom enough as Boom can walk away. And once again, they get away with this dive in to kill off Pure on the Luna.
9 class? They don't have the damage though. He still has 800
10 seconds
HP.
till Dream Coil.
And back through the Twin Gate goes Chrysalis to return to his home of farming down the bottom lane, and Lay's going to join him.
A much better start so far here for Secret.
Good Malthus timing. Easy kill there onto Lays. No real hope of getting out of that one. The nerf can't stop Enigma.
Tundra, they're looking for Boom. They get the Dream Coil out. He's got nowhere to go. They will put an end to his streak there. Whitemon the one to take it.
Well, neither mid laner really like stymied by the other. They're all looking pretty good. Cord even gets the stack here as he's farming. So we're seeing them rotate, grab some kills, try and control this game. Yeah, a mid laner's dream right now is another tower goes down, abusing the power of Leshrac.
Radiant's top tower is
Still
under
holding
attack.
all 3 of their tier 1 towers, and very healthily at that on the side of Team Secret, whereas they got none left on the side of Tundra. Puppy trying to get up to level 6 here. And once they have that, I mean, the map's pretty open for hunting.
Coiling 20 for Thompson.
Dire's top tower is under
You'd
attack.
love to grab this as Thompson. But Eki is going up there early.
Oh, Eki just walks in. Oh, that was one of the shorter black holes you'll see. Immediately cancelled there by the waning rift from Thompson as soon as he pressed it there, Eki. Oh, that was a short one.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell.
Dire's
That
bottom
was very
tower
strange.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I think he was just going to die to like random AoEs anyway, but that looked pretty comical. The zombies, I think, would have taken him down.
Well, they won't have that play for the next
Oh, here we go.
So we'll see it again here. The exact moment.
Yeah.
Just caught by the jump in from Thompson with the silence.
All right. I mean, it's a blinkless black hole. It's a little bit whatever. The main problem is that they weren't able to secure the room, but it's just a shield rune anyway. Not the easiest one to abuse. That ward still surviving from Eki behind what was previously the tower and spotting where Pure's going. So Chrysalis comes through and is going to chase him a little bit here.
Pure's in trouble. He's able to dodge the onslaught, but won't be able to dodge the pulverize, of course. Same time. So if they can get caught in return, Thompson is able to get in and get the Dream Coil off. And once they get one stun, they've got the follow-up, no problem. So they'll lose Pure top, but they take Corden out in the river.
Much more back and forth this game, though. What are the bright spots for Secret in this one? I mean, obviously, I guess all three cores are doing quite well. Really, the only core in this game who's having a hard time is Pure, and no surprise. He's a Luna who got forced away his tower pretty much at like level 5. He got back in for a little bit, but you know, those a few points on the glaze when he was doing a little bit of jungling earlier. Now he's starting to pick it back up here with the Mask of Madness. Actually farming through his Ancients, so gets level 9, throw another point into the glaives, and keep on churning out this gold. He will quickly catch back up if given that opportunity. Ward, currently spawning where 9 class is, so there's the smoke coming. Puppy's got that hookshot ready to go. Lion would be a fantastic target. There he is. Oh, the Cobalt was in the way. That Cobalt saved Lion.
I'll go for Thompson instead with a hook shot, but there's not enough follow-up after the hook shot to catch him. He's able to get the Dream Coil off, jump down to the low ground. Thompson's fine. They turn with the finger, looking to burst through Puppy. Puppy gets the cogs out, and that'll be enough to step away. Puppy will survive. 70% though for Whitemon. He's also able to walk away. 9 class, he will get caught. Corden lands to split off. They take out the Lion.
All right, so while that was happening, they also killed Timber Bottom. A solo kill from the Razor.
Okay, I mean, Chrysalis, he's having a good one. 3-0-2. There's a reason why they picked his hero first this draft, and he was happy to play it still at the end of it all. One of his classics here, the carry Razor.
Certainly a little unexpected. I wonder how that went down. But, yeah, that, I mean, good job from Puppy, honestly, not hitting that Kobold. That was so funny, because he had this ward vision, and he really wanted to get the Lion first, but there was this tiny little trusty shovel Kobold just running through, interrupting his hook shot, so he couldn't go for it, and was forced to do the jump onto Thompson instead. But they get a couple kills, they don't lose anybody, so life's felt good. And look at Corden right now. Lesh racking it up right now. Just has to pick up his energy booster and point booster, and we got ourselves a Bloodstone ready to go.
I mean, they want to try for Lays here. They have a black hole if they want to just drop it. Doesn't want to immediately. By the looks of it, doesn't need to. Chrysalis has got enough damage alone just to run him down. Whitemon and Thompson will turn up. Tombstone's dropped. Chrysalis pretty tanky. And they will respect the fact that Eki is there with a potential black hole. So they're keeping their distance.
Nice defense.
And that will mean, yeah, that Chrysalis and Eki can step back and survive.
I mean, Puppy nearby here too with that hookshot as well. Again, just having that backup threat. You know what I would love from Puppy this game would be one of those greedy Orchid builds, but he's playing a little more chill. Puppy of new, not the Puppy of old. Wants to just get the Glimmer instead.
He's thinking about it here. Looks like Tundra aren't going to send anyone over here as of yet. Well, I said that Whitemon is beginning to move in the direction. Get some vision out. And Poppy might be aware of that straight away. Thompson
moving in here under a ward. Oh, and the jump.
They have the hook shot into the black hole if they want to. Eki, is he going to hold it this time? He doesn't need it again. They just have the straight up stun from Corden to lock down Thompson. Getting away with a lot here, Secret.
I mean, good ward. Spotting that Thompson just wanted to come in there and steal that bounty rune. Cost him dearly. 9 class checking to see if he's under vision. Where is he going? He wants an observer ward here, but it's a scary spot to be. Oh, now he's behind Boom.
TPs are coming in. They want to try and make a fight out of this Tundra.
Undying in behind too.
See?
I don't know about
Trust the Malefice onto 9 class and boom. Trampling all over the Lion. Not a chance.
I think they're lucky they only lost
here,
him.
Secret. Yeah, they're probably going to be able to push this tier 2 as well if they want Secret.
I mean, they've got the ward vision covering them too.
They can keep going if they want to. Still have the ultimate.
And that BKB is delivered on Boom. It is ready to go, so he wants to dive. The big damage dealer is definitely Lays right now. And they're in the hot tub.
Oh. See what they can find here. The Dream Core's going to get dropped down. Whitemon's getting low. The onslaught comes in from Boom. He's got the pulverize as well to grab Thompson. As the 2 of them are gone. Once again, Tundra just having to go full retreat. They can't take these fights right now. Secret, they're too strong.
I mean, they're just looking great. They got these earlier items. They wait for the timing on the Bloodstone. The Mage Slayer on the Razor's been doing work. Help him to reduce any of the impact of this Timber Saw. Give himself the solo kill as well, so he doesn't have to worry about any turnaround potential. And just solid play. Like, always being grouped up, always backing each other up. Not overextending. And Tundra are just dependent on Pure. Farming up as much as possible on this Luna. He's going to get out with his Manta completed. But won't get caught. But they're still in a deficit here.
Stepping out around the tier 2. I mean, they maybe want to see if they can find something with this. With the finger from 9 class. Not going to hit the blind stun though. And Secret, they just go running straight towards them. A look to set up with the stun. 9 class is able to turn with the Hex, but Corden's still in with the damage pumping out from the ultimate. 9 class is gone. As they can keep fighting for more here, Pure. He'll turn up with the Eclipse this time. He'll take Puppy down with the help of Lays. Dream Coil onto the 3 of them. They're stepping in. They're looking towards Eki. Eki's going to get jumped by Thompson. They'll finish off the Enigma, but Chrysalis is in with the BKB and the static link onto Pure. As Pure turns up for the fight, but may wish that he didn't do so at all as Chrysalis takes him down.
Feels like every time Boom is just coming at the exact right moment. He's now 7-1-3. And by the time he shows up a couple times now, there's just no disables left. He just powers on through. Didn't even have to use his BKB there. It's still sitting at an easy 9 seconds. Smoked up Lays moves out here. He's going to jump onto Crystal. I mean, look at that damage. This is what you're wondering, like, where is it from a Timber Saw? But then he gets clipped by the Mage Slayer.
He's in trouble.
And the damage is gone.
The Timber Chain's going to miss. He's got one more, but the Malefice stun's there to interrupt it. Lays dead again. Puppy. He's also got himself a 9 class Lion caught in the cogs. Hook shot as well. Another one for Secret.
Oh
my goodness, he's going to live. I mean, this is getting tough for Tundra. They've got to be feeling pretty frustrated now. Secret, they're getting away with so much. Each and every one of these moves. Secret getting away with it. 6-0-3 on Crystalis's Razor. He's just not dying.
Yeah, and Thompson is trying to do a transition here where he goes into the Shard and then the Maelstrom. That big streak gold would have been such a huge help for him to try and add a little bit more juice into these team fights. Not able to get it here, and they're going to grab this outpost, cement control of this area as they push in towards that tier 2. And yeah, get on out of there, Pure. I don't want to be anywhere nearby. They got a long range of initiation when that hookshot's back up. Yeah, it's a pretty solid vision right now, though. It is on the side of Tundra. Unfortunately, no way to capitalize on it.
Yeah, still very hard to make a go. They really need the BKB on Pure before he can consider stepping up to the fights, and still a bit of a way away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Ed's gone. Secret. Really good early pressure this time round. 20 minutes in. All tier 1s and tier 2s removed. They'll move straight over to the Tormentor. They'll be able to claim this for themselves as well. They're getting a lot out of the map. This is more of the secret that we saw yesterday, getting the results that they were.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in the last game too. It's just like we know they can play well.
Yeah.
We know they can set themselves up for some good successes here, and now we are finding that. But, I mean, decent parts of this gap are down in the supports. If you look, it's like a combined
Radiant's
almost
middle tower
13k
is under
for the
attack.
Radiant supports, where it's only about 8k for the Dire. So that, I mean, that's 5,000 of the lead right now. So the cores themselves are doing relatively okay on the side of Tundra. Yeah, they still have the opportunities to turn around these team fights, but Secret doing the right things here, grabbing the Aegis, not waiting until they lose that fight and then going back for it. Being a bit proactive and going for this in the moment. Eki, well, they're trying to find him, but I think Laze is free.
Radiant's middle tower.
No, so they see Laze. I mean, Eki can just black hole this, and he will. He'll drop the black hole, which buys enough time for Boom to come crashing in. Laze actually still gets the Timber Chain up to the high ground. There's no Pulverizer available at the moment. Still a cooldown for 5 seconds. Doesn't matter, though. They still find the kill.
Wow. I did not think they would rotate enough heroes there as well, like to that tier 1 tower in time to catch that, but black hole to secure it. You know, Thompson was not having any part of that. He just got out of there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at Whitemon. Undying, just like, yeah, this is me. How's the game, guys? Because, like, you don't move around the map fast. There's just not a lot you can do. You're just picking up the absolute scraps down here on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
At least you can farm camps now as Undying. That's pretty cool. Not well, but...
No, it takes a while and takes a lot.
Uh-oh. Invis-Rune.
Oh, time to TP.
That was crazy. Sometimes you just get a little lucky. I don't know if he walked into that set trick. I couldn't tell if he was in it or out of it, but I mean, it was a good time to be blinking out anyway, so. Close on that one. Oh, heck mid.
They're going to try and burst him. It's not easy, though. Boom. Now he's able to put the BKB, and now he's thinking about turning. He's going to look straight towards 9 class, gets him with the onslaught and the pulverize. 9 class, he's out. Not the hero they can burst right now, this Primal Beast. Boom. He does not mind if they try and jump him like that.
Look at this smoke here from Puppy. Is he trying to get a sneaky high ground ward? No, he doesn't have any. He just wants a sneaky little low shot, I guess. Let's see, Puppy. What do you got?
Radiant's top tower is under
Oh, he's feeling spicy.
He tries. It was a close one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The fortification and a little bit of creep cutting here from
Radiant's
Thompson. Actually able to finish off that tier 1 tower.
It was indeed, yeah.
A little bit of a back off from Secret. They do smoke for this as well, but they're rather split. Boom showing bottom. Tundra, they'll step out. At least with the 3 of them. Maybe seeing if they can get a catch. They do have smokes available on Whitemon.
You know, Owen, I can sense the collected nervousness of all the Secret fans right now.
What's going on?
I think they feel like, you know, what's happening, guys? Like, we're winning, right? But then, you know, I don't know, this Aegis only has 2 minutes left. That lead isn't growing that much. Puck is creep cutting a lot.
I mean,
is this game in the bag? I don't know, Owen. I don't think it is.
This is one thing for sure. You know, this is not going to be a stomp. We've had 3 stomps today. Whatever happens, even if Secret take this isn't a stomp. You know, Tundra, they've definitely got some fight in them here. No, Pure, he's got the BKB. If he's able to get the Candor done, and especially if Topson's able to get the Ags on top of the Maelstrom, then they will have damage. They will have damage, and it's It's just going to be a question of how much Secret can push in and take before those items come out in the puck of the Luna. And they're going to get to it.
Leshrac pushing Aegis, right? This is where you take the big lead.
Fair bit of damage though, Corden. Still able to get the stun off onto Pure. Dreamcore's going to get locked down onto the two of them. Doing their best to slow this push as much as they can. Corden, can they even kill him once? Puppey is in. He's been able to grab the two of them in the cogs. Pure will be able to break their way out of it. Falls back into the tier 4. The Black Hole's going to be dropped just down onto Whitemon. It wasn't actually enough to kill him. Whitemon survives through the Black Hole. The finger comes out. Secret, they've lost their 2 supports. And now Corden, caught by the stun,
big
and he's
problem,
out.
Owen. The Leshrac was dead through all the CC. He was respawning. So he ran out of mana. They didn't kill him. He just kind of sat there for a few seconds before dying. And the whole time he's respawning, that's when they're doing the Black Hole. That's why he didn't die when he got Black Hole. There was no Leshrac.
And just like that, I think as you said, you know, you're drawing on the concerns of the Secret fans. And that is why they may have had those concerns. A push gone wrong and a push that was meant to be theirs with the Aegis. They don't even get any of the mid barracks. Tundra with a solid hold, and that will propel both of those 2 heroes I was talking about, the Luna and the Puck, very much towards those next items. Thompson closing in on the Ags, and yeah, Pure well on the way towards the Kanda.
I think that if there was ever a moment, that was it for Secret. That is your, like, we are in firm control. Our game plan is going perfectly. We are Aegis pushing. Game is good. And unfortunately, that's now gone. So they're not out of it, obviously. I mean, they still have a gold lead here. I don't necessarily think that they're in the lead of who I think is going to win this game. I think that their next fight is going to be just as pivotal, if not more pivotal. Like they kind of got like maybe one more decent shot at it. And yeah, that graph is, yeah, it is just a little buggy. The game always knew. We don't have the win probability at the moment. We'll get that worked out here. We'll make some calls to Valve, obviously. Either that or they just are, you know, leaking the script. I'm not sure.
So what they're going to look towards next, though. Secret. That push with the Aegis, not what they hoped for it.
Look at them still pulling these waves, too. They're still not going to give you an easy fight. Tundra's not just going to say, okay, we'll fight you now that we won one fight. Like, no. We're still just going to grab waves, and we'll follow our Luna around. You guys still have to come into us. Secret are happy to oblige the onslaught in.
Boom's going straight in. He's going to look for the lead in, and Puppy's going to be able to get the hook shot over towards the Lion. 9 Glass pushed back into the pulverized Lion. He's going low. He's having to get a bit of a drain off with the mana drain, but not a lot. 9 Glass dead. No one else has it. Christmas is going deep. He wants Pure. I mean, he gets it. He gets the kill on Pure. He might even get more. He's got the double kill. He's looking towards Laze. Laze is caught by the Malefist. I mean, he wants to reach in and go for this one as well. He's got to be careful. Laze is back in the fountain. Laze will be fine. Crystallis there. I mean, he's popping off. He goes for it. He knows he can go for the fountain dive, and it's a big one. Pure dead for a minute. That's the top rack's gone.
That was the shard, the pullback there from that Razor, helping him to secure that kill onto the Luna. Ooh, that was so scary. If they lose that fight, if they botch that initiation, it's over, but they got it.
They get him with a hook shot. Puppy with the pushback from the cogs. They've caught Laze. He'll try and timber chain away, but indeed pulled back once more by the static link. Secret back on track to sealing up this game. They're taking 1 racks. They're back up to a 9k lead. That little bit of a hiccup earlier in the mid lane, all but forgotten.
Oh, man. Good stuff to go in there. I mean, I was certainly a little bit concerned of them going high ground again, but they did it at a moment where they had seen that they were all like catching this wave mid. They weren't fully prepared this time from Tundra. They didn't have that nice setup going. And Boom kind of charged in there a little wildly, but it gave the Vision the easy angle there for the hookshot as well. And Puppy capitalized on it perfectly. Very well done. I'm gonna a pretty quick Roche spawn here. Be about in a minute, so it will be a Radiant side Roche.
One Puppy.
Look at the hookshot.
I mean, he doesn't miss this game, Puppy. Hookshot in. Cornen's got the follow-up. I mean, Whitemon and Pure are going to try and fight back. 9class turns with the finger onto Puppey, but Puppey's able to glimmer, get back to the high ground. They get in, they get the kill, they walk away, despite the fact that Tundra did have numbers there. Tundra aren't able to punish Secret.
Oh, but look on top.
Oh, Topson.
Look at that streak bonus.
That is a lot of money for the puck there, Topson. With the
Do you think he'll
starlight.
buy this Gleipnir?
He's spending up.
Go for that Gleipnir. Wow. I mean, it's so good versus a lot of these heroes. Obviously, Leshrac, Razor, and Primal Beast are all extremely movement dependent, but they also all have BKB. So now those are going to start wearing down as they keep like ramming themselves into your base. So there's a ton of value there if you can get it to work well. But the BKB, the times you use BKB going to be really important right now for Secret.
That's what the plan's going to be when they have Boom back up in 5 seconds. Should be able to go again. Roshan is the focus. Crystalist, he's into the pit. DD rune at the ready. I'll start to take it. I mean, Tundra, do they want to try and take a fight out here? I don't know if they want to make this move. They'll see they hear the roar. They're grouping up with the 5 of them. They're going to try. Smoke up.
He didn't commit the Eye of the Storm, so it is taking quite a while.
It's going to be close. But they should get it in time. Roshan.
Dude, he's going in. Lion!
Ooh, he's able to do it! He gets in with the stun, steals the Aegis! Now the question is, can Tundra take the fight off the back of this? Pure's gonna go for the BKB TP out, but the black hole's there! Eki!
9class!
Stop the TP out! See them jump forward here. They've got 2 of them. Crystalist is healing up now with the Satanic back up to full HP. 9class, they're tempting to drain the mana, but the BKB's out from Crystalist. He turns towards Laze. Laze will get the Chakram off onto Puppey. Topson still a problem here as he jumps in on towards Crystalist. Crystalist and Eki, the last 2 left alive here on Secret. The buyback will come back from Puppey.
Gleipnir.
He's got the control, and Eki, he's out. A triple kill. Crystalist going for the TP out. He'll be the only one of Secret to make it out of there. So at the end of it all, an absolute success for Tundra around the Roche fight. Off the back
was disgusting.
of his Lion walking in and taking the Aegis for himself.
I saw him walking up the top of the stairs with that empty inventory slot. He even got the Roshan's banner after.
Oh, damn. He
grabbed
got both.
the Aegis and the banner. He blinks in, stuns, grabs the Aegis, and then when he respawned, he hexed and then fingered Leshrac through the BKB and killed him. With his 200 damage finger.
Oh my goodness, Topson. Oh, ooh, that last lightning proc. I got him from a mile off that one.
That's painful. After all that hard work.
Crazy
9class after he's taking this tip back. You know, he tipped Topson at the end of that fight.
Yeah.
It's gonna be redeemed, I think.
Let's check it out here on the replay.
I mean, you can't ask for anything more from your Lion.
No. I mean, without that play, I think that whole fight, it probably goes downhill massively for Tundra.
Oh, yeah.
But
And
as
look,
it
there's
was,
the
Tundra
hex,
actually came
there's
out
the finger.
not too bad. Oh, that's
Yeah.
crazy stuff. Secret, they're still in position, though, to try for another push, but that lead that they have, it does continue to stagnate around the 6k gold lead. There's no Topson for 30 seconds. They want to try and abuse that. There's the buyback. Puppey, he's in with a hook shot on towards Laze, but the hex comes out into the finger. 9class immediately with the control to turn around that attempt and take out Puppey. That's a dieback effectively on the clock. He's out for nearly 80 seconds now, Puppey.
They didn't have that fear factor there either of Eki's black hole. Still not up for another 30 seconds. They're still holding that banner as well if they want to go for a smoke play or something. You know, sometimes can help push things out if you're playing really aggressive on the map. All right, so what do they need to really like cement this? I mean, the Boom Aghanim Scepter I think is a big one on the Primal Beast. We've seen just the absurd amount of magic damage that it does in these team fights can be pretty ridiculous. So it's really good for going high ground too, but at the same time, it's Tundra that are going a little bit aggressive on the high ground right now. They missed with their scan. Can we get some good wards down? What do we got? We got 1 obs on Whitemon and 1 obs on 9class. Oh, they're going for the 35-minute Wisdom Rune.
Was risky. Yeah, they're contesting
And they
that.
back it up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That would be a bit much.
Top tower has fallen.
Although, you know what? They're scared. All right, they are going to commit to go for it. Maybe just wondering even from Secret if they're there. Yeah, Crystal scouts it out, but
Radiant's middle tower is under
Flare
attack.
flies through to scout them. Not a part of the map you want to fight an Undying. Very hard to deal with the Tombstone in this mountainous terrain here. But they're wrapping around the smoke here. Does Boom want to go for it? The black hole's ready.
But they get the gun onto him. They find Eki to start things off, and immediately 9class is able to delete him. An immediate buyback comes out from Eki in response.
All right, 9class is just crazy. What positioning? What a stun. He gives them a free buyback on an Enigma. And they're going to get back in time to grab their Wisdom Rune as well. It wasn't scooped up by anybody being sneaky. There is an Obs on this cliffside still spotting some of this movement over here. So certainly something to keep in mind. Grab this Tormentor. Who's getting lucky? Laze. I guess if he was the last one.
To try for this push here. I mean, they do still have the black hole. Eki. And Crystallis also with his blink picked up, and Puppy's in. Puppy's in, he's able to get the hook shot, they get the pulverize follow, they manage to catch Pure. Pure needs help, he wants the BKB, but they can't save him. Pure's dead for 90. Out of the game. Same to be said for 9class. The exact grab and jump once again. Puppy on point with the hook shots this game. As that'll get them the mid-bracks and almost certainly more once they realize that he's not coming back. There's no buyback available on the Luna. Short of the gold here, Pure.
I mean, they need Dream Coil back up, right? I mean, you have the Aghanim's Puck. It's his big tool of damage. When they were seeing this Luna does not have the buyback.
Laze trying to get something started here. They'll drop the Tombstone. Crystallis, he's not going to feel too scared of it at the moment. And Courtney's going to continue on with the objectives, focusing the barracks.
They're going to be playing against Megas here.
Yeah, they're going to know now that Pure's not coming back. He's not got the buyback. They'll try and jump in here with Thompson, attempting to push them back away from this final barracks. And there's hook shot this time a little bit too early. Doesn't actually catch 9class before he TPs in, so 9class is fine. They turn with the stun of the finger onto Boom. Boom is able to onslaught down away from them, but Laze chases in and finishes him off. Laze gets the kill. It will cost him his life. Calls out onto the three of them. It's a lot of damage here with the right clicks through that Dream Coil thanks to the Aghanims and Thompson, and it's enough to take down the Clockwork. Black Hole, it's not going to catch on to Thompson. Thompson's out to the side, he's fine. Laze, Timber Chain off to the side, but Crystallis pulls him back in with the Static Link. They got what they came for, they got the racks. The question is, can they get out with their lives intact? Crystallis healing up here as he continues to beat into Laze. Triple kill for him. Pure's going to be back up in 1 second. Oh, Crystallis, he's stuck. He can't get out. The wall is blocking him in. He turns towards 9class, but the Hex today will kill 9class on the way out, but he will die. Crystallis goes down for the first time this game, and the money goes to Thompson.
Is under attack.
Thompson is playing out of his mind in these team fights, really abusing the maneuverability of the puck. No doubt about that. And you saw how much damage that Dream Coil did too. He had to wait the whole time until he could finally rock it, but he hits it onto 3, gets a couple stuns in there too. But Secret, you know, they understand the game plan right now. Get the Megas. Pure's back. Can they get anything here, though, as Tundra? Can they force a buyback?
This is crazy stuff. There's Tundra, hold on, against the Megas. Thompson, nearly level 25. He's got it now. He's got the money ready for his next item. It will, of course, be a Divine Rapier. It's definitely going to be order of the day here for Tundra in this position. He wants a Rapier. Pure wants a Rapier.
I like it.
It's
all
all or
the
nothing.
bros queued up a second ago. I'd rather the Rapier.
Yeah, I think the Rapier it's going to do more. It's, of course, the riskier item, but at this point, when the Mega Creeps are up against you and you're probably in a position where buyback is not always going to be a luxury, of course, Thompson's still on cooldown for 2 minutes, you go for the big item. And he's close to having the money for it. It will be there.
Very close.
Almost certainly for the next defense.
It's a long Aegis, too, so if Secret decide to wait it out here, because they have Clockwork, right? So, like, sometimes it's value to just keep flaring, checking, look when this Roche is, grab it right away, and then go for the push. They probably will. Because there wasn't a buyback on this Luna. I mean, they could have used the buyback timing on the Timber, I guess, alongside that Lion, but I feel like they're going to wind up waiting.
Well, there it is, yeah. Rapier out on Thompson. Pure. He actually takes the safer route. He did have the Rapier queued up. Just wants the Skadi instead.
I mean, super valuable, of course. Tagging that onto everybody. Satanic on the Razor.
And Thompson can get in with the good Dream Coils and phase shift attacks. It's a crazy amount of burst that just comes out from this right-click puck. There's the smoke. They want to try and get the jump on Secret. It's difficult though. Secret have all their ultimates. Eki, of course, with the black hole at the ready. BKB as well, so easier for him to get that freely off. Sending out a smoke as well, so they can try and set up for a better position to start things. They're going to walk into this Tundra.
The coil's so stressful.
Smoke dispels. They're going to get the catch. Thompson, he needs help, but he needs it now. He gets called for the Hex. Thompson's gone. He's out for 2 minutes. A Secret, they can push on for more. They take out the Undying. Pure's going to try and stand his ground against this. Pops the BKB, but surely he cannot win this fight. Pops the Manta. Will actually get the kill. Okay, maybe he can. Well, hold up. Okay, maybe he can. Triple kill for Pure. He's going to be fine for now.
Where'd the Rapier go?
Laze. And Laze has been able to recover the Rapier. They need to get back to base. The creeps are hitting the Ancient. I mean, Puppy's trying to do his best to stop Laze from getting out of there. But the Trickster Cloak, the hook to the side, Puppy's chasing. He does not want this Rapier to get safely delivered back to the base. The Colts are there, pushing him back. Puppy making sure that Laze cannot keep that Rapier safe. It's back on the ground and now into the hands of Crystalis.
Oh, the buybacks are too powerful. They're coming for the throne.
There's only 2 up here for Tundra. Pure and White Mom. I mean, Pure made a pretty tasty looking triple kill happen just now, but he's going to need to do that and plus more here, and it's not going to happen. The Ancient's exposed. They've got fortification, but it's only going to prolong the inevitable. As Secret, they're on to the Ancient. They'll get some more kills, or at least try to on the way out of this, and they will. They'll kill off White Mon. The Ancient falls. GG is called. Secret will take this game too.
Whew. Secret, let everyone stress about it just a little bit, but overall, I would say you go back, you look at it, and you think, yeah, that was pretty solid. You know, they did a much better job in the early game for sure. They got out of the lanes better, and Crystalis especially. I mean, he ended that game 19-2-9. That solo kill early on in the game as well on delays, very important. After picking up his mage player, manages to grab that. And it was a lot of kind of these desperation moves from Tundra that kept them in, and they were very impressive, but, you know, it relied on cutting creep waves constantly, stealing an Aegis, and somehow managing to win that fight after as well, as you see right there. And Secret defying all of these attempts here from Tundra to still get their way into the win.
I guess some truly crazy fights towards the end of that. And indeed, just the fact that the Secret, after that game 1 as well, being able to pick themselves back up, come into game 2, much better draft, much better approach. Tundra, they gave them a pretty good challenge here in the second match, especially towards those kind of later fights. But overall, Secret doing it in their very own Secret style, the classic Crystalis style as well. This Crystalis Razor, so much success has been found from him on this hero in the past, on Secret and previous rosters as well. 19-2-9 this game on the carry Razor. I think it's definitely they're probably what's going to be in store for more Secret games, right? Just getting this Razor up as the first pick. When you see a game like that, it doesn't feel like you can go wrong with it. Trent.
No, looked very solid, and some ancient wisdom there as well with the pairing of the Clockwork. I think they work together extremely well for a lot of reasons. They kind of cover each other in the laning stage. They're a good pair, and then throughout the entire game, it's all about making sure the team fights are a bit chaotic and disrupted. And Clockwork's really solid for providing that for a Razor and Laney Flourish.
There we go. So with that, Secret will be also able to take a win away from this 2-game series. It ends 1-1 between Team Secret and Tundra. And with Secret taking the second game win, that of course means they get the luxury of one of their players gets to talk to us and talk to you, the viewers. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after a short break for a winner's interview with one of the players from Secret. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dream League Season 22 here with myself, Eddie Pixel and Trent. We're getting ourselves ready for a winner's interview with, I believe, Eki from Team Secret, so looking forward to speaking to him. Trent, that game 2 from Secret, that was more of what we need to be seeing from them, right? It was more this, what they were bringing in yesterday to get the wins against the big teams.
Yeah, had some nice energy, it felt like, in that game. You know, the lanes went pretty well. They transitioned it into actually moving across the map, grabbing some good kills. A lot of really just nice individual plays here, too, particularly from our support duo in that one. So I'm happy we'll be able to talk to one of them.
Oh, absolutely. I'll see if he's ready to come in. I believe we have Eki here from Team Secret. Eki, welcome to the show, and congratulations on that Game 2 victory. To kind of roll it back a bit, though, I've got to go back and ask, Game 1, from your guys' perspective as a team, where do you think that all went wrong for you guys? Why was that game such a struggle?
I mean, I think we just didn't really get to a map position that we liked. Like, we started doing some stuff around poking this primal beast, and then we started dying to some like obvious DK timer with Blink. And I think after that point, we really lost the map. We didn't really have any counterplay to do, and just felt like we didn't really get a team fight going, with our lineup. And that in itself just meant we didn't really have a chance to fight them back on map. They had like some DK loose splitting us. They had a Sven with BKB that we can't touch. It was just, it was a pretty big disaster, but glad we kind of got it back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's all right. Make your way into Game 2. And was there any discussion, would you say, after Game 1 that changed a lot in terms of like how you picked in Game 2? Like the idea of going from this like almost last pick Terrorblade into a very early Razor. Is that something where like you kind of shifted priority in terms of the picks there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we almost outpicked ourselves in that game. We kind of wanted some stuff that we just counter-picked ourselves into, and it just felt awful to play. But this time we got our heroes, we got our lanes, and it's like, we're the ones leading from lanes. Let's go and fucking destroy them on map, Why are we pussing out? We just got to play our game.
Yeah, it definitely felt more of that energy of just like, going and continuing to carry on through there. So yeah, very well done there. Now, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but I did notice that you have been playing a lot of this support Terrorblade in the pubs. Could you talk to us simpletons about why this Terrorblade support is looking so good right now? You don't have to give me all your trade secrets, but everyone's playing it in pubs right now. If you look at the current page, there's just as many carry Terrorblades as support Terrorblades.
Yeah, Reflection is one hell of a spell, that's what I will say. And I think the fact that you get talents for 10 and 15 on that hero that buff your Reflection, makes it like super ultra viable. I think one of the strongest laners, one of the strongest melee +4 laners, and probably one of the nicest heroes to like buy items on, because you can buy whatever you want, honestly. Like we saw Boboka go like full YOLO with just carry build. Yeah, I honestly think it can work, but it has to be a bit tweaked. But there is like these builds with Glimmers, Drums, Orchids, Blink Daggers that all work, and it's like, yeah, I can just adjust to whatever's going on. It's a pretty nice hero, I would say. And I think it's just nice against all these Dragon Knights, all these kind of meta heroes.
Right, yeah.
Lunas and all these things. They just like, yep, I have a Medusa on my team now, bro. That's how it is.
No, that's pretty crazy. I mean, and to go back as well to that last game, because Game 2 was pretty crazy. Towards the end, we had some pretty insane team fights and happenings. In sort of the chaos when you have like a lion stepping up, stunning you guys, stealing your Aegis. You have a puck on the enemy's team, picking up rapiers and getting dropped on the floor. In those sort of fights, how are the team comms with Secret at the moment? I mean, you and Corden have been there for a couple of months now. Is sort of the dynamic of who's making the most of the calls changed? Like who's sort of taking the lead in those crazy moments?
I mean, I would say, with Crystallis on his Razor, he fucking takes that shit. He takes all the calls. He's like, guys, this Luna he cannot do anything. Like, just let me cook, And we just have to survive, kind of. There's a puck like chasing us on backline. I'm like, okay, it's fine. I'm not gonna like make a big deal out of it, Let's see what the Razor wants. There's some Luna TPing out. Sure, I'll blackle him. No problem, Remco. I think when the line still ages, I'm just like, okay, this is gonna be a fucking fight, right there. That's gonna be a fight, and we need to clinch our butt a bit, and we kind of did it in the end. It was fine.
No, absolutely. Yeah, there's some great stuff at the end from, as you said, the Black Hole and Luna, and then Puppy chasing down Lays, making sure he doesn't deliver the rapier back to base. Yeah, some Some truly wild stuff. But yeah, it was a great game too. It was great to see Eki, and we won't keep you any longer. I believe you've got some more games to prepare for to close up this group stage. But yeah, thank you for joining us, Eki, and good luck with the rest of your games.
Peace. Have a nice.
You too.
There we go, Eki from Team Secret, with that victory against Tundra. So that is it from myself and you today, Trent. Anything to summarise what we saw today from the teams we had?
Well, it was a little stompy, I'll be real. So I'm really glad we got that last game with some solid back and forth, some great performances there to keep that game going from both sides, and some rapiers and everything. So we kind of had a day's worth of Dota bundled all up into that last one. So that was helpful. Don't let Dragonite through.
No, a lot of Dragonite, as expected. It's always going to be at the moment with the patch as it is in those first phase of bans and picks. Pretty much every game, apart from, as you mentioned earlier, probably has changed maybe as the day went off. There's been 3 games in which it got ignored, which I'm still a bit amazed by. I'm surprised I don't know how that happens a whole draft with it being ignored.
He won all the games on our stream today.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, he did. Well, we'll see if we see more of him tomorrow. Of course, that's it from me and Trent, but that is not, of course, all of it from DreamLeague Season 22 today. We're only halfway through the day.
Oh, no.
There's many more games to come, and the rest of today on this Ember stream will be covered by Ares and Fear, so don't go anywhere. They'll be with you very, very shortly for the next series upcoming. But from myself and Trent, we'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dream League Season 22. We've got the second half of Day 3 kicking off here. We're going to go back to Group A as well. We've got the boys on GG taking on Heroic, so it's going to be a exciting third series of the day. So far, we've seen Heroic, some pretty good performances out of them, and Gaming Gladiators definitely struggling in Dream League.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a surprise. Normally we see Gaming Gladiators, the team from last year that always started strong and typically ended fairly strong as well. So this new patch, not really finding their footing at the beginning of the new year. And Heroic, they're having a pretty good run right now. Like a lot of the South American teams, it's kind of like a coin flip what you're going to get most of the time. Either they're going to be really dominant or they're going to be at the bottom. But this time they're kind of sitting in the middle here with like an even scoreline.
I don't know. It's been very impressive, at least some of the games that I've been able to see from Heroic and what they've been able to do so far. I mean, again, this is kind of a newly formed team, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do on Gaming Gladiators. Of course, we get to see how Ace has been performing so far. It's always been that backbone, like we said when we cast, I think, one of the series on the early days, but I'm not quite sure what's going on with this team. Maybe it's just a tournament. And hopefully it's not something that's going to continue. But yeah, we haven't really seen GG in a tournament struggle in a very, very long time.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ace is typically the backbone, typically has very solid performances. In the games that we did see them win, that was actually the case, right? In the games where they're struggling, maybe Ace is struggling a little bit, Dyrachyo always beat Dyrachyo across the map, knew this was going to happen, and Quinn is pretty stable across the board too. So I think for them, it's more about just finding their groove in this patch. And for Heroic, as you mentioned, it's a new team, a very interesting team on its own regard. It's a mix of Brazilians, Peruvians, and Divide Llama fitting into the mix as well. So that is something that I thought was a bit interesting. Divide Llama going to play in South America now. He was playing in Western Europe before, and before that he was playing in North America. So bringing in some new blood into South America team here, and he's been one of like the more entertaining players to watch. I don't know if he does it for like showboating purposes, but whenever he has a webcam next to him, he makes some funny expressions. Some of them I heard like they're just genuine expressions. He's not even just doing it for the showmanship, but we'll have to see. Keep an eye on this guy's camera more than anything.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's given any interviews so far in Dream League as well, but I know for some of the other tournaments he's given some very interesting answers. I think some of the first interviews that I heard was when he made it to the Last Chance qualifiers a couple of years ago. So that was really when at least he first hit the scene for me, when I was aware of him. And like you said, he's a bit of a showman. You know, he has a personality which we don't get in too many Dota plays, so it's nice. You know, maybe it's something to do with the offlaners. I think Amaru is definitely another one that stands out with having a personality.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you mention offlaners. There could be a connection there, because to be a good offlaner, you have to be a little crazy, you know, in game. So maybe that can just translate over a bit to personality-wise, being a little more explosive, in your face, and trying to make more risky plays. And I would say both those players kind of fit that criterion. You do have to have the personality for it. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what he can bring to the table here. But as you mentioned before, it's been quite impressive so far, but what Heroic has already kind of brought to the table, being one of those newer teams.
Yeah, without a doubt. And something, you know, maybe mid laners as well, right? You know, they've got a bit of an ego with them, you know, something that they can, sometimes it bites them in the back. Sometimes we get some, you know, funny all chatting from them. I guess some that stands out is like Emo's question mark. I know Melrine is a little bit vocal sometimes. Earlier today, he wrote debated in all chat. So, you know, there's something with these calls, I suppose. Maybe not the carries, but I guess even them have some egos themselves. Fear, you got an ego? Were you a man that, you know, when you were playing, that you were like a little bit more respectful, you know, laid back?
Well, I definitely wasn't like all chatting ego, but I think to be a pro player, and especially a core player, you have to have like an overwhelming amount of confidence in yourself, and especially as mid laners, right? Because it's an ego test. Like, do you win mid 1v1, right? So those guys definitely have to have a big ego, because they're going to a position where they're putting themselves in a 1v1 scenario, and if you don't believe in yourself in that type of scenario, you're probably not going to succeed. And that goes with pretty much everything in life. So it makes a lot of sense why mid laners do have a big ego. as far as carry players, I mean, I think for carry players, we just have to be more calculated more than anything. That's like the hardest thing. So having an ego, I mean, anyone can obviously have an ego, but they're just different skill sets.
Yeah, some people kind of deserve the ego though. If you have the skill to back it up, then it's a little bit more warranted. But when you actually don't have the skill and when you don't have the results to back up the ego, all of a sudden, it can people are definitely going to question you even more. So, we'll see. We spoke a little bit about the offlaners, looking at the mid lane as well. I think Analog was very impressive with his stint on her Corey, and then of course turning that into Alliance. With Alliance, of course, they struggled, but in particular Analog when they went to TI, that was really it was fun to watch him be able to play. Of course, very comfortable on a lot of your playmaking heroes, the Spirits, the Pango, the Pucks as well. So kind of just your classic mid lane and nothing too crazy of some of the cheese and gotcha picks, but which they need out of him though. Like, because if you look at K1, and I mean, I will say I haven't seen many K1 games recently, but a big characteristic of this guy is he's a farmer. So that's where Analog, and I'm sure everyone else, comes into play of making a lot of space for Hector.
Yeah, and I think that's something that he has been kind of trying to adjust the best of his ability without losing his identity as a player, because I think there was a lot of critique around K1 about how he was farming too much and he wasn't really keeping up with the patch, and the patch gradually over time has turned more into your carry needs to be a bit more active, you have to join fights. I know with his stint with like Beast Coast a couple of years, what was it, like a year and a half ago at this point, like there was a disagreement in playstyles, right? And I think since then, K1 was replaced with Parker. He started to change his playstyle a bit too to like keep up with the times. So he's not like that Wraith King who's just using every single TP to go farm across the map. He's being more conscious about what fights to join, how to join, and because if you don't evolve and if you don't adapt in Dota, you're going to be left in the dust. And he's done a good job of adapting. He's joining fights more often, but he still has that K1 Hector in him where he can farm when he needs to farm.
Yeah, and that's at the end of the day, there are always going to be positions where you need a carry who can excel in that area. And again, K1 has always been known as someone with like the best farming patterns. So I guess, one reason why people maybe were critiquing that area is because that's when Bakaz kind of took the scene by storm as well. And then Bakaz is the completely opposite carry, someone who is looking to get involved very early on. And when you're in a region like South America, which was really rising, these two teams going head to head on your international stage, you're going to have carries from the same region be compared. So that's probably why a lot of people were harping on the fact that we didn't see K1 show up to a lot of these fights. But it's going to be interesting to see the development of this, and I just think as a whole for Dota, it's going to be really I will be rooting for Heroic just in general, the org. Same with Falcons. I think it's just important to see these organizations have good results, especially with them freshly coming in.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially if you can get wins off of these well-established organizations such as Gaming Gladiators, right? These are going to be the matches where you don't get this opportunity all the time nowadays, where you get to a LAN situation and play against some of these teams that are renowned as best in the world. So these moments mean a lot to teams like Heroic.
That they do indeed. So do have a game one draft getting underway here very shortly. Looks like Heroic, they have Radiant side playing with second pick, and we've got Gaming Gladiators on Dire's side with first pick as well. So we'll see what little differences we have heading into the draft. The Viper is really the big one. I suppose that stands out already to me, where first phase Viper, definitely very targeted to Heroic.
It's pretty much just saying that either one of two things. They have a strategy where they want to pick something fairly early that Viper's good against, or they just don't want to get cheesed at some point down the road. And you say it's targeted towards Heroic, but yeah, it is. Okay, every single team is banning Viper first phase against Heroic. I was going to say they haven't played it yet, but every single team so far at this DreamLeague has banned Viper against Heroic in the first phase. So definitely a target ban.
Someone's a filthy Viper player. Definitely one of the worst of them. One of the worst spammers is being a Viper spammer.
Oh, there's worse. But that's not a good one. I mean,
It's
Viper
not a good
is
one.
slightly better than being a Huskar spammer. Just slightly.
What's the worst? Well, what's like, first, second, third of worst spammers?
the worst spammers. I mean, it has to be like those first pick Tinker spammers. Those are for sure the worst.
Tinker, Arc. Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with Arc Orc, but I'm not fine with first pick Tinker spammers.
No?
The hero's not good enough, you know? Like, Arc Orc at least is a good hero. But if you're just picking Tinker first phase, then yeah, that's the worst.
Got some issues with that. I kind of wouldn't mind Tinker actually at least being somewhat viable, because I've always it was a treat to be able to watch Kiyotaka in particular back when, of course, being on 9 Pandas and having a good year last year, when it was always like, hang on a second, he's got his Tinker and I suppose nothing to say as well. They were really like, if anyone's going to pull out the Tinker, those were those two players that could play it at such a high level where they could completely take over. Even though I really don't like the hero, because I'm also in agreement, it's probably one of the worst hero spammers you can go up against, but it is nice to be able to see people play it at such a high level, I suppose.
Yeah, first pick Tinker spammers and last pick Meeple players. Those are the ones I have issues with.
Yeah, come on, like, what are you doing, man? You're gonna last pick Meeple? Are you serious? 24th pick, no counters.
Yeah.
Like, how realistic is this? And then, I mean, I suppose especially if it's a pro player, because then if you're like, come on, you're not gonna get this in captain's mode. It's just not happening. But yeah, have fun with your MMR. That's cool. Plus 20, very fun. Enjoy this game.
Pretty much. But going into this game, like, I was thinking a bit about like the support meta and how it's been shifting a little bit. We're seeing a little bit less of the Venge, less of the Lion, less of the Hoodwink as well, right? And the one hero that just didn't get touched in the patch was the Batrider. And this is a hero that oftentimes does get banned in the first phase. In Gaming Gladiators, they will get it. And the evolution of this Batrider has been quite interesting. We saw earlier it was 9 class going Brown Boots Blink Dagger, right? And then just recently Boxy went for Batrider as well. Went drums into Blink, but really what's seeming to be the common trend here of why this hero is so powerful is, first of all, it's laning stage, right? It wasn't really nerfed and outside of laning stage. It has the universal hero. It has really high armor and regen, so you can trade with just about any other hero. But it really does seem they rely a lot on just getting this early Blink Dagger on bat and being that secondary form of initiation alongside with either your mid or offlaner, depending on what your playstyle is. And not many other heroes seem to be able to fit that bill from a support position, because like most of the melee 4s, outside of Tiny, which we do see a little bit as well, don't really have that type of stun potential or initiation potential before. So we're getting to see a lot of it, and that's a very early Sven. I mean, Sven is one of those heroes right now where he will always have a game, no matter what, just because of how he works right now and how you can jungle. But the real question is, can he carry the game? And that's one where it's a little bit of a question mark. And there's nothing about Sven itself that hard counters Batrider. I would even say Batrider's quite good against this Sven, because the build nowadays on Sven has been going less of the Blink Dagger and more for the Aghanim Scepter. And items like a Blink Dagger, for example, are pretty hard counters to that Aghanim Scepter build. So we'll see if the build changes up on this Sven. Will it be a hard carry Sven, or will it be a flex? Will they play this somewhere else? We'll have to see. Very bizarre to see Sven this early, though.
So what did you want to follow up here with the Undying and how they're gonna, if they want to address Sven already early on with maybe some carry heroes? We got the Magnus though out of Gaming Gladiators, so pretty much I'd say 99% of the time it is going to be Ace playing this offlane Magnus. We really rarely see a flex. I know Doracho was playing Mag a little bit when it was popular as a 1. Likely going to be an offlaner.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you've got to be careful here. I know Doracho, he loves one little dog of a hero that not many people are playing that could be quite good in this game against the Centaur and the Sven. And that's the Lifestealer. So if they pick 2 heroes that Lifestealer is good against, it could be a very nasty Lifestealer game. Or TA. But I haven't seen Doracho play TA ever in my life, so I'm not sure if he'll do that.
I believe Quinn's mainly the TA player. I wonder, like, we were speaking, you've mentioned a lot of Radiance carries, but and Sanjin Yasha carries as well, and then it seems like I'm seeing a lot more Halberd at the moment too. Well, compared to last patch when Halberd was like almost unbuyable, but it seems like maybe just those sun changes make it a little bit more of a potential. So yeah, if this is another opportunity for the Lifestealer to go down against the Sven, if of course that is something that Gaming Gladiators want to go through. Heroic though, We're gonna pick up the line, so there's still somewhat, it's a decent support, but like you're saying, we're not getting it nearly as much as what we were seeing at Bedroom Dacha.
Yeah, for sure. I think the changes to the shard were just too drastic. The break distance was changed, and I think more importantly, if you go in fog, right, it cancels. Where before it would just stay on you. No matter what you did, you couldn't fog it, so you can like break it by just going into some trees. Lots of big nerfs, and like that's why you played Lion, right? This is why the hero was good, is pretty much the mana burn. It was super annoying to play against. Like to do anything in Dota, you need mana, right? To use your BKB, you need mana. To like use any of your items, you need mana. To use your spells, you need mana. And he just like was AoE draining everyone's mana, and like you'd have to like focus them down, but he's magic immune. And by the time you killed this guy, the whole team was already like not only slow, but has no mana. So it did get some nerfs. It's still okay. I mean, it does have good lockdown. It does all the great line things that Lion should be doing. And I look at this heroic draft and I think, that is a lot of stuns. And a hero that doesn't get affected by stuns, oh, it's your boy Lifestealer, right? So I honestly think it could be a really good Lifestealer game if he wants to go down that route.
Do you think there are there more viable carry options right now? Because a lot of the time, if you feel like your carry pool is limited, maybe you want to pick your hero now instead of saving it to ultra last so it doesn't get banned.
They go for the Terrorblade instead, which I'm not a huge fan of, actually, in this particular game. I mean, Terrorblade's Terrorblade, and it is a strong just Dota hero in general. But TB doesn't necessarily enjoy playing versus mass stun. But if you look at it's similar though in some way, right? It is a hero that benefits from power greatly. It is a hero that Sven does not enjoy playing against because you just have so much armor. And that's the whole thing about Sven, right? You just need to burst him. I suppose with the TB, it's a more straightforward type of method. And I don't know how much they believe in the Lifestealer either. I know Dracho likes it, but I also know he likes his Terrorblade as well. But I can say this Terrorblade can be bursted by sources outside of those Sven, because there's so much stun and lockdown, right? Feels like you can't even enter these fights without a BKB on Dyrachyo here. But that's not necessarily the gaming gladiator style. Sometimes you'll see them just build a lot of auras, and you have to keep in mind that Undying Shard could bail Terrorblade out of some really bad situations of chain stunning. So I do see the logic of how this can work here too. It's definitely a much more straightforward counter to the Sven here and the Terrorblade.
It's concerning though, because like you said, there's a lot of stuns and burst potential, and we still don't see the analog hero. And I mean, I feel like he's been running the Zeus a lot lately. I know people have been struggling with that still so far, at least the games I've seen from DreamLeague, but it's not a bad Zeus game. I think maybe Storm Spirit is also really another one that potentially comes to mind. I mean, Gladiators will have to pick heading into the last stage first.
All these heroes you mentioned are amazing, because if you look at Gaming Gladiators lineup, they don't have good traditional lockdown for heroes like Storm, right? Like Batrider with a blink, it's a lot better than Bat without a blink, right? So that is something. RP is a big committal.
Centaur.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be like some line point click stun or some CM root. These are very difficult stuns to hit on like some, as you see puck getting banned, that's a no brainer, because like I don't see how they catch a puck with their lineup. And these like mobility heroes could be good bans. Obviously Pango is already banned, Puck's going to be gone. Even Zeus to some degree. Not as good, because I think he's pretty easy to lock down for Magnus comparatively. But yeah, Storm could be annoying for sure. But it really just comes down to what Quinn picks here, because he has the first pick out of the gate.
And Lion has always been a support that really limits some of the hero pool that you're able to go for mid lane. It's just the instant hex is all you need for everyone else to follow up. So, I mean, we see kind of Heroic dealing with the Leshrac, and then they will still go back for the Queen of Pain, which is someone who is always going to have a pretty good lane, and especially that's going to be an important thing considering Quinn is picking his hero first without knowing what the analog hero is going to be. So I don't know, I feel like there's a pretty hard pick for Gladiators, honestly.
It depends. I mean, the thing is, like, you know, Quinn, he's been playing Dota for a long time now. He's been playing mid lane exclusively for his entire career. I'm sure he's not sweating too hard here. And even if he definitely has a list of heroes that he can play into blind matchups. That's just kind of what you have to do pretty much for every position. So he just kind of has to pick through what does he need for the team. I think he's going to gravitate towards something that is not as greedy and that can probably make some rotations on the map, because Magnus, TB, these type of heroes, they're going to be farming for a little bit, and he needs to make some of that early game space. So banning the Monkey King, he probably wants a melee hero. Yeah, he'll take the Void Spirit.
Maybe the Ember's value goes up for Heroic. I mentioned.
I think that hero died. I'm not sure. I think that hero may have just died.
Yeah, I think we kind of discussed that yesterday, but we're not sure how the Mage Slayer really feels at the moment with the Ember. But
5 seconds remaining.
So what?
How does the
here? Did you just storm? Oh, they will do the Ember. All right, we'll see if this hero died. We'll have a live example, but we haven't seen it a lot. The changes to Mage Slayer, I feel like it really hurt this hero, because you would just press Flight, right? And you would hit the entire enemy team and it'll put a 6-second debuff on them. They halved that. And not to mention the item's more expensive. That item is kind of what made Ember why he was so good. So with that being changed, it's gonna reduce his value. And I have a feeling that Quinn knows this matchup, and he's not gonna get bullied really hard by some Ember Spirit. However, the Ember does have some really good qualities this game. One of the big ones is Mirana's back in the meta, right? So you have that very easy way of just like getting these setup stuns, and people don't really buy Force Staff as much on supports. Like Batrider, as I mentioned, like yeah, he'll probably get it eventually, but he wants a Blink Dagger first. Undying, I think he has to get a Force Staff, so I guess he's the only Force Staff here. Ace doesn't want one. Jirachi later with the Pike will get it, but that's way later. Quinn will get a Manta, but that's also going to be a bit later as well, after like the Echo Saber at least. So they can do some good stuff with these chains into Arrow if they just play around each other well enough.
If I remember correctly as well, when again Analog had a lot of success on Hikori, I really do think Ember was one of his best heroes. I'm pretty sure he's Master Tier Grandmaster, so this will be a nice proving ground for us to get to see how strong the Ember is currently after that Mage Slayer nerf, because I know this is actually something like we discussed yesterday that I believe we brought it up, and just mentioning that we don't know if this hero is very good currently. I haven't seen anyone else run it, at least the games I've been watching on DreamLeague. So let's see. It does. Would you say Heroic kind of have an easier lineup to execute, or do you feel like that's not the case?
I mean, Heroic's lineup is very simple, right? You just stun and just stun and just stun, and you try and kill them, and most of them are point-click stuns as well, so very easy to execute. Where meanwhile, on the other end, you're gonna have to find the angles for like the skewers, the RPs, stuff like that. And going back to your Ember point, I don't know if I know a single player at this tournament who isn't master tier on Ember. Like, what mid laners at this point are not like master tier on this hero? It's been so, like, Ember's been in the meta for like 3 years at least straight, maybe more. And there's also been like really nasty ones like the last patch where it's just insane, where you just get free MMR by last picking this hero because nobody picks stuns. Just a mid laner's go-to, really. And it's fun to play, I mean, like add on top of it.
And you make flashy plays, and we spoke about mid laners kind of having a bit of an ego. They want to make all these flashy plays, and the Ember is definitely a hero that's able to do that. But so far he's been picked in 6 games at the moment in DreamLeague. He has only 1 win out of those 6 games. So it does look like so far he is struggling. Yeah, that is a yikes indeed.
I do think the Mage Slayer nerf really hurt him. I don't know if did he get a direct nerf in the patch? I didn't recall seeing anything.
I don't believe so, but I can check now. Yeah. Look, if he's going to win a game though, like this definitely could be one of them. Like you said, with the Sleight of Fist mana went up a little bit, which honestly 60 to 65 is that adds up over time with how much you spam the Sleight. But yeah, like if Emma's gonna have success in a game, it's gonna be this one. Like it's a good matchup versus the Void Spirit, like you said with the Mirana, some value versus the Terrorblade, maybe even a Stolen Bounty, not to be. It's a nice Flame Break from Tofu, and well, okay, look, you're maybe giving up first blood of the Ember Spirit might make this matchup a little bit more difficult. Shockwave off the mark is not gonna matter. Unfortunately, Quinn doesn't snipe it. He would have loved that extra first blood bounty up against the Ember. Nonetheless, though, They will find first blood here for Gaming Gladiators in game 1.
Yeah, you won't lose too much here. Oh, really good by Quinn there. He decided to hit that creep so it would die before the TP came in. So he's going to be a little bit of EXP and +1 creep of experience up in the lane. And that's just how these matchups kind of go sometimes. At this level, 1 creep, or that's basically about 2 creeps worth of experience, they could change the matchup entirely.
How we've seen Centaur have a lot of success so far in Dream League, but are we expecting this to be a pretty difficult time for Divine Llama? I mean, against an Undying who's been a really well-known hero to deal with strength offlaners.
So Centaur is actually one of the better heroes, strength heroes, I should say, against Undying, because if you think about how Decay works, essentially what it does is it lowers your maximum HP pool. So therefore, things such as regen are actually more effective on you. So heroes like Centaur who have like an absurdly high base HP regen, they stay high HP for longer than they would otherwise. Still, it's not like great because strength heroes against Undying are not a good thing, but before you get decayed a few times, you wouldn't regen because most heroes don't have high regen, but they're gonna go on Defy Llama here.
Nice stun.
But Reflection wasn't up either, so a little bit of a miscommunication, I want to say.
Get it onto Schofield now afterwards. Yeah. And this is going to be the nice thing about the line in this lane as well, where as soon as you see that...
TB's going to die here, I think. TB's going to die.
They're going to go for it. I mean, nice read.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it. Heroic saw it. TB stepped way too far forward.
Wow. Bot lane. He got skewered back on K1.
Looks like that's going to be a death as well. Also have another kill top lane. Celery goes down. Nonetheless, all the carries having a little bit of a difficult time to be able to start this game. What's going on?
A bit of a freebie
there. I didn't see what happened. I don't know if that's one of those like tactical deaths. You know, you got no regen, just want to come back to the lane like full health, but I mean, I guess Sentinel's
no, not really.
Yeah. You had one Tango, Schofield had one as well. So I was trying to give it the benefit of the doubt.
He tried stomping him, right? But there's an animation and Dyrachyo got his reflection off in one right click, and that just Divine Llama just died within that animation. Maybe he thought he could get the stick off and kind of like outplay him there, but it was a bit of a whoopsies, as we'll call it. But it's
alright. Yeah. But it happens. You know, GG made their own whoopsies with Dyrachyo getting caught out a little bit, and then Heroic want to make their own back. So how's the lane set up at the moment? It looks like it is going to be in front of Dai's tower. And of course, really the big thing for them, again, is they're very committal in this lane with Tombstone and Meta. So when you have this up in 70 seconds, they might look for their next play. Lane equilibrium down bottom is going to be very important as well. The flame break potential into the skewer was a big reason why we saw K1 just go down prior. So we're going to have to keep tabs on the current pulls and where the creeps are positioned.
And this mid lane, I'm afraid what is happening is what I thought would happen, where you're not really shutting Quinn down with this last pick Ember. And a lot of it might have to do with the first blood, you know, not getting to the lane right away. I think another big part of it is, you talked about Analog and how he is so good on this Ember Spirit, but Quinn, when he came up, like even before he got onto the team he's on now, one of his best heroes has always been Void Spirit.
And with the lane being as difficult as it currently is for Analog, I wonder how many points he's going to be able to put into Flame Guard and Chains, because I know sometimes with the Mirana, people feel like it's okay for only level 1 Chains. Sometimes you want to put a little bit more in it. So we'll see what the decision is going to be if he needs more in Flame Guard to actually be able to contest Quinn in this lane, though.
And it's more than that. All the little things are adding up. If you probably didn't see it on camera though, but Tofu just came and stole a water rune away from Analog, and Quinn got a water rune in return. So the region battle is also going to the way of Quinn. And I think that's a big thing a lot of mid laners will destroy their items over, right? Is if support takes one of their water runes and they have to walk back to base. Because it kind of like it hurts your ego in a lot of ways where like you just lost your lane, right? Because for sure what's going to happen now, Quinn is going to be level 6 before Analog. There is no doubt about that. And if you just rotate one support over and you have the double Astral and you don't have the Fire Remnants available, you're going to die. So we're going to have to watch out for that within the next like minute or even less. We'll have to see.
He's really starting to put the pressure on, and meanwhile bottom lane as well, making it go on to K1. Ace is free farming his lane, 32 and 8 compared to the 20 on K1. Were you expecting him to not have as many last hits as the Magnus? Maybe it's just that death fate they got into him that really resulted in this being such a favored lane for Ace at the moment. Mid lane actually, hold that thought, Quinn. It looks like Analog's getting a little bit of assistance out of Schofield. Quinn got his own rotation before, now he'll get it back with Celery. Should be able to secure the kill, maybe not actually. Nice body blocks from Schofield, Analog just able to slip out.
What a rotation. Like if Quinn was like 2 creeps or 1 creep away from level 6. 1 creep away from level 6. And they managed to get the kill on him there, so that's pretty big there. However, neither mid laner will get the 6-minute power rune. So not sure who that favors. I think that's just a... Okay, never mind. They are going to secure the bottom one. Unluckily for Schofield, he didn't get the top one there. And I'm a little surprised they did not bring Mirana for that. I feel like denying that rune would have been a very high priority. Instead, now Quinn is going to be level 6. And he's already got a haste rune with him. And they're going to dive mid, but Analog, he just got level 6.
Now starting to move over to his Remnant. It's going to get a little bit messy now for Analog. He's taken way too much damage, so the supports might have enough after. Quinn's still going to hunt. Ultimate on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Has used all his charges. Now, what are they getting the side lanes, though? I mean, you see Gaming Gladiators put a lot of emphasis with these supports to rotate, but it looks like both Duracho and Ace, they're more than okay playing solo at the moment, and we're actually going to see GG continue to move as his duo to contest the Wisdom rune.
That'd be big if they can get it. Oh, no.
He's used to running into one support, maybe sniping his Wisdom rune, but he runs into both of GG's supports, and now they're even going to kill him as well. So they're level 5, and these are some heroes that can actually do a lot with the early levels. Now, top lane, we do see a rotation out of KJ trying to put the pressure onto Durachion. Looks like that's a big kill for them to find. So, that's going to help out a lot with some of the experience that they'll be lacking from the Wisdom Room getting stolen.
That's actually really good because if you notice the rotation on Schofield mid, right? He ended up killing Quinn, so that was a big chunky XP. KJ has been pretty inactive, I want to say, in this game, and he's just been sitting and laning with the Sven. So his experience isn't really bad either. And he's Mirana, of course, and he's getting pinged. I don't know where KJ is going right now, but he's going to be on a behind enemy lines mission here.
Put the courier.
Might as well go for the courier with your final breath.
Okay, got it. What?
Wait, his items died on the courier. He didn't pick them up. Alright, so no boots for Batrider. Kind of a big deal for like a minute and a half.
And especially now with him having level 6, he's going to circle with that range creep. 8 minutes in, man. This could be really huge for this next fight. Power rune's already been taken though, so no little skirmish.
I mean, he had a clarity, boots, and like a wand recipe, I think, on the courier. Oh, mid lane. Okay, no mana.
No mana, but he's got a wand and stick. Not going to get it off. Schofield holding the Hex at the last second, so another death onto Quinn's Void Spirit, and they're going to try and chain that as well. Heroic attempting the quick play just with these 2 heroes. A double damage rune ready to go for Analog.
Reminds me of the good old days when Quinn used to play on NA and Schofield would hunt him every game. It's really like making his life hard right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See them, Duracho and Celery. Thinking they can put the pressure onto Divine Armor, but all of a second they're going to have 2 heroes pop out behind them. DD has it spy. Can he get the thunder off on Duracho once again? Schofield with the last second Hex. Now what's the call for Heroic? Divine wants to deal with the Tombstone. Analog wants to kill the heroes instead. Looks like Tombstone will be addressed. The heroes will be able to slip on by.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So
yeah, and we're starting to see this ease of execution, right, of their lineup. You know, just chain, stun, and stun again, and then he'll just die. No points on Soul Rip for Celery just quite yet, so not able to keep that Terrorblade alive with the Thunder. But even if he only had 1 point in it, don't know if it would have been enough. As they're gonna go for the 10-minute rune here. And Schofield, okay, just gonna be a nuisance and just drain the mana of Quinn here.
So with all the action we've seen now from, you know, in the mid lane and for the rune fights and then the top control and Duracho, Ed has left K1 alone, and importantly, Ed's left Ace alone, who is skyrocketing up in net worth. And I'm really, we're gonna have to see what he's able to do with this goal, because he's got a blink actually queued up, so going for a little bit more of an active Magnus build, but he needs to be pivotal with this early blink dagger to try and help offset Gaming Gladiators and some of the rotations we're starting to see out of the heroic supports.
Yeah, if he does choose to go for it, I agree. I wonder if it is going to be the correct choice though, because it definitely feels like he is going to make this item, and if it results in him dying, it's very bad, right? And that's kind of been the risk of going blink on pretty much any hero from the offlane first item, and we don't see it very often anymore, where you just see these blink first Centaurs or Marses. They normally go some one item that helps them farm and scale. And maybe he just uses his blink to farm. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need an echo save or anything. We'll have to see, but the blink is ready if they decide to do something. We'll see if that will be the case.
Perfect. He's going to be able to rotate for this power room we have coming up shortly. But even K1's here as well, just poking his head out for the flag bearer creep. They're actually going to smoke on GG. So where are they going to look for this? I think it was underneath that Radiant Observer ward. So Heroic going to position themselves on the high ground. KG will act as the smoke block, being able to pop this. Now they have full recognition of at least where one hero is on Gaming Gladiators.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. They have no Moonlight either. It looks like KJ is prioritizing getting the damage from the nukes. Tofu? Okay. They're not going to go. They're going to respect it. I think they're just respecting the fact that Ace does have a Blink Dagger. Pretty sure he showed it, so they're not going to make any big moves here. Just farm it up, play a bit more passive. Of course, let K1 get his farm. But if you look at the map positioning right now, it's not really good. They haven't broken the top lane of Duracho. Ace is just sitting in their jungle, farming absolute everything. So it's starting to get choked out of the map a little bit here. And when you're playing versus a team like Gaming Gladiators, the map state right now is absolutely what they want. And if you don't make a move, you're winning pretty much in gaming. So Heroic, they're gonna have to make some type of move. Centaur's Blink Dagger is ready. They're gonna go in for Quinn. Okay, we'll get him.
Done. And they should be able to have the follow-up. That is one thing they have in abundance. Stuns for the boys on Heroic. Probably going to reveal the Observer Ward up on that high ground. But it's a kill on the Void Spirit. Can they convert into an objective? Because like you're saying, this map control is really the big issue at the moment for Heroic. They haven't been able to get any objectives, and they might not be able to do so anymore. Ace RP onto 2 with a drag back. They're going to have the Lasso out on Tufo, but the damage is really going to the big thing in question. Analog will deal with the Tombstone. And, I mean, you will still get the kill onto Divine Llama. Quinn is respawning as well, so he should be able to assist with the kill onto KJ if he wants it. Instead, tries to turn to Analog back inside the middle lane. Analog's in a lot of danger. No more remnants to work with. It's a triple kill for Salary on the opposite side, and in the end, I mean, you lost Quinn off the smoke from Heroic, but it's not going to matter. Gaming Gladiators find 4.
That's gotta hurt. You have to feel pretty good about how the game is going. You're killing Quinn a few times. He's 0-3-1, right? But you forget about Ace. You group up. You try to go for that tower. You get 2 cores RP'd back into a Tombstone, into a Lasso. The supports try to help them out, but in the end, they die as well. An absolute disaster here for Heroic. And it's kind of devastating to see. You're going to see, watch the Ace. He TP's in a perfect spot, gets 2 cores all the way back there. The Lasso's going to come out, connect onto Divine Llama. And the supports, they just try to help at the end of the day. You know, try to help their cores, but maybe in hindsight, you're like, maybe we should just let that Centaur die, right? Obviously, Ember can get out of there, no problem. But they try to take a fight, and starting to regret that decision, I think.
Yeah, maybe they're feeling a little bit forced to get these objectives because, I mean, this is something you brought up before is like the map control at the moment. It's really scary. Mid lane, they might look for Quinn. Finger of Death, they're gonna... Oh, whoa,
okay.
look at messy. Is it gonna matter in the end though? They should have the damage. No, they don't. Quinn actually gets away. And now they're going to be able to get Divine Llama as well. Even Dyrachyo TP's in. Tofu's got the lasso, just connects on the line on the outskirts of the perimeter of this tier 2 tower. And Schofield should go down as a result of it. There will be no escaping. So 5,000 net worth lead all of a sudden.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, these kills are starting to hurt, and it wasn't really messy. I think Devi Llama did that purposely because he knew Quinn would use the illusion rune to dodge the first stun, so he pump faked it, which was honestly a really good play. But unfortunately, they just didn't have the damage, right? And I think the illusion just blocked the trajectory of the arrow, and he will get out. He'll eat that sweet royal jelly as well in the base.
Devi Llama though? Man,
that again.
Yeah. Centaur, I guess you got a little bit of armor from the Veil and the double ring of protection, but it's not enough for Dyrachyo already at this stage.
So them dying is definitely part to do with these team fights going poorly, but you can see Heroic has been... Alright, chain here, essentially. Arrow not even attempted, so they're just going to back out. And speaking about Mage Slayer being nerfed on Ember, Ember's going for the OG build, just straight into the Maelstrom. Not even going to bother with the Mage Slayer in this one. And Quinn actually went for the Mage Slayer, so kind of a different approaches here. And the train doesn't stop for Heroic, I guess. They... Oh, RP'd. Okay, that's some hate.
Yeah, I think he thought KJ was almost going to be in range. Unfortunately, doesn't get the 2-man RP. The rest of GG was starting to swing on over as well. Dude, this map is just... Like, it's going from okay to incredibly bad off the back of 2 fights. All the tier 1s are gone. Dyrachyo is now getting to a stage where the illusions can even cut further out on the map, and it seems like you've got incredible wards to play with now from Gaming Gladiators, and they just cannot have this like roaming trio on Heroic, which we potentially were expecting with their supports and their cores to work together.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard now, but they have no choice. They gotta keep going. Gotta keep fighting here and hope one of them connects. Maybe bring K1 to this fight.
Well, this could be decent. Tombstone's already gonna get laid down, so Celery's done his job. Once again, they're gonna try and deal with the Tombstone early on, then go for the heroes afterwards, and Gaming Gladiators a little bit hesitant to try and take the team fight. It's taking a while to deal with the Tombstone though. It's really just KJ. Finally, they'll get rid of it. And can he catch anyone with the chainsaw? Still on cooldown. The result only being level 1. A little bit of difficulty with getting that first stun sometimes, and it's just the Undying that goes down, so really not the worst for Dire.
Yeah, I mean, it was fine for them. And essentially all that's happening right now is that Heroic is just getting outplayed super hard just by map stunts. Because like they keep running at Quinn, right? And trying to kill him. But meanwhile, while they were killing Quinn in the mid lane, Ace was farming everything on the bottom side of the map. Dyrachyo was farming everything on the top side of the map. And their map just kind of fell apart. And now it's at a point where, yeah, you got an Aghanims. You have an Aghanims on Ace right now.
They're going to try and TP in, but they might be a little bit too late. Isn't enough? Never mind Divide Llama. It's a nice stun on 3. K1 gets back to the safety of his tower. So, all right, Divide Llama. Just in time.
It definitely did save the day there, for sure. But now you do have that threat of the Aghanims on Ace here, which is a little bit of a different build. It's not going for the Harpoon that we normally see him do. Maybe just realizing that Sven will have a BKB soon, so this is the one way to kind of deal with heroes that do have that BKB. Stun them up, bring them back, and then when he pops his BKB, you can just RP him, right? And then all of a sudden, Terrorblade's going to be there, laying in the damage into you. So that's going to be a very scary part of this game. I feel like a lot of items that are going to come on Gaming Gladiators are going to be revolving around just heroes getting skewered backward by Ace.
Log.
There it is.
Oh, into the Remnant. That's perfect. Very nice.
And I think this might be the item that catches Ember as well, right? Because normally you can always Remnant out of a Harpoon every single time.
It's a bit of an interesting read with the Scepter. The only person I've seen go for this build as well so far, I mean, maybe there's been a game that I've missed, but I know Collapse has done it once, so still some people are having some different reads. Some people still like that Harpoon, some people do not. There we go, once again, Deep Observer behind the T2 tower.
I feel like I've seen this movie before, you know, where Magnus just runs around and just kills everyone with Skewer. It's so frustrating because there's like not a lot you can do against it. You're just getting, it's like almost just a reliable Pudge Hook. Probably even has more range than Hook actually, especially once you start getting the level 20 talent online.
Yeah, we even seen some Aetherlands be built up as well. I think that was maybe a little bit different with that TI meta where Octarine, of course, Aether built into it, so maybe some more value. But yeah, we've seen in the past, like, you have just so much range with this. So I don't know. What do you do for Heroic? Like, we were expecting their lineup just to be a little bit easier to execute. They make a couple of mistakes in the early game, then we just haven't really seen them make any plays since. And they might lose K1 here. He's walking past his Deserver, and I mean, Gladiators, they're already smoked his 4. Radiant are kind of close. When Ace with the RP once again gonna look to try and start, and Heroic, they're just gonna have to watch their Sven go down. K1 pops the BKB, and it was a decent chunk of damage, but the mechanism instantly repairs it. They're gonna get Schofield as well. And we've just seen no fight back at all from Heroic in the last 10 minutes.
The deficit's too big, unfortunately. And like the counter to this Magnus play is a Yules, right? When he goes in, you're supposed to just Yules him so he gets stuck, and then you like stop the initiation. It's usually Aetherland Yules on the support, but Ace is just way too farmed. He's #1 net worth in this game. Goes back to the laning stage where, of course, yeah, he had a good laning stage, but also the decision Heroic made to not pressure Jirachio's lane or not pressure Ace's lane and mainly just put all their efforts on the Quinn. It felt like a debate. It kind of feels good to kill Quinn, right? Oh yeah, we're getting the mid lane or we're owning him. You're getting a few kills on him, but like you're dedicating like 4 heroes to these plays. Well, meanwhile, Ace and Jirachio, they're doing what's truly important in Dota. And that's just keeping your net worth up, right? And having more gold than the enemy, hitting creeps. And that is just kind of like come back to bit them, because now all of a sudden, Divine Llama has completely fell off. Ember, he's been caught a couple of times now. He doesn't have a great game. Sven, yeah, he's been the one farming, I suppose, but we all know from the start that the Sven is not going to outcarry a TB and a Magnus.
Thinking maybe he went fishing there on Ace. See if anyone was hiding into the tree line, but he's not going to go for the call, and maybe Gladiator's going to start to move over towards the pit. Does look like Heroic, at least well aware of the current position and maybe the thought process of Gaming Gladiators to go for this bottom objective. So first real 5-man smoke we've seen out of them. Let's see if it's going to be enough to drag them back into this game 1.
They're sitting on vision here. Quinn is hasted. You don't want to fight under this vision. If the tombstone goes down, it might be rough. K1's just going to break the smoke. I don't know if he wants to show himself one more time like that, because that could result in a skewer play.
Smoke themselves, Gaming Gladiators. It's Centaur and Sven are not in the smoke.
Jirachio just ran.
But he's got no hesitation, just moving up the high ground. Eats the arrow. No one is really there to follow up and try and blow up the Terrorblade from 4 to 0. And it's a super messy fight, and this really is never gonna favor Heroic when you have this net worth deficit. As K1's gonna try and do what he can, pops the God's Strength, but the 8th, the Remnant clips him at the last second. They won't even get the kill on Tofu. It's a great stun from Divine Llama, but the follow-up, it's just not there. The counter initiation with the RP stops them short, and all you got was the kill on the Undying. Maybe you get Jirachio as well, but he steps over to the left side. It's a 5-man wipe right in front of the Roche Pit. Now Gaming Gladiators can reap the rewards and look for the ages.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, Jirachio, I must say, having a player like him must make game very easy to play. He's just like, hey guys, I'm just gonna run up as the hard carry onto this high ground. We'll see what happens. He has Sage and Yasha available. Probably felt just safe enough that Undying would be able to save him, but they kind of hesitated to go on Jirachio. I wonder if they could have burst him if they put all their efforts into it. But at the end of the day, they took the long fight, and I don't know. I feel bad for K1, but at the same time, I don't. I feel bad in the sense this game is really hard to play, but I don't feel bad because he chose to pick this hero like really early on without... All he saw was Batrider, right? And like, he's getting RP'd, he's getting lassoed. He can't move in these fights, even under the protection of the BKB.
Of course, he's one of the major carriers I really rely on. Not getting kited through BKB. You got multiple of them on Gaming Gladiators, the potential for a Skadi, which in fact Durachu has, and a lot of gold in the bank as well towards the butterfly. So K1's game is abysmal, and they might jump him if he shows another for this wave, because I was going to say bottom lane, they had the observable that saw at least 3 heroic cures, but K1 will leave the area regardless. So that means Gaming Gladiators, they can go for this tier 2, and they might force them back as well if they want to maybe poke the high ground.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. I think they're for sure just going to take this tier 2 top, maybe the tier 2 mid, and you're basically taking 2 lanes, right, and giving Heroic 1 lane. They're pretty okay with that trade. Going high ground, I mean, that's going to be a team decision whether they feel confident enough to do it. And it looks like the answer to that will be yes, because you do have a Magnus and a Bat, so you can actually just skewer and lasso people into this Terrorblade. That has some power on him. This guy is hitting like a truck right now. Almost 400 damage per hit here, not including illusion.
Wait, well, what? Oh, where'd the Verona go? I don't know. Quinn's not going to be in trouble as well. Kyra and Sunj is fine with
Terracio's going in.
Resistance. Meanwhile, Schofield is not the one that's fine. K1 pop God Strength as well for the tier 2 tower down bottom, I believe. So there is no hope of them defending, and I mean, full set of barracks has already been claimed as well.
K1's just hoping his team does a little bit of magic here. But in the meanwhile, he can't really help, but there's no meta as well. But I don't think you really care about meta right now because Ace is waiting. He's looking to get some more kills. You still have Lasso available. You have Aegis online too. And obviously Quinn with Aghanim Scepter and Kaya Stange, incredibly tanky right now.
And he also hits pretty hard, so even without meta, he can also siege. We've seen they're lacking some of the damage potential to kill him. Mage Slayer again, Kaya and Sun, she's fine. They're gonna try. What? Ace with a tongue out of the horn toss. Lion goes down to start. K1's gonna show up, but no God Strength means no damage. It's back off cooldown. He's gonna attempt the turn to deal with Ace, who lands the RP before he's forced to disengage. Ace has done his job, and is gonna be able to live to tell the tale as Gaming Gladiators will strike first in our 3rd series of the night. That is what we are used to seeing out of this roster.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like, I don't know, Heroic made some really, what's the word I want to use for it? Like, uncharacteristic mistakes of like a pro team. It kind of felt like they were playing against a team that they thought was way better than them. Like their map movement seems like they were really forced. They felt like they had to do these very desperate things in the early game that they really didn't have to do. So I hope they mentally shake it off, but I could definitely tell from my perspective that they were not playing their normal Dota. They felt like they were intimidated. They were playing against a team that was better than them, so they had to do like these strange plays on the map, and the map control that they did and where they chose to play on the map in the early game, it just wasn't up to par. And they're gonna have to fix that for that next game, because you can't just let Ace free farm and Duracho free farm freely on both side lanes for like 15 minutes of this game. And even this, like they're just spending so much time mid lane knowing that Ace has a Blink Dagger available here, and Ace just like punishes them. Nothing to take away from Gaming Gladiators because they played their usual really good Dota here, but Heroic's definitely gonna have to step it up if they want to compete at this level of Dota.
I wonder how much it hurts the early tempo control from Heroic with the Ember lane maybe not going how they were expecting, and not getting as much value out of that hero, because you know, like you said, there's a lot of value with the Ember with the Mirana. You're going to be able to rotate together and put pressure on the side lanes, but we didn't really see Analog get off to a good start, and maybe that was a bit of a reason why a lot of their movements looked a bit clunky.
I mean, potentially, but I think more than anything, they use that Centaur Blink Dagger, I think, incorrectly. They should have went more towards Ace's lane or Jirachio's instead of just storming the mid lane. But either way, a lot to learn, and there's definitely going to be a learning lesson for them within that replay. But the question's going to be, can they learn quick enough to turn around game number 2?
Yeah, because you don't have a lot of time in between these games, and for these boys in particular, there is a lot of the line. Every single victory is a must-get now at the moment with how even Group A is. So big for Gaming Gladiators to be able to find this first map victory in Series 3. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue with the momentum after a short break. We are getting down to the tail end of DreamLeague Season 22 Groups 1, and it's a very important victory for the boys on Gaming Gladiators coming into at least this series as a whole. Again, they were 4-6, Heroic 5-5. So Group A, very, very close, and anything can happen considering they still have another series to be able to play tomorrow with these two teams. So Heroic would love to be able to get a win under their belt, and it looks like in a lot of their series so far, they have been getting some ties. So maybe that was just a bit of a blip on the radar. Like you said, you know, it's there's going to be a lot for them to learn in that game in particular, but they don't have a lot of time to learn from that. So hopefully they're just able to shake it off and go into game 2 with a clean slate.
Yeah, for sure. And there's some obvious things to look at that seem to make this game more difficult. You look at K1 and you kind of just, his pedigree as a player. He likes to be the hard carry. He likes to farm, of course, and he wants to be able to carry the game. So perhaps maybe picking his hero that early may not be the correct choice, right? Because he had a pretty okay game on the Sven. Sure, he wasn't able to win his lane, but he got counterpicked in the laning stage. But the worst thing for him that game was that he couldn't do anything. You know, he's lassoed every fight. There's no save for the lasso. He's RP'd every single fight. He's playing versus a Terrorblade, which he has no hopes of like fighting back against if he does get unstunned, which he never did. So maybe give K1 a better game. And by that, like, draft his hero a little bit later in the draft. I understand that you can pick Sven pretty early on in the game, and it'll always have some type of game, but it's not going to happen to the degree that you want it to versus a better team. They will hard counter your hero, so even if it does have a free farm game, it won't be able to do anything within the fights.
Yeah, and we saw we weren't able to see any value out of this Sven in that game in particular. And it really felt like we didn't see the value out of a lot of the heroes. They struggled. Everyone on Heroic in that game, unfortunately, just unable to get the ball rolling. There were some moments early on where we saw some rotations from the supports, but there was only maybe like 1 or 2 movements, and then it really fell short from there. But again, new game, wipe the sleep clean, Hopefully this is a team that's able to do that in particular, because it can be much easier said than done regardless. So we do have our second draft coming up very shortly. So it is going to be the boys on Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant side. They're playing with second pick. We've got Heroic on Dire with first pick as well.
Yeah, and we'll see what adjustments will be made going into the next game. I think just perhaps maybe a better answer to Batrider might be in order. I'm still fine with like the first pick Centaur. I don't really mind that so much, but when you do play against a hero like Batrider, perhaps maybe not pick a hero that, you know, if it gets lassoed, kind of like struggles hard against it. Maybe looking more towards some of the Linken's heroes, like some of these Morphling type of heroes that much rather play against a Batrider type of hero, because that's been the build lately on the Batriders. You get a fast Blink Dagger. He didn't do it last game. He actually won a Glimmer Cape, but didn't really need it with how much initiation that Ace was bringing to the table, so I probably felt like he could just do a little bit of a different build there.
Looks like the trend will continue with the Vipers getting banned out, and now the Pango as well for Gaming Gladiators, so it's just, yeah, what can you do? You're not going to get your comfort heroes. I do wonder though, another one in particular with offlaners has been that Mars. I do not remember if it was first phase banned last game, but Divine Llama is master tier Mars, and they are often first picking it if, well, first phasing, I should say, if they have the potential.
Yeah, I mean, I have not played competitive Dota in this patch, right? But it must be very frustrating with a new banning system to like practice. Because like, I bet you in so many scrims, people are just trying things, right? And you can always get the heroes you want to play. And all of a sudden, the other team has 4 bans, right? So you have to like come up with so many different strategies and scrims nowadays. And I wonder like if this Viper was just something that they, you know, just kept getting in the second phase or last pick all of a sudden. You get into the tournament, ban, you're never getting this hero ever again. And that can mess with like your preparation, your practice, and how you've been like trying to go into like these big tournaments here. It adds a different dynamic for sure, where it feels like you have to be incredibly versatile as a team in modern day Dota, just because of how the way Captain's Mode is set up right now.
Do you like the current drafting setup? Because it is very unconventional from what we've seen for the pick and ban order for a very long time.
It's hard to say whether I like it or dislike it. Overall, I feel like I'm not entirely sure, honestly. I've got mixed, it's a mixed bag for me. Like there's some good aspects to it where you can't be like this team that only plays like 2 to 3 strategies, right? You can really shut that down. But at the same time as well, I guess from a spectator point of view, you just see a wall of bans sometimes and it's a little bit overwhelming. So like strategically, I think it's probably a good thing, but from my viewer experience, I think it's not as good of a thing.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. I see 4 bans in the first phase, and then I see.
What does that mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Some people are banning like back to back, and then we've only got 1 pick in the first phase as well, and then Gaming Gladiators in this game only have 1 ban in the second phase. Like it's just you know, it's interesting. It's very interesting with the new setup. Like, the bottom line is I like that they're changing. I like that they're trying new things. So I think that always brings a cool dynamic to just anything competitive in general. So that's I think the most important thing for me, at least.
Yeah, I mean there's 10 bans and only 2 picks, right? So that's like, feels like the first half of the draft is you're just banning heroes and you only get to pick 2. So, all right, 10 heroes are banned and you got to pick 2 heroes during that entire 10 hero banning phase. It's just a lot of banning. That's all I can really say. And I think the reason why they did do this though is so you have to be versatile as a team, right? Like when there's 10 heroes banned out of the game and you've only got to pick 2 of the heroes that you like, that means you have to have a wider hero pool. As before in like old patches, you would have like maybe 3 or about 6 bans, right, in the last one, but you'd already get 4 hero picks with those 6 bans. So only getting 2 hero picks with 10 bans means you have to be much more versatile than you would have been in the past. And I think that's really what they're trying to target.
Were you ever a drafter in one of your teams?
Yeah, there's been quite a few teams where I drafted in.
Did you like the complexity of drafting? Because I know it's definitely for some people, and it's also definitely not for some people as well.
Oh, I always enjoyed the drafting aspect. Even when I wasn't the drafter playing with like PPD, I would still be a very active role in talking about strategy and talking about how we could be doing drafting adjustments. So yes, the strategy part of the game is one of the big things about the game that I really do enjoy. It's a little bit different than it used to be, right? Because like nowadays, the strategy department's still there, but instead of like outpicking your opponent nowadays, the strategy has moved towards, we're gonna pick some heroes and we're gonna nerd it out to the point where these combination of heroes, no matter what you pick, will find a way to still succeed with them. And that goes back to the Mars, right? And the Timbersaw. They figured out these type of heroes, you can just pick them early game or early on a draft, and there is no clear-cut counter to these heroes. Like at some point, no matter what you do, if you make a mistake in the lane, they're strong enough that they can beat just about any counter.
All right. So gonna get the Alchemist response for Heroic. So they're gonna pick the K1 hero a little bit later, but still relatively early on in the draft, and it kind of is a bit of a block pick as well. Dyrachyo has been playing a lot of the Alchemist so far in DreamLeague. Let's see if Terrorblade is going to be on their radar once again. I know that matchup goes back and forth with the Alchemist. Elk can be very good in the early game, and then I know it kind of goes back into TB's favor a little bit. So maybe that can be something on their radar in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's on Gaming's Gladiator's radar is the Enigma. This is one of the heroes that is more difficult to deal with than most heroes right now. Mainly because you don't know if it's going to be a support, you don't know if it's going to be an offlaner, but if it is an offlaner, you need a response to it because this hero absolutely dumpsters a lot of carries. So you have to have a very small hero pool that can actually deal with this Enigma. And I wonder if Gaming Gladiators want to take that risk in picking it now, or if they just want to save this all the way into the last pick and make sure Dyrachyo can see absolutely everything in this game, know where this Enigma's going, and then make a decision off of that. And they'll pick the Black Hole Cancel right there in the Vengeful Spirit. And I have a feeling Quinn might just step up to the plate here and just pick his hero to make sure Dyrachyo has something good. Otherwise, yeah, it might just be the Terrorblade, as you mentioned. That's kind of like the safe pick there. But even that hero can struggle a little bit in the CS department against Enigma. But it's not so bad, especially if you get the mirror image leveled up at level 1 to help you, because normally the reflection does not help you versus the Enigma lane. And they'll go for it.
Okay.
So they'll just pick like the stable hero, right? It's not, no matter what you pick here, on Heroic, you're playing versus Terrorblade, right? And I think Terrorblade's also one of those heroes, like almost in any scenario, you have the chance of winning your lane just because of how strong Reflection, how strong Metamorphosis is at level 1 and level 2. So it is definitely not going to be like potentially the best pick for the game, but obviously that's what last pick is for. And they're prioritizing that Quinn gets that perfect last pick for the game, and they value that more so than Dyrachyo having that pick.
Are you wanting to show the flex of the Enigma now, or continue to hold it?
You can potentially, I think you pick your mid here and you hold the flex. I think there's no reason not to pick your mid because Quinn gets last pick anyway, right? So you're gonna get counterpicked, and whatever you pick here, you can just ban 2 heroes to protect it. And then that's also going to put Gaming Gladiators in a spot where they don't know whether or not they should be banning supports or an offlaner. So it's going to make their last 2 bans a little more difficult. So strategically, it definitely makes a lot more sense here to just pick your mid. Because if you don't, guess what's going to happen? Gaming Gladiators is going to be like, oh, you guys need a mid laner. And Quinn's going to ban 2 mid laners that are going to be hard to play against in blind matchup, right? Like some Linas, these type of heroes where you can just like pick into anything and you'll be fine. I see like there's absolutely no reason not to pick your mid.
Okay. And they will do just that. So Puck's gonna get picked up. I mean, there is a little bit of control for the Puck, but it's really what I'm expecting is Ace potentially to go down this Eul Scepter route, which I've not seen him play the Mars so far in the games we covered, but I know if this was a couple of other Mars players, they would definitely be going the Euls into the Puck. So this will give you one way to have a stun. They're going to need a lot more to offer that control versus Analog's Puck this game.
I'm very curious to see what the bans are, because we had this discussion about Puck earlier, right? And it was DK, TA, Void Spirit. I was like, what's after that?
10 seconds
And
remaining.
the TA might get banned here. Maybe it won't, but perhaps maybe it should.
5 seconds remaining.
And I'm curious what Quinn's next response will be to the puck here. Because yeah, I haven't really played any mid this patch, and I'm not entirely sure. Like, I think you mentioned Sniper was really good. That could be another option as well.
Yeah. I don't think it was. I can't remember. Liquid last pick Sniper multiple times at Darcher against a couple of puck, and absolutely bought it. It's a really bad puck lane. Tiny is another one, but I mean, we saw yesterday the Tiny get banned out versus the puck, but I don't have a lot of confidence in that hero, and I think that's the same with a lot of other mid laners at the moment. But I'm just thinking of your like old traditional counters to the puck.
Sniper is an interesting one because like it feels like it goes both ways, where you might win the lane, right? But Sniper is pretty vulnerable to coil, isn't he? So like,
yes.
If you have the right lineup, you could just like lose the lane, kind of like a Huskar factor, and just run at him with multiple heroes, and all of a sudden like you're just a sniper feeding. So that one seems a bit risky, but possible.
It's not just like the coil for the rest of the team. It's also just this stupid late game puck solo kill potential with coil. Like you legitimately have to itemize Wind Waker for puck late game. So you're like, because previously you'd think of coil, okay, holds the sniper into place, then it enables everyone else to get onto the sniper. That's not the case now with this new puck build. You actually just kill sniper inside the coil. So yeah,
you get there.
And you will get there. Like this puck hero, if you don't close out the game in 30 minutes, this puck hero will just take over. And you could buy a scepter for him this game as well if you really want to.
I want to see the flex here, and they go Kunkka of all heroes. So that does mean we'll have a support Enigma. And their choice is Kunkka against Terrorblade. That's an interesting one, because to me, that doesn't really strike as a hero that really punishes Terrorblade. You play a lot on their cleave and splash damage from the Tidebringer, and TB has incredibly high armor. He actually has the highest armor of any hero in Dota at level 1. And he can definitely man up on you on those first couple levels. It does give you more sustain, more team fight though. The Torrent Storm undoubtedly is good versus Terrorblade, but this pick definitely wasn't to help shut down the Terrorblade. I think it was more of like a game answer, not a lane answer. And then, well, that's the hero that punishes, right? We talked about last game, you see a Void Spirit, you pick an Ember. I was like, I don't know if that's gonna punish the lane, but when I see a Huskar come out last pick there, that's the hero for sure is gonna punish the laning stage, and this might be just where Dota is right now. You can't pick some soft answer to a hero if you have that 24 pick. You gotta pick something that's gonna be game altering, and definitely can see Quinn going into this puck and making this puck's life a living hell.
So how do you address the Huskar this game? It is like Enigma or Gyro needs to go down a Spirit Vessel route, and what then? Like, it looks like quite the Huskar game. You've got Avenge just in case to save you.
Yeah, that's the problem with the right now that I see is normally you shut down Huskar by rotating to his lane, right? And with some Lion Stun or some instant disable, but you have an Enigma Gyro support. These heroes don't necessarily make the greatest rotations. So I hate to say it, but Analog is gonna have to find a way. Of course, he is a ranged hero. It's not like an Ember Spirit. He's gonna have to find a way to survive the mid lane by himself. And I know that's a lot to ask for whenever you're playing versus a Huskar, but he just has to find a way to not get obliterated in mid lane. And then later on in the game, yeah, you have ways of dealing with the Huskar. Technically, a lot of it will be through the Alchemist, just blinking, stunning, killing him. You do have some forms of control initiation, but this is a last pick Huskar. This is on tier with last picking a Meepo. You know, it's pretty dirty.
Yeah. Definitely one of the dirty ones as well. So, yeah, Quinny, he's been known to do this in multiple occasions. We've seen his Huskar before. So, let's see. I brought up the Vessel potential on some supports. I know we've also actually seen in the past that there were some times when the mid Conquer was actually rushing the Vessel. Do we feel like this is something that he could be considering this game just to have it a little bit faster than his supports?
No.
Okay.
I think the Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka is too important.
Sure.
Yeah, just get it on Enigma. It's fine. It's a good item on Enigma, right? He'll get it eventually. The hero can farm quick. Maybe just put a little more priority. And that's what I mean about this game, where a lot's gonna be on Analog to kind of deal with this by himself. Because I feel like if they try rotating supports to help and it doesn't work, they're not only ruining the supports game now, but the puck game plus supports will be ruined. I'd rather just the puck don't have a good game. Well, he needs some type of game. I wouldn't say any game. Like, he needs to find a way to just be okay in the mid lane, get to level 6 without too much assistance outside of like some rune control, stuff like that. But he can't have a babysitter in the mid lane. A good way to do that is be on the high ground here.
You get first blood in game 1. So if you're going to be able to get first blood once again, Wave of Terror. Quite the way to be able to get all the vision you need. Okay, one's going to try and charge up the concoction. Only lands on Ace. It's looking pretty good for Dire, but this level 1 in of fire is going to make him work for it. Unless will be tired through that finds first blood, and now they're going to look over to Schofield as well. Duraccio, some great body blocks out of the Terror Blade. Needs to finish his food, and he will. And they might even get KJ as well. Torrent connects onto 3. Duraccio, go for it. Come on. Just go for the dive on the T2. Why not have a trip back to base as well? They'll find 3. Like you said, Duraccio carry is definitely one interesting man. He knows no fear about diving deep.
And the big thing I'm looking at here is going to be just the fact that EXP, this Huskar, yet again, poor Analog, man, a bad matchup. And yeah, he got some EXP out of that. But if you look at the Huskar, he got almost half a level out of that. So already coming to the laning stage with just less experience. And experience is what makes Huskar really good, right? Once you start getting more points on the Berserker Blood, 1 point in the Burning Spears, I think it's pretty much lights out at level 3 when you play Huskar for your opponent. You're going to go level 2 Berserker Blood. You're going to be scary at that point, but not super scary. And then when you get level 3, oh, he's going Spears level 2 actually, so not even going for that particular build, but he'll definitely get a point into that later on. And that's when Huskar gets really scary. 1-1-1 build.
Silver linings, they did get 4 bounties on Heroic, so at least there's that.
Yeah, I was wondering why the gold was coming. Makes sense.
Why is Inner Fire level 1 this dumb? Why do I see a spell that costs 75 mana and does 120 damage, has a knockback, and also a disarm at level 1 for 75? What is this spell?
Well, it's just a good Dota spell. I don't know what to
Yes. The classic broken level 1s. I'd say this is probably one of the higher tuned level 1 spells out of a lot of them.
It is. I mean, any nuke at level 1 that does over 100 damage is generally really good. And this is why you see every Huskar get this at level 1, because it just secures not only a lot of harass. Yeah, mid lane's over now, unfortunately. The lane is on Twin Hill. He's got boots. He hit level 3. And I feel like this is just like, there's no coming back from this. You can try to come back from this, but you're just not going to.
It's not really a hero that's able to farm the jungle as well. Like we saw yesterday what it was, the Viper Primal Beast, and I think Thompson was playing the Primal Beast, and he could just actually go back and even farm up some stacks. It's going to be much more difficult for Analog to do that this game.
When you dirty Huskar picker. Well, he did drag a creep with him though, which is a bit of a mistake there, as the equilibrium will now kind of shift. But guess what? Huskar doesn't care that much about creep equilibrium, because he can attack you under your tower without taking tower aggro.
Not a fan of orb walking? Wait, Schofield? 2 couriers? Okay, that's nice. They got none of the items.
That is nice. Yeah, I guess I'll take a look at the other lanes now. There's something about Huskar lanes that are just fascinating.
Infuriating. But have you got last pick Huskar multiple times in events? Sounds like some PTSD.
Just pubs.
Just pubs? Okay.
It's even worse than pub. Because at least in an official game, you're just like, this is our fault for not banning it. But in a pub, you're just like, I tried to ban it, it just didn't go through, you know?
I mean, far out. How does the puck have more last hits than Divine Llama? What?
Well,
not a
I
good
did
sign.
mention, right, where TB does not really care about this lane very much, and that's why.
But should it stop him from farming though on the Conquer?
To this degree, no. Not necessarily. I don't remember though, did Defy Llama it skill Torrent at level 1? Maybe that was the case. If he did, then yes, then he just kind of, that's one of those game ruining things, right? Where you do it and then you regret it immediately after, so.
Peak for peak from Ace.
But yeah, this is definitely a lane where if you come to the lane with Torrent level 1, they just go on you. And you have to hope that Torrent hits. And if it's a really hard spell to hit, right? With no setup, which they don't have any setups. The only good thing that is happening in this bot lane is the fact that both the couriers died, and these couriers are yoked. Full shreds on the Terrorblade courier. And on the Venge courier, he's got a bunch of regen, another blood grenade. So this probably helped Defy Llama quite a lot, getting that double snipe by Schofield. But once these couriers do arrive, this already bad lane is going to be, I don't know, absolute disaster.
I don't like the way you paint the picture because top lane's not going well as well. They're going to get another kill onto KJ. I mean, Ace has just gone all out stats. Bracer, Wand, damage as well with the blades he attacked. He's almost able to finish the phase boots if he wants. So we're going to see pretty shortly. Like K1 might be forced back to the jungle early on. Bottom lane, Dyrachio with that meta. Is he going to get Divide Llama? Nice done. Flexion should give him the vision. Not actually enough.
Oh, got him!
Okay, never mind. It is enough. They get it in the end. So there we go.
I mean, I don't know what you want from Ares. Like, look at this CS board. Like, it ain't pretty. Like, most of the damage is coming from this mid lane and bot lane, but this top lane ain't pretty early either. So, like, this is definitely one of those games. All right, Schofield trying to bait him. Dyrachio, this is classic Dyrachio. Ultra aggressive, but worked out for him. Very good. Yeah, mid lane is just like, it's not a lane. That's like, there's nothing going on there. Bot lane, absolute disaster. Top lane, we got 3 disaster lanes. So within the next like few minutes, we're gonna start seeing the effect of everything happening on the map. The one good thing happening is Puck got a DD, but guess what? Puck's just hit level 5. What's he gonna do with this DD truly?
I wouldn't mind Analog considering about stealing Radiant's Wisdom or at least going for his own. I don't know what else he really does at the moment. Like, you maybe just
farm that Wildkin camp.
All right. You're just using DD for the extra damage with the orb, and he's getting farmed there. At least he owns something.
Like, he can't even trade with Huskar with the DD rune, right? It's just kind of how Huskar works. Armlet is almost online for Quinn as well. Almost doubling up the denies that Analog has in CS. Not going well. Top lane as well yet again. We're going to see KJ. What is that? His 4th death now for the game? I think one of them was in the... 3 of them in the laning stage. One of them in like the pre-game.
Is under attack.
Dyrachio denied the wisdom. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a pretty play.
Says only 1,000 net worth lead, but I'll tell you what, this is so much worse than that, especially with the Alchemist. I mean, you have 3 heroes mid. And Tofu sees this as well. They're going to see KJ moving top. I think they got a glimpse of Schofield as well, so you are sacking bottom. And I don't know what you're really going to be able to do with the supports regardless. Analog getting jumped on from Quinn, still without the level 6. Has it up and available now. We'll drop the coil.
Okay.
Have they got the damage?
Where's this armlet?
You're going to need some TPs. One will come through from Divide Llama. And without the armlet from Quinn, he's going to end up going down to also get Tofu as well. They are some much needed kills. They won't catch Celery out on the TP, but you also now get another power rune for Analog. So are a couple things going their way.
Yeah, I think Quinn feeling a little god mode there. His courier was on the way, by the way, with an armlet. And I think if he has that armlet, he kills them all. So maybe a little bit impatient there. I mean, he does have the armlet now, but still giving away a little bit of something that you probably wouldn't have given away otherwise if you would have just waited for your armlet before making some of these tower dive plays. But they're gonna smoke.
Lane?
Yep, Quinn and Celery are coming top.
See if they're going to be able to kill GG beforehand, though. I mean, Ace has got the arena at the ready. Pofu's got to run in the direction of the reinforcements, and now as soon as they see Quinn, you're praying that some of the members can get out, but unfortunately, the all-important one, K1, goes down, and Schofield will make it in the river. He will not get too much further away from that wave of terror. Well, not enough. Is he actually going to take
Schofield does. He's making space.
The wisdom's still there. Will he check?
And he's gonna get the wisdom. No. He probably thought he's still being chased, right?
I mean, yeah, I suppose. I'm unlucky, unfortunate.
Because you don't expect the wisdom to be there at 9 minutes into the game, right? There's no way.
Oh boy. Oh, great spoke from GG though. Nonetheless, Quinn getting active with the armor. Like you said, what could have been the difference? Ace is super deep, right in front of the T2 tower. But again, Quinn is going to look to rotate, and he actually wants nothing to do with it. Never mind. Quinn was thinking about potentially helping out Ace, but reevaluates that opportunity and thinks that maybe it wasn't the best go for him. So he's going to look to get out. Unfortunately, you do lose Ace once again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, these are kills you desperately need, right? And a little bit of impatience coming through Gaming Gladiators. Something I didn't really expect to see after how crisp the last game was. But, Quinn diving a bit too far in the mid lane. Now Ace playing a bit too far up. And you're playing next to these towers, right? Which means you can just easily TP in if you are on the side of Heroic here and kind of like help get these kills. And Ace in the bottom lane is trying to set up and defy Llama. He is fast, but not fast enough as they do scout that out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
K1, he's out of there. Interesting enough for K1, he bought the Talisman Evasion over the Relic first.
Just kind of bring that up. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, a perfect way for us to explain how bad this game is going is the fact that he went for the Talisman first.
Yeah. Feels like he needs that extra protection against Huskar.
Oh god. Oh, look, honestly, they've done a pretty. Maybe it was to GG's fault in a way, but they've done a decent job to stabilize this game. It was looking like it really could have got out of hand, but they're in a fine position. Your cores are actually finding a decent chunk of farm. But with that being said, though, like Dyrachyo is really going to be a big issue at the late stage of this game, and that's really where he shines against the Alchemist.
I mean, you really can't explain enough on how much of this game was on a knife's edge. And they will find Dyrachyo here, but they got no damage.
Maybe they get the Venge. Do they? Why can he get in range for the X? I need to just go for the Torrent instead, and Ace is going to be able to push him back, so it's like both sides are fine. I mean, Arena used, Coil used. I don't know who's more happy. Maybe Die just because they kind of dodge a bullet. Dyrachyo showing up to the lane as well, maybe wanting to try and put some pressure onto the tower with the Metamorphoses.
Okay, I mean, Coil's down, I suppose, so you can just run mid, but you gotta know Arena too. You have no Huskar. We'll just see if Heroic respects this or not. Or if they want to try and make a play. And it looks like they're gonna make the call, just let it go. Go hit some creeps. Let's go ahead and finish our Radiance up for K1. Enigma, he's gonna farm up for Mechanism. It looks like none of them are really going the route of the Vestal. And Gyrocopter, I think he's just saving 1300 gold for the Shard, coming in 14 minutes here. Nothing queued up, which would make a lot of sense. It is quite a good Shard. One of the only reasons why this hero is played on support, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So I think the big question is going to be, what do Heroic need to give up to actually take this bottom tower? Because currently we're seeing Gaming Gladiators, you've opened up the map with the tier 1 top and mid. And again, with the rough start you had, you're really going to need as many camps as you can get to be able to catch up. But Gladiator is going to make sure that this bottom tower does not go for free, so see, of course they're not going to...
Roche.
Okay, yeah. Let's go things.
This is one of the few heroes left in Dota that can actually solo Rosh like really early, right? Ursa can't do it anymore, Meepo can't do it anymore, but Huskar, the lone standing hero that can do like the 12-minute Rosh by himself. Thanks to the armlet toggles and things of that nature, will definitely help him out.
I understand, but not going to be able to do anything with it. Does get the tier 1, so that's kind of the trade I was speaking about for bottom. Like, what did Heroic need to give up to get that tower down there? Instead, you know, they have to give up Rosh, but they get the tier 1 mid. So that gives you a little bit more map control, enables Analog to get this shield rune. You've got Witchblade completed. It's nice. You're at least able to get something out of the map for the ages. The only question is now Quinn having BKB coming out, surely these tier 2 towers are going to be under threat.
Yeah, and another big item is really just going to be this Agnum Scepter coming out from the Kunkka. That'll be the big one, the team fight that they need. And yeah, honestly, this game has been stabilized. It really felt like ever since that dive mid, if this Huskar would have got a triple kill instead of dying there, this could have been like a situation where they just had no map whatsoever, but because they're able to get that kill, because they're able to get a kill on Ace on top, they're able to slow the game down just enough so Hector could have his Radiance online now. He's going to be farming it up. Llama's been doing a good job farming too. And of course, Analog, he's just doing what he can. They're just playing keep away. The real question is, in Dota, okay,
should be fine.
Shield drone used. All right, and he's out. But the threat there, just letting him know that I've got an eye on you. I see you. I've got a heal.
Front of a tier 3 tower is like, come on guys, seriously? I can't even be here? Analog might be in some trouble. Still on cooldown, of course, his mobility at this stage of the game is very much lacking. And Ace is hunting. Looks like no one else is really stalking with Ace as well.
Found the Llama here too. Alright, good Torn, good Torn. I really want to see this Kunkka just ignore everything and farm the Sags, because if you go high ground right now on Gaming Gladiators, I mean, I'm down to sell your bracers too, whatever it takes. Like, they're gonna need this for this next fight, 100%, and they're doing it. They're going for the 16-minute high ground on Gaming Gladiators. Aegis is available, Huskar is available.
They cut top at least. I mean, I guess it's a catapult wave though, and TB can kind of tank as well. Need to kill it, and they'll do just that. They almost get the Aegis as well. But importantly, you cut top. Nicely done. Enigma went through the portal. You're able to deal with the wave in front of the tower thanks to the glyph. So, and you've got people farming. Like you said, Divine Llama went to the triangle. K1 farming down bottom. So very small things, but Heroic are doing everything they need to continue to stall this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, Heroic is playing a lot better when they're playing from behind than when they're in a position of power, right? When they're in a position of power, they kind of cut off their own map, but like in this game, they're doing a really good job just spreading the map here and getting the farm they need. The real question is going to come down to, can they take these team fights? Especially into an Aegis. And how much do you want to
K1
press the envelope?
Oh, that's big. That's big. Ace and Co, they were well aware. Stellar and Tofu were nearby, also on a hunting expedition. They had a great read of where K1 was playing across the map, and they're going to be rewarded.
And Dracho ends up using his Metamorphosis here in the mid lane. Very sparing, not unsparingly using the meta. Just popping it to harass the puck mid. We'll see if that transitions into a mid push. Which it looks like it will. But to me, this kind of reads that they don't really want to go high ground with this first Aegis. And they definitely don't need to. There's like no urgency to end the game in like 20 minutes against Heroic's lineup. However, you do have a lot of potential threats coming from Heroic's lineup the later this game goes. You do have the Black Hole. Of course, you do have Venge to kind of somewhat deal with that. You have the Torrent Storm. You have Coil. And like what could happen if KJ gets a blink is the puck, and he can just silence the Venge, right? And you can just make some all-in play. And if you can manage getting a Black Hole on Huskar and the TB, all of a sudden you might be in a position where you might be able to kill these heroes.
Let's see, they're actually going to smoke aggressively on Heroic. We Schofield and Analog together. Top lane though, Ace again with this vision that they have, you know, that no one's playing behind K1 at the moment. I mean, they're starting to move on over. They've got KJ nearby with the threat of the Black Hole. Divine Llama's going to try and get in range for all the AoE control. They will still lose the Alchemist, but can they get revenge though? The spam from afar makes it an even 1-for-1 trade, but over to the right side, Ace slams down the life for Schofield. Now, Analog, does he want to actually go in for this? He was able to set up for this spoon. That's all they need. One stunned Black Hole far too late. And now KJ, well, he too will end up dying as well once the ultimate expires, as finally Gaming Gladiator is able to get more than just one kill in a skirmish.
And that's just like not how your fights can go, right? The fights are starting with, okay, and they're not done yet.
Well done, Ace. Aggressive jump, and yet they're going to be able to get another as well. Quinn, maybe? Okay, they went with the Wave of Terror. I mean, you're TPing back in the Alchemist. He might die as well unless he cancels it, which will exactly happen. But it means that Schofield also dies back-to-back times. So they stabilize this game, and then that Alchemist death down bottom just completely blew this apart.
I mean, the one up top too, right? The 2 in a row. Ace is blowing this game wide open. If it's like a straight 5 vs 5 where everyone gets their spells off and everyone's attacking each other, maybe you have a chance if you're heroic, but Ace is catching this Alchemist every single time. He's dead before the fight even starts. It's a long-winded fight. Eventually, you finally find that one opportunity to get a Black Hole, and you get it, but your whole team's dead. So, therefore, you're not going to kill anyone out of it. Unfortunate situation, but Ace is just doing a fantastic job, and not only last game, but this game at just finding and catching heroes and repositioning. And yet again, we're gonna find a puck, but never mind. Maybe we're not.
Opportunity now.
Tarachio save? Is it a Tarachio save?
I'd look for this.
No, he's gonna die.
Not gonna come out. They'll lose Ace regardless. And Torrent Storm is required to secure the kill, so they won't have this now. Maybe Gaming Gladiators. Is there a threat of the turn potential? Dire's still going to be lacking the ultimates, and Quinn will consider it. Analog gets a great silence onto the backline. That's the puck's role, trying to deal with the supports. He'll take Killer's salary, look to Tofu next. The aim of the game is to completely avoid Quinn, but he's making that difficult. In a fire, along with the burning spears, Alchemist will actually live with the chemical HP regen. Can they still get more out of this heroic? You've got to be cautious, Quinn. Is a raid boss at that, but maybe there's an angle for them to go back in. Tofu ready with a turn. Ultimate laid down on the other side of the tree line. They'll pay it some respect. Analog's going to be able to address it. Schofield will sacrifice it right, but Tarachio even wants to come back in as well. Quinn will not even die. Ace is back alive now as well. They stuck around for far too long, and Analog, the Yaws stopped the Jaunts away. Once again, Ace with this use of the Yaws, should get Analog, maybe nice dodge, not enough. Celery drags him back to his grave and was looking good. Then the turnaround was there. Gaming Gladiators beautifully done to be able to reposition, wait for the respawns, and in the end they will still come out on top.
Yeah, that was one of the longest fights we've seen today, but either way, the fighting might not be done. As you do see, Tarachio TP bottom.
Got the Torrent Storm. Again, they need to deal with the support.
Well, they used a lot just to kill a support.
They get Tofu as well.
Nope.
Oh, got away.
Look at this. Schofield, what's he doing?
Yeah.
It's like, we're not done here. Let's go.
And look at Ace's position. He's kind of like angling over if there's an opportunity for Schofield if he kept going, but go over to the east instead.
I think the game is going to start getting a little more difficult the moment the Scotty becomes online for Tarachio. Because what we're seeing in these fights is right now you can live if you're K1 under the cover of your BKB, but the moment those spears start stacking up on you, which is also another reason why this Huskar hero is pretty good in this patch, is yeah, your BKB ends, but then you have like 12 stacks of spears on you, right? And you're probably going to die afterward. That regen just helped them in that last fight, be able to not die there. But if there's a Scotty debuff on you, and you got a bunch of spear stacks on you, you're not going to be long for this world here on the Alchemist. So it's going to come down a lot down to bursting. Can you burst a hero? Because these long fights, for sure, favor Gaming Gladiators.
Dire are scanning.
You got a Scepter now as well for Quinn. 400 gold, I should say, before he gets this one. So a lot of items getting picked up, a lot of very impactful items for the boys on Radiant, and we're going to have to see what Dire can do with the limited net worth that they have. But again, something you mentioned, they've got team fight in abundance, and they execute that though. Kofu. Okay. I mean, he's pretty taken with Pipe, and with Celery standing behind him. Quinn is not nearby though to offer some assistance. Dyrachyo turns with a Skadi. Ace, I mean, that's a beautiful arena. That's the exact path they need to retreat. And the Dyrachyo, he has nothing to worry about. Can easily stand his ground and start to get the right clicks down. And with the Skadi, so Divide Llama will not escape from this mess in the middle lane. Analog's going to try and create some chaos in the backline, but yeah, hang on, Elk. He's going back in. Quinn, with that scepter freshly completed, is going to stop any escape, and all set up thanks to Ace's angle with the wraparound of the arena, making sure there was no possible way for Heroic to get out with the quick Crystal Maiden kill.
That scepter just came on the courier there, and I think K1 was like, it's fine, you can ult me, my manta's ready, I'll just mant it off and walk away. But yeah, you're not manting off an Aghanim Scepter of Huskar here, so he gets locked down and he goes to the grave there. And now there's that additional threat here on Gaming Gladiators. If this Alchemist gets caught by this Aghanim Scepter of the Huskar, it's going to be a very big issue. It has longer range now, has a 3-second taunt, and that's exactly what Huskar wants to do. They want to lock down this Alchemist during his BKB, and he has to press his BKB during this, because if he does not, what's going to happen is he's just going to get chain stunned, right? The Alchemist is going to get stunned by a spear, whatever it might be, a magic missile, and he's going to die. So every second of this BKB is critical for K1 here. And I would like to see for him get a mobility item. Something that can jump into these fights, because walking in seems like a risky business.
Blade is pretty much
do you want to die?
Option, right?
Okay. He blinks out. Yeah, I mean, Blink, he's going Shadow Blade. That's also technically something that can help you get in.
Item from the Grave, Silver's Edge. I can't remember the last time I saw someone buy this.
Technically still good versus, you know, the Huskar. But ever since this can be BKB'd off, it's kind of felt like, you know, and obviously Crystallis not being part of the component anymore, so you don't get the crit. Yeah, the item's pretty bad. Well, let's just be real. Like, they nerfed it intentionally. It used to be like buy it every game on every carry, no matter what, to like very situational, very, very situational.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna be scary. They're going up against 4 minutes worth of the Ages. We've seen they've had a lot of difficulties dealing with Quinn. Now, Divide Llama has a very interesting position out of the Conquer.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Is it gonna be enough with him running to the middle with that Torrent Storm? We're gonna have to find out, because this is almost all or nothing now. Maybe Quinn not gonna go down. In fact, Ace, there's the jump in. Boat's gonna fly out, and that'll be a beacon of where the Conquer's currently positioned. They don't care about him though. It just doesn't matter if there's a threat of a wraparound. Quinn jumps in. BKB usage on the first life.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Got a little bit spooked there. But yeah, not having BKB for that second life, something gotta be cautious of. But with a lot of these spells being down, it looks like they're not quite scared yet. Stellary's position is going to be what really matters here, as the Black Hole, I think, is the one true spell that can probably turn these fights.
Stellary's always been known for his incredible positioning though. So a lot of that's going to come down to the puck, which honestly, I think there's been multiple fights where Analog's done a pretty decent job of actually dealing with the supports, but he needs to continue to do that up against a very, very tall order here as Analog. Maybe I'll Shadow Blade
for another 3 minutes.
Jumping Ace once again, is going to get the start. Nice silence. We'll stop the spear. It's probably just enough. All they needed was the Yaws so Quinn could jump in. Meanwhile, they've got the backline supports. The Black Hole onto 2. They'll be able to cancel with the spear. Tofu should still go down, but you used everything for the supports, and now what have you got left to deal with the Gaming Gladiator cause? I mean, you've still got Aegis, you've still got Cheese. They can go one by one. K1's gone. Now the objectives are going to be next as well, and you're stuck outside the base. Ace should be able to get the Yaws onto Analog. but they want the heroes, so they want the objectives. They can take the pick of the litter. Looks like Quinn, he'll be able to jump and catch out KJ. I mean, meanwhile, Doracio's just been dealing with the objectives also inside the base. He recognizes he's not required.
Top barracks has fallen.
Base? They're gonna get him. Analog's stalking. Divine Lime is back up. You're gonna lose Schofield, and you're still not gonna kill Ace. They gave him the cheese, I believe. Nice handoff there from GG.
And Doraccio sitting at 20% health with the cheese and just like, nah, you can have this. He does have a valve from that trusty shovel of earlier. Crystallis picked up. And yeah, I guess you don't stop it, right? You still got the Aegis. There's no black hole. Arena misses, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter.
Oh boy, look at the damage. Torrent Storm down for a couple of seconds before the death. That's a pretty good concoction.
There's no BKB on this Valk.
It doesn't matter. Quinn jumps him, life break holds him into place. You got no buybacks on Heroic and soon to be forced to tap out of this second game. As again, this is back-to-back performances of what a lot of people would have been expecting from Gaming Gladiators at DreamLeague.
I think exactly what they needed, right, to stay in the groups too, to get some more wins under their belt. This is a series that they probably couldn't afford to lose. And a lot of learning lessons along the way, I think, in this group stage by Gaming Gladiators. And even in this game, they still don't seem like that Gaming Gladiators we knew of last year that were just stomping every game in 20 minutes. You would rarely see mistakes. A little bit rough around the edges still, but still showing top tier Dota nonetheless. And this is like a great last pick, honestly, from Quinn here. Dealt with the Alchemist and dealt with the Puck in spades. So kind of showing them like, you wanna learn how to last pick mid? I'll show you here. Like, get out of here with your Ember Spirits. You gotta pick some Huskars in the last phase here if you want to really abuse the fact that you're using last pick mid.
Yeah, right. We've been kind of disappointed with some of the last picks we've gotten so far in the games we've been covering. Like, they just haven't been convincing as that Huskar. Yeah, they've been too. You just go for this hero, man. Go all or nothing. Like, sure, you're also kind of going for your own in the Alchemist. Like, this hero late game, I suppose it's a little bit better than what it used to be in the past, but go for these Huskar heroes, just the all or nothing, dominate the lane, and then try and take over from there. But Quinn, he's not worried about that. We've seen him be able to perform incredibly well in the Huskar in the past. Same with Gladiators, and again, like you said, there were maybe some moments in this game where it was almost an avenue for them to come back, but they were still quickly able to fix some of the issues that were brewing.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that didn't really change from game 1 to game 2 for Heroic here is K1 yet again is picking his hero early. And like, what's the trade-off you're getting? Like, you know what the trade-off we got this game was his Kunkka. And now all of a sudden K1 is in a situation where he's playing for 2 hard counters in the cores. And they picked a Kunkka who like got obliterated in the laning stage. So like, strategically, Heroic needs to polish things up a little bit. I think strategic from Gaming Gladiators, they look good strategically. Play style-wise, they look good too. Do they look like the best of the best? Are they going to win DreamLeague with their performances as far as play goes? We'll have to see. They're definitely a contender, but I think they need to polish up just a little bit as well.
But importantly, Gaming Gladiators live to see another day. That is really the big thing, because if they can get through into next groups, this is a team that will get that ball rolling without a doubt. We've seen what this team has been able to do in the past. They struggled early on, but they are really starting to build that momentum, and a 2 victory over Heroic could really put them on the right footing. But we're going to send a break. When we come back, we will be lucky enough to have a winner's interview with one of the boys from Gaming Gladiators. So we'll see you guys shortly. Welcome back. We should have our interview up pretty shortly. We're going to be lucky enough to be able to get Celery from Gaming Gladiators to join us to help answer some of our questions so far that we've had from them. Again, like we were saying, pretty good showing from the boys on GG. So Fifu, looks like we will have him in pretty shortly here. But what do we want to see a little bit different out of Heroic? Actually, never mind. We've got the interview ready to go. So we'll skip that. Let's bring Stellar in and I would ask some questions. So Stellar, congratulations on your series victory. I'll let Fizz start with the questions.
Thank you very much.
All right, hello. So my question for you is, you guys didn't look like a team that was coming into this series being like 4-6 right now, struggling a little bit this Dream League. You guys are incredibly dominant. Why was it that you were so dominant this particular series?
Yeah, not sure. We've just been trying to fix our issues along the road, and our score is not looking too hot, so we're just a bit mad. And then we ended up playing Heroic now, and everything kind of clicked how we wanted to play in this series, so it looks pretty simple.
Does that seem like it's going to be a sign of what's to come for Gaming Gladiators? You feel like you guys are getting your groove back and you're starting to get back in form?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a rough group stage, but that's it's not the first time it's been rough. This one is maybe the roughest one we've had so far, where it's like, ooh, maybe it's time to start getting some wins, boys. But we just try to focus on the gameplay. We said this a lot after the tournament in Dubai as well, where we need to make sure our main focus is just on our gameplay and playing well, and not too results oriented, because then you can feel like, oh, we won almost everything last year, second a few times. Like, if we don't do that, then we failed. It's a bit too much stress, so you just have to focus on the gameplay and take it one game at a time and have a bit of a good time as well.
Sure. So I guess regarding that as well, like, is there something you guys do when you have these talks? Do you have like a mental coach, or do you set time aside to do certain activities to talk about what the future should look like and what your goals are as a team?
I would say our mental coach is just CY. He's the coach and mental coach. We talk a lot as a team about everything, life, Dota, like anything you can think about. So it's not some specific moment we take for this. It kind of just happens whenever we're together. Even now that we're not boot camping and we're not at the LAN, we talk a lot all day in between series. We need to make sure we take some breaks because we can talk for hours. Like, I've had these talks of Ace where I'm about to get some tea, and then 3 hours later I still don't have the tea. So gotta take care of that.
In your opinion, do you feel like that's maybe the best way the dynamic should be in a team, or do you feel like there are some drawbacks with that kind of style as well?
The drawback can be that sometimes there's a lot of voices, so you need to understand and listen to each other a lot and figure out what is the best way to approach things, because we don't really follow a leader. We follow whoever makes sense. Sometimes during a LAN, one of us will step up and Anton will take care of the draft randomly because he's in the zone. You kind of have to go with the flow more, and if people are not in the zone, it can go wrong. But the upside is if I'm, let's say I'm the only one in charge and I'm doing real bad, it's gonna be real bad. So for us this works, but you need a lot of communication for this. You need to talk a lot, otherwise you're not gonna be on the same page.
It looks like that's something you guys do, though. Obviously, the communication is definitely there with you guys talking for multiple hours. But more with you personally, do you have yourself any like pre-game rituals that you do to get yourself in the zone? Anything you do before games?
Yeah, I always drink my tea, of course. Everyone knows that by now. But at home, I almost always wash my feet before I play. It's a bit random, but I feel like it's very hard to stay warm for me when I'm at home. Because I don't want it too warm in my room, so I need the window open, and I need oxygen as well, but then it gets too cold during the game, and if I don't, if I wash my feet and my hands with cold water, I stay warm during the game. So after every single game, I have to go just to the shower and I just wash my feet and my hands.
What do you do at events then? What's the go? How are you winning events?
Events, it's always just kind of warm, so I don't really have to do it. Okay. It's always warm.
Or you put some hand warmers in your shoes or something like that. That also helps out. Some secret strategies.
It's weird though. Like at first, if I have to even at home, I often have to take my socks off because it's way too warm. And then during the game, you cool down. And at some point, you're shivering. You cannot press your spells anymore. It's a hard balance. Like I don't know. It's very hard.
It looks like you're working it out though. A lot of wins under your belt. Something's obviously working. So
learning every day.
Learning every day. Always a pleasure, mate. Thank you for joining us and congratulations on the victory. And very exciting to continue to see your boys run. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
There we go. So, third series done of the day, and we should be moving over to our last one very shortly, which is going to be a pretty exciting one as well. We got Shopify up against Spirit. So Shopify, I mean, they're rolling. And you said yesterday, NA on top, and looks like that might continue to be the case as well. I believe earlier today they had a 1-1 versus Liquid, so got another win under their belt. And for Spirit, they got a much needed 2-0. They are currently just top 4. But again, they're pretty close to being knocked out or being promoted into groups 2.
It's definitely going to be a really exciting series for sure, nonetheless, because I think a lot of the teams right now that we know are super good, like the Gaming Gladiators, the Spirits that have the results of the past proving it, they're not doing so hot right now, right? But these teams have the pedigree of being able to turn things around very quickly, and you can be like, oh, they're not in form yet. Will Spirit be in form by now? You know, will Gaming Gladiators after this series go back to the form we're used to seeing them? Will these teams like Shopify Rebellion, who haven't done well in some time now, start to fall flat because they're starting to get figured out? Or are they going to keep the momentum rolling into this next series? It's going to be very interesting to see. And I'm hoping, you know, the era of Shopify Rebellion comes back and they're going to be a top team again. But they're going to have to prove it through more than just, you know, it's a group stage, obviously going to the second group stage as well, but they got to keep the results rolling for now.
Yep, without a doubt. Got to keep the ball rolling, the momentum going for this young and newly formed squad, and we'll see if they're going to be able to take it, of course, up against the top dogs on Team Spirit. So that sets us up for a very exciting final series of the night. When we come back, Spirit up against Shopify. We'll see you guys soon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
back for our last series of the night, a blockbuster series at that Spirit, taking on the boys on Shopify Rebellion. And if I remember correctly, Fear saying yesterday, the best region still in North America. So let's see if they're going to be able to tackle the TI Titans here, the 2x TI winner here in Team Spirit. Of course, a bit of a different roster, but we've seen this roster have a lot of success right now as we get to see them up on screen. So far, though, they've been a bit shaky. We've seen them win some games, we've seen them lose some games. They're currently 6-4 in regards to map count. And they also had a bit of a shaky showing at BetBoom, but maybe it's similar to Gaming Gladiators. They just need to get back into the groove of things.
Yeah, I mean, that very well may be the case. We'll have to see for sure. And a lot of it comes down to the question of, are some of these like top tier teams that we know from last year that did stick around, are they getting worse? Are they not trying as hard? Or are some of these new teams that are forming just that good? And that's not something that's going to be answered within like the first, half of the year, most likely, but probably later down the road. But either way, it is going to be practice nonetheless. And if you can beat a Team Spirit right now, well, you're doing something right, or at the very minimum, even if it's not 100% or TI form Team Spirit, if you're beating them, that means you must still be pretty good of a team, because you are playing against Yatoro God himself. This guy has been renowned as the best carry player of potentially all time, right? And definitely as of now. So he is someone to really look out for. He almost has a solid game pretty much every game I've seen. Every single time that I do see Team Spirit struggle, Yatoro is still having a pretty good game. So he's still in form, he still practices a lot, he still has the winner's mentality. That's always fun to see.
Yeah, and we'll see if he played a bunch of ping pong last night as well to potentially take some of the frustrations out that have been building. Maybe that's going to be able to relax him for this series up against Shopify, who I'm very excited to see how the new roster is going to be able to perform as well. Of course, with Yopaj, Saberlight, Theolacor, Kitrak, and Arteezy, it's a very interesting bunch of 5 people coming together. So it's, I've of course, a lot of really always wishing the best for Yopaj coming out of Southeast Asia, like a very like a lot of the other people on that team, and of course the man on screen, Arteezy in particular, hoping finally he's going to be able to lift the trophy too.
Look at those last hits right there. That's a man that gets a lot of last hits per game there. But yeah, this roster itself, I was a little bit shaky when I first saw it. Like, will this be better than the last roster? It's hard to really say because you're adding a lot of players that we haven't seen with like tier 1 success, right? You've got Kitrak and Theolacor. Like, these players haven't seen a ton of exposure. Of course, you do bring in Yopaj, who from Southeast Asia has had some great results, right? And he was replacing Abed. So to me, it was like, Abed, Yopaj, is there going to be a big difference between these players? And so far, they're kind of showing that this squad has been able to do what it takes. They're not flopping, and instead they're exceeding everyone's expectation and kind of topping the groups right now.
Which, can they continue with the momentum though? That's the big thing. Can you continue on, or yeah. I think it was what you actually said to close out the before we went into the break was maybe this new team, they could get figured out eventually once people potentially even once we get to best of 3s, because really at the moment when people are preparing for so many games, and even then sometimes you don't have enough time to even prepare for your next series in the day, it's really just up to the coach or maybe the analyst. But once we get to a best of 3 and when there's only one series going on, maybe it's going to be much easier for teams to be able to look at Shopify and what is currently going on for them. But I haven't been able to watch too many of the games. At least the games I have seen, Yopaj is popping off. I mean, this guy has been performing to an incredible level, though, at least in a lot of games that I've been able to watch on other streams.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a ton of Shopify because at BetBoom Dacha, they didn't qualify. It was actually Nouns who beat them in the qualifier and qualified over them. And Nouns ended up going out in the group stage of that one. So it kind of brings to the question, like, well, if Nouns is beating Shopify, then Shopify, in theory, should be on that same type of level. But they kind of shown that already through the group stages that they leveled up a bit since that qualifier in BetBoom Dacha, coming to this group stage looking really strong. And that also means a lot of teams don't have a lot of tape on them other than just this tournament right now. And it sometimes has been the Bulba team kind of thing. Every team he's been on so far, when they are doing well, they do really well. And at some point, maybe they get figured out. Will they be able to overcome that issue where they can have a solid set of strategies and then all of a sudden they run out of strategies, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Can they overcome that? Well, can they keep bringing new things to the table, new ideas? And I think a player like Yopaj is great for that because he has a very diverse hero pool and a lot of unique play styles.
I think another person who's great for that is Kitrak. At least the opinion that I've gotten from some pro players is the fact that this is someone who has a very high intellect of Dota and is pretty much just a nerd. Like when you think of people like AUI and like that Tundra team 33 as well, like they really look at all the little intricate things that happens in Dota, and at least just his mindset and his ideas and things that he at least believes in works. You know, potentially this could be something else coming into Shopify to combine with Bulba, these two talking together. I'm sure there's a lot of other people on that team that has a lot of ideas that could help out as well. Because again, this is at least some of the opinions that I've heard from Kitrak is that, you know, he has a very unique understanding of Dota.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have to see as time goes on. So we'll be able to see Shopify rebelling here in this game and see what they can put together in this draft.
See, we've got that draft ready to go. Shopify going to be on the Radiant side. They got second pick, Spirit on the Die side with first pick. So nothing too crazy. Again, stock standard bans. We'll see what gets let through those. Spirit have been putting a lot of emphasis. You know, we've got in the Crystal Maiden, we've got in the Mirana. But it looks like so far, Collapse, his hero pool is going to be limited pretty heavily. 4 out of, I guess you can say 5 bans so far, order offlaners.
Yeah, they definitely have 5 bans on offlaners right now, and that's kind of been like the story of the offlane right now. There's been about 5 good offlaners right now, and if you don't get those, you start going into, you know, uncharted territory, I want to say. At least we haven't seen a lot of... We don't see DK at all. That's like permabanned. We have seen some Magnus. We've definitely seen some Mars. Timber, also permabanned. We've seen some Centaur and Team Spirit. Well, I guess there's one of those heroes in the Kunkka. And this is something that Team Spirit actually did with the Kunkka, where they just overall first picked it, right? Not first pick, second pick. Overall first pick on second pick, and potentially flex this all the way to the end of the draft. And Team Spirit, they're going to open up with Wind Ranger. I don't know who all is willing to play this, but I do know Yatoro has a big preference for playing this Wind Ranger. Just by tracking his pubs a little bit, he's been playing a lot of Wind Ranger over the last, I want to say, month or so.
I know yesterday when we got to see the Wind Ranger carry as well, you were mentioning like this is a very frustrating lane for offlaners to play into. How is Conquer any different, or are you already, is Saberlight saying like, I really don't want to play if this is a Conquer into Wind Ranger?
I think Kunkka's one of the better heroes, I suppose, because you can just like continuously cleave, but there's no real hero that kind of deals with the underlying issue of Wind Ranger of she's just going to keep constantly right-clicking you with absurdly high base damage. And it's not just annoying for offlaners. It's if you play Wind Ranger offlane, it's very annoying for carry players too. It's just same with mid laners, right? Mid laner might be the least annoying because you have an abundance of regen through the water runes and bottle, right? But on the side lanes, this hero is so annoying to lane into. It's like one of its biggest attributes. Of course, later on in the game, that isn't as annoying because you can just lock down the Wind Ranger. Sure, the evasion is annoying, but you can pick spells like Kunkka has, right? Where you can just Xer, drop a bunch of stuns on top of it until you have that BKB. You are very vulnerable.
Oh, that Elder Titan. Okay. So seeing this hero up a little bit more than I was expecting, what we've seen in the past, of course.
Same.
I don't know if you're potentially looking at the Enchantress now for Maposhka. Of course, that's a staple for him, and seeing into the Elder Titan, like we saw yesterday, though, it didn't have that much value, but that was into a lane with 2 things you needed to dispel, so we weren't sure if that was maybe a reason why the Enchantress didn't have that much value versus the ET.
We also saw, was it Jinq play the Oracle 4 into the ET?
Yep.
Oracle is also a really good hero this game. It does counter Kunkka in a lot of ways because it's very telegraphed what Kunkka wants to do, right? He drops the X, he throws the boat, he throws the torrent, and this does a lot of magic damage. You can just throw a W on anyone who's X'd and kind of save them. And this is a similar kind of viewpoint, right? Same thing. you can just snowball whoever has an X mark on them if you drop the spells on Kunkka. So that'll also help you just like not take a lot of damage from that combo or be able to just avoid it entirely.
Tusk is also, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the few like heroes that can also enable you to out-trade the ET, right? With tag team and of course depending on who your core is.
With certain matchups, yeah. I mean, you definitely can because you do slow down the attack speed, right? With the tag team. And that's really big. Whenever you play against ET, you look at a couple things. Either can you just dispel the buff entirely or can you just slow down his attack speed so he can't even hit you? And they went that exact route. Phoenix makes it so ET cannot trade with the Fire Spears. It's just not possible. And same thing with Tusk. It is possible to trade versus a Tusk, but that one is, how would I say it? It's like, it can go both ways, right? Yep. So it's a good response there to the ET there, picking two supports that have a way of dealing with it. I am impressed with Spirit and how they're dealing with this draft so far. I'm curious on how Shopify Rebellion is going to counter these two heroes. The one weakness you do have now, though, you pick a Tusk, you pick a Phoenix, you're kind of lacking lockdown for like heroes like Puck is the good example, right? These type of mid laners where if your supports have 0 stuns, they can just go on a tear and be almost unkillable.
One of those other supports that has a very high win rate at the moment, high pick rate as well. So what is it? 66% in 21 games is the about right. So more than likely going to be our Theo the core hero. Still way yet to see it flex, and I'm not quite sure if it's been flexed on any of the other streams.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion old would have always picked Abed here, and Arteezy would be last pick, but I'm curious what their viewpoint of the game is now. They don't really see anything, right? Like this Wind Ranger, it could be offlane with the Tusk against the ET. I don't think I would mind that. It could be mid. It could be Yatoro. So what you see here is pretty much nothing, right? Just some supports. So do you pick the Arteezy hero blind, or you just pick something for Yopaj here that can, I think if you pick for something for Yopaj, it's something that can abuse these supports, not having any stuns. And that might be the route that they're most likely looking to go, because there is no obvious carrier that you should be wanting right now. Not that I can think of, at least. We'll see if Arteezy is more confident with a certain hero right now, but most likely it'll be some maneuverable Yopaj hero, but then you kind of throw the flex of the Kunk out the window. So it's a hard choice to be in, because I don't think there's like a hero that Arteezy will feel super confident to carry the game with seeing only these 3 heroes. So they'll pick another flex, because like, why not?
Okay.
So now all these heroes can go pretty much any lane. We won't see the carry Kunkka. I don't think Arteezy will end up playing that one, but TA could be mid, TA could be carry, Kunkka could be mid, Kunkka could be off lane. It doesn't really strike me necessarily as a good TA game, but I think they just wanted to keep their draft open, and they want to get a wow last pick here on that second pick.
Can the Viper be something we're looking at? We saw yesterday with it into the TA. You can lane, whether it be mid or safe lane for TA, and I'm just thinking with the Tusk as well. I don't know if Viper Wind Ranger core duo is a bit weird.
I mean, it's fine, but you're gonna put all your eggs in a basket of no stuns with a Phoenix. So I definitely would like to see more of a stun come out. Like even an Axe I would be fine with if they don't want to do the Wind Ranger offlane. If they want to do something mid, Ember is a hero that it's not doing so hot this patch, but it's something that can lane against the TA with varied success, of course. I'd like to see them try and take a mid laner that has a stun, if possible. But then again, we'll have to see what the choices are. And they're going to pick that Viper-esque type of hero and pick the Razor. And these heroes are good for the game, but the only problem you're running into is the fact that, yeah, you probably are gonna have to like ban some Puck or something because you're not having any way of like dealing with this hero in this game, which it might just be fine. There's not that many heroes that are just so maneuverable that if you don't address them, that they're just gonna win the game right now. But Morph is gone for sure. And I guess they're not gonna ban Puck because they don't think Arteezy will play a TA into the Razor lane. So some other heroes that could potentially be good I mean, the RTZ Anti-Mage, that's a hero that's very good against Razor as well. Slark is a hero that is good versus Razor. Faceless Void is a hero that can be played against Razor as well. Any illusion hero, his Naga Siren, is quite good against the Razor too. Those would be like some of the options that I would be looking at.
Are you needing a carry that can address the egg, or that's going to be a little bit difficult for Arteezy's hero pool currently?
A hero that can, I mean, that would be like Weaver, I guess. Like you can, that's like a happy medium.
Sure.
Where you can get a hero that can like kind of deal with the Phoenix and the Razor at the same time.
Do they need to?
No, you don't. You don't necessarily need to.
Okay.
Definitely not. But I'm thinking Faceless Void would be very good for the Radiant squad right now. You got ET. You got a lot of team fight here. And if you look at the lane Razor Tusk, right? You just kind of want a hero that can disengage quickly if they go on you. And Void will definitely be that one hero to do so. Like, I wouldn't want to pick these Lenas and stuff that can hit the egg and outrange Razor, because Tusk is just going to get on top of you, right? And you're just going to die. An unfortunate side effect of playing versus Tiny, Tusk, and Pudge.
Still looking for that mid laner as well for Spirit as well. You mentioned before, someone with a stun.
They banned Viper.
They are. All right.
They don't want the Razor Viper. Imagine if you picked Razor and Viper on the same team. How disgusting of a team you have to be. You might as well just pick the Huskar.
Yeah, just do it. Just go all in. Why not? Ban mid lane.
They banned the
so.
Puck. Yeah. They were just too afraid that the Puck is too good for this game, right?
Is Pango still the pool? He is. I mean,
that's hard lane versus TA though, I think.
Is that kind of still the style of hero they need, just with the AoE control?
I think they want a harder lockdown. At least I would look at it. Like, I want something that can just shut down a hero, but it's going to be Razor mid. Okay, interesting. Or Wind mid. Really hard to say. They're going to pick the Lifestealer.
Is this not...
And now, more reason to pick Faceless Void.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't you want Void more now?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite good. What else? I mean, I mentioned Anti-Mage. Slark is still in the pool. That could be appetizing. Slark, Anti-Mage, Faceless Void. And I would, if you're crazy, PA Weaver. If you're crazy.
Jesus, PA. Bring that hero back from the grave. Yeah, I mean, look, he got kind of buffed last patch as well. I'm just waiting for some people to try him, and then all of a sudden people are going to be like, this hero's just broken. Like, what's going on?
Oh, we got crazy.
All right,
cool.
So yeah.
I love crazy. I mean, it's not that crazy. It's actually a really good Weaver game. It's just not a lot of players really are Weaver enjoyers. And Weaver is a hero that, yeah, you can kind of get away from Static Link, but at the same time you can't, because Razor's just so fast. It's not like a Faceless Void who can just instantly disjoint it. But they are abusing the fact that you just don't have stuns for this guy. You've got a Shackle, and that's pretty much it. So RTC is going to be able to skitter along in this game pretty much untouched. And I think because they are running this TA mid, they wanted to play a little bit less greedy on their carry as well. So I do like this pick a lot. I just didn't think he'd go for it.
What is the current favored build for the Weaver? Because I know for a little bit we were getting like the Deso and Ag Shard. I know that's, I believe, changed now with Maelstrom and some other items. Do you currently have a preference? And I suppose in this game in particular for Arteezy?
Yeah, you definitely do not go Deso because you have a TA on your team. So go for the Maelstrom build. Okay. I mean, it's going to be like some Maelstrom. I guess you could probably get away with just a Linken's this game and to an MKB. And then Laurel's just going to have a really rough game. Of course, a Hurricane Pike potentially somewhere down the line.
Okay.
That's what I would be looking at.
All right, well, let's see how he's going to be able to perform. And excited to see Yopaj on his Templar Assassin as well, something he's very comfortable on. And often when you see him playing this TA, he does go for more of that active TA with like the first item blink. So whether that's the route he wants to go down, like you said, you don't have as greedy of a carry, so maybe he can go for a little bit different of an item build. But let us see what we have in store for us. A lot of heroes that we have not really seen too much of as of late in some of our games, and I believe you were asking for the lifestealer earlier today, and a couple of times mentioning as a Radiance builder, this could be something we're looking at. So intrigued on how it's going to perform for Yutoro as well, and if the Hellbit is something he looks at too versus the TM Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, I think this lifestealer is slowly but surely going to become more popular. And the right game, of course. It's not going to be a first pick carry, but this isn't a first carry or first pick carry patch, right? You remember those patches where Dusla, you just first pick it, Lina, you would first pick it. Like, we don't have a hero. We don't have a hero like that in the carry position that you can just first pick. So that doesn't really matter. You have more options to be able to pick these type of like niche heroes, and it gives more value to having later pick as well as a carry player.
30 seconds to battle.
Going for the Ultra Flex with the Weaver. We'll see what Arteezy is able to do with that last pick.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
Should be able to do quite a lot, yeah, for sure. Like he only has to deal with Shackle. Right? That's like, and I suppose Shackle into some snowball, Walrus Punch. That's it. That's why I think if he gets a link into this game, he's kind of unkillable.
The battle begins.
If this is an unkillable Weaver game, then is this one he can just take over, or there's still some weaknesses with the hero, which is like a big reason why we don't get him? I know you said some carriers aren't just like Weaver heroes, Weaver pickers, but is also like this hero is going to have some difficulty with actually getting Shopify over the finish line, even if it is like a perfect Weaver game?
No, I think this is a game where he could absolutely go insane and solo carry this game.
All right.
Because the normal issue you have with Weaver is like you're playing for some Void or you're playing for some Morphling that is going to inevitably outscale your damage. He doesn't have that issue versus Lifestealer, and he doesn't have that issue playing into... Oh, nice deny though. He doesn't have the issue into the heroes he's playing against. That's why Weaver is a really good last pick hero. It has to be last pick. Oh,
sounds like he's set up for a success. Not if he dies down bottom. Block Grenade and... moving himself away, so he's fine. Meanwhile, mid lane as well, see a lot of damage between Yopaj and Lol. Top lane, we also see a lot of damage from Timo Postscript. Had to pop an early salve from the harass, I believe, of the flame break from Theolacor.
And unfortunately, as well, this bot lane, if you can check out the Sentry situation, Mira's Sentry does not get scouted here by the Sentry of Kidrak, so really bad news for Arteezy here is he will not be able to use his invisibility without being unseen, which is one of the big things of Weaver in the laning stage. You need to make sure he can Sakuchi in and out as much as possible. Kidrak realizes he's going to have to bring more sentries to the table here to make sure that Arteezy can't be seen. Yeah.
Maybe they can get Mirror? A little bit awkward. I think the Astra was still on cooldown when Arteezy chased him into the trees, so we're just going to juke down to the south. Should be fine without a blood grenade on Kidrak. So lane's in a great position at the moment for collapse. It's what, double wave almost for Arteezy, so should be having a very good time.
Yeah, he's farming. So is Razor. I mean, a lot can happen in this bot lane, so I'm definitely keeping an eye on it. Mid lane is mid lane as per usual. Probably not a lot will happen here other than just small, you know, mechanical CSing things you can take note on. In the top lane as well, this Kunkka, like Lifestealer is a hero that is very slow to get off the ground. Oh, they're going to go on bot lane. Action everywhere.
Right clicks. The old briefcase from Kidrak, but
someone's gonna die bottom. That's where first blood's gonna be, almost certainly in my eyes.
All right, we're gonna give our attention down bot. Very nice shots. That's some action. Just nice shots placement for the Lotus. No kill just yet, but it's something. Meanwhile, Theolacor is gonna stun. Just wards on the courier. Nothing crazy.
I want to say I'm surprised at how well Laurel's doing, but he's playing Wind Ranger, so I'm not really that surprised. But he's doing a really good job, for sure. Because this is a matchup that particularly is one of the harder ones for Wind Ranger.
Yeah, 13 to 10. instead of 13 and 6 from Yopaj. A lot more denies here for Lyle's Wind Ranger. See if it's going to be any different once the levels are starting to be accumulated between the two. Bottom lane again, action continues. Nice shards from Mira, which could give them the opportunity. Kidtruck's doing a really good job though to stay on top of Collapse with the bugs. We see the damage from the AT. One more right click. Nevermind needs an extra now with the stick. Kind of baited Kidtruck into tower range, but Collapse has got 0 regen now.
Dire's courier.
Oh, got him.
Oh. I mean, there's not much you can do in that situation. He is so low. And as promised, first blood is in that lane. I just feel like top lane, it's a life stealer plus a Phoenix lane. It's very passive.
Hang on, you said
but
passive.
He might kill him.
I said kills. Did he kill the dive away? Oh, miss flame break. He's actually going to live because of it.
No, that's calculated.
Ah, what calculated miss? Okay, the dive timing. Which one's calculated?
Everything's calculated. These are pro players.
I see. I see. How dare I question the miss? He was baiting the dive. He wanted to keep Moposhko alive on his health, so he didn't come back full resources. Maybe TP mid to refill the bottle on low. I see.
Hey, you're starting to understand now.
Well, it took me 6 series and now we're getting it. We can't question the pro players.
Yep. True story. It's interesting. They're starting to just drag waves on this top lane, and they're doing it in such a manner where it's not necessarily to dodge Yatoro.
Action continues. Mira, no trade. Bang on Arteezy. Wait a second. But Postgroup and TP's in as well, and Arteezy will get the kill. He won't get the kill. I was going to say he's going to get the kill and die. At least he gets something before his death, but he doesn't even get the tusk as well. Great TP in from a post gun. Yeah, he didn't die previously, so was able to hold his TP, used it down bottom, gets involved in the kill, now can rotate to help with the power rune. All adding up.
It definitely is, and like normally it would be like, oh, you're pos 5 left your carry, but like if you see what they're doing on this top lane from Shopify Rebellion, it doesn't matter. Yatoro has free farm under the tower anyway, which gives Makoshka the freedom to roam wherever he wants on the map.
They could clean up though on Shopify. It's going to depend on the fire spirits onto Yopaj, and that will mean that Makoshka is able to get the dive away. Nice dive. Woo, very close. The DD. Right. And the D ward as well.
The traps are online now, which means you have to buy a lot of sentries this game. If you're playing versus a Weaver, you're playing versus a TA. It might be one of those games where you might consider getting the early gem as well. But we're still a long way from a gem purchase, only 6.5 minutes into this game here. And Batrider gonna do what Batrider does and farm up a stack here. And Theolacor is doing a really good job of just stacking for Kunkka, dragging waves for Kunkka. They're just pretty much letting Yatoro free farm, but at the same time, they're getting more farm themselves just by playing, dragging the waves, stacking the camps, and Saberlight, as a result of that, has monstrous net worth. And Yatoro's like, hey guys, like I just want to hit you. I'm Lifestealer. I can't push waves like you can. So Yatoro's not even getting the full effect of his hero's laning prowess once he gets around level 4 or 5. But he's still pretty happy here. Just gonna go for those phase boots and the armlet. And it looks like Radiant's build is what he is looking for, and a Manta style. And I think the reason for the Manta is just solely because he's playing versus a Templar Assassin. Halbert's another option, I suppose.
They're going to continue to play around mid. Saberlight looking to try and get first usage out of his ultimate. Should be enough with Yopaj nearby. Perfect timing with the chain control as well from the Conquer. Oh, Flame Break is even better. Okay, well done from both the supports on Shopify, and that is a huge kill to be able to shut down low. Then you're going to continue to be able to stick nearby. You get the power rune, you got a DD on the Templar Assassin, so this tower's maybe not going to go down with the glyph, but it will take a lot of damage nonetheless.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looking quite good. The rotations from Shopify Rebellion have been on point, really.
He TP'd back into the lane, and I mean, Yatoro TP'd in and couldn't TP out, so he just just right clicks him. That's it. That's all he needs to do. Maybe ring around the rosy with phase back up. No way. No way. How does he live? And now he baited Yatoro. might be able to TP as well. You have no lasso on Theolacor, but at least Saberlight lived.
I don't know. Okay. I think if you torrent to level 1 rage, you should be able to stun him. But either way, doesn't really matter. Nice juking in the trees there. I mean, the phase boots coming in clutch there. You know, to get in and out of that tree line, make sure he doesn't get hit there. And Saberlight's net worth is out of control at this current point in time. That kill is pretty much really needed, I think, for Yatoro to catapult his net worth ahead. But not going to happen, and Saberlight, they're going to make a move now. And it looks like the name of the game now is going to just be punish Laurel's Wind Ranger with this Kunkka. And so far, so good in that aspect. And it might get even
they're
harder.
They're going to go in for the kill into Yopaj. Shopify wanted to go the long way around for the team fight. The Echo Storm will still disrupt, and they barely tickle. Yopaj collapse.
That's a lasso.
He went in with a TP. Theolacor responded with his own as well, and meanwhile, Saberlight, he recognized they guaranteed the kill on the Razor. He turned over the low, and yeah, that is an absolute disaster in the mid lane for Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It just goes, it really comes in my eyes back down to how this top lane was played by Shopify Rebellion. It's been absolutely masterful. They've been able to, like, yeah, Toro's hitting creeps for free, but they're making sure that this laning stage is something that isn't really existent anymore. Saberlight, he's already up to his Blade Mill. He's up to level 8. He's not in a situation where a Lifestealer is just punishing him. Look, in top lane right now, Theocor's cutting the wave top too. They're just like playing keep away from Yatoro, making sure he doesn't have a lane, and instead they're putting all their effort, all their resources into shutting down Laurel's Wind Ranger. And Yopaj, have they gotten too aggressive?
Maybe we saw it happen last time. Yopaj going to look for the TP out if they got the damage or the stuns.
Oh, good TP.
They have neither. Great read from Yopaj.
So all they got was an ET for that. That was a 4-hero rotation. Could have been quite nice if they managed to end up getting Yopaj out of that, but nope, not even gonna get that one.
It's very cool what they've done. I know you just mentioned before with the Batrider cutting waves, but you know, Conker recognizing he had such a good lane and wanted to try and make his impact mid, because we see the Batrider getting a lot of me time, and this is a hero that we have seen, like with farm and levels, he's going to be that support threat. He's only a couple 100 gold behind Collapse in the offlane, who I suppose has 2 deaths that TP in really hurt him, but he didn't have the worst lane before that previous death.
Yeah, it was okay with the assistance coming in from the Phoenix, but since all this mid-fighting has happened and him TPing in, he can't lane versus Artur anymore on this Weaver. He's just too strong, you're too far behind, and you're always in fear of getting ganked. And I think what you mentioned is like nailing it right on the head here. Is Theolacor is pretty much laning top nowadays, just cutting every single wave, getting his Blink Dagger at 12 minutes in, and Saberlight has been the one running around making kills happen. And speaking making kills happen, there's gonna be another one.
And while that was going on, Theolacor dodged the gank up top. He cut the wave, they smoked us too, and as soon as they saw him up on the high ground, the rift completed. So he just escaped before the stun, and now they're gonna collapse down bottom onto the Razor. This is the Shopify that we have seen with the previous iteration, where they just obliterate the laning stage. Like, it is not even close a lot of the time, where they would always have multiple thousands of net worth leaves, 6,000 now, 7,000 in fact, with that tower going down. And this is what we are used to seeing with the previous roster, and it looks like in this game for them, up against Spirit, they're doing it once again.
I don't know if I've seen him like this. This is a Saberlight that I am not used to seeing. Like, Saberlight and Theolacor are like destroying this game. Absolutely destroying it. Running around the map, making everything happen. And here they go again. Yet another kill going to happen. Meanwhile, as Saberlight's just farming the enemy Ancients right now. He's like, I guess I'm not needed.
Oh, wait,
there's a Lifestealer in there.
Infested Lifestealer. So it's just a kill into Theolacor, but this is a Batrider with a lot of gold and experience. So You would take anything you get. The only question is, what's it going to cost you, though? Because Yopaj,
okay,
he's a freebie and snipes Mirror.
I mean, I think that's your last hope right now for Team Spirit. It's gonna end. There's no better person to put your hopes in, I suppose, than Yatoro. But Yatoro is the only person with a game right now. The Razor has less net worth than Batrider at this point. So yeah, Collapse isn't. He's not really enjoying this one very much. So he's kind of sit on the sideline. And that's the thing about Razor, Viper, these type of heroes, Huskars that lose their lane. They are kind of a burden because all they can do when they're behind is just hit creeps. And the Saberlight's like, I know that's all you got left in you.
Wait.
I'm not even gonna let you do that.
Are they gonna mass TP in? Okay. They're fine. Maybe they think twice about this attempt on Shopify. Maybe they don't. Maybe they actually want to go for Collapse. Bit of a bait, seeing if there's some TP cancels that give them a false sense of security and still look to kill off the Razor. He doesn't even get the full stack as well.
Radiant are
I really feel like Saberlight is going beast mode in this
Radiant's
game.
middle
Like,
tower is under attack.
it's been pretty wild. Like the speed in which he's playing at as a Kunkka is something that many players are not only not comfortable doing, they just don't even attempt it. He's all over the map, ganking everything. Typically you see this here just farming till Scepter.
And I really like the pit stop for the Blade Mail this game, though. With the uncontrollable damage, I mean, you really limit the potential of the Wind Ranger to maybe affect the Conquer this game. You know, Razor, a lot of uncontrollable damage. The armor is great as well versus the physical for, you know, tag team minus armor. It's just a really cool small change in item build that, you know, we have seen a lot of Conquers rush the Scepter, but this is a big one if they can get him. But again, they're going to TP a couple heroes in and he's okay. Now, meanwhile, mid lane, they're going to get low. This is behind a tier 2 tower. It is a little bit difficult though. They got the wind run off, so it's gonna lack some of the damage out of Yopaj's Templar Assassin. He's still sticking around Yopaj. When he wants to kill into Lars, not gonna get it. And of course, still with the refractions, able to get the blink away. Spirit are hunting, but they will not be able to catch up to Yopaj.
Yeah, Yatoro feels like now that he has Armlet ready that he just has to step in and help his team now because they're running out of map at the moment. But a hero we haven't seen in a while is actually Arteezy. He's just using everything that's happening in this game as space, going for an Orchid build himself after this Maelstrom. Taking the tier 1 top. Yopaj with the Shard already, the Dragonlance on his way to the Desolator. I mean, 10,000 gold at 16 minutes. Of course, there's going to be a lot of luxury items on the side of Shopify Rebellion. The real question is, how does Team Spirit stop this bleeding?
How are you going to do it against all the vision that Shopify have? I mean, you brought up earlier potential early gem for Spirit. Support's got no gold. I mean, you go for a gem, or you say goodbye to the potential blink on Mirror, or you know, maybe Miposhka needs the hope that he gets the Ag Shard from the Tormentor. So it's definitely something you need to be thinking about, but you also need to somehow find some farm on the supports.
I think you're all in at this point on the next team fight with the Radiance on Lifestealer. That's going to be not your last hope, but your last reliable hope that isn't going to require some amount of throwing from Shopify Rebellion here, because we talked about how good of a game this is for a Weaver. And honestly, for a TA at this point of the game too, it's looking quite good. And we all know how strong Kunkka is with this Aghanim's, which is complete, by the way. Saberlight at 17 minutes has Blade Mill Aghanim's while just completely roaming across the map here. And Thelacor, he's higher net worth than the Wind Ranger now. And there it goes. Alright, he can go to the other shop and get it. It's not that big of a deal.
Hornstorm's going to be used. Meanwhile, almost sniping the post. They're going to be able to get the Phoenix under the tower. They will. And also, hang on a second, Lyle TP'd in, but Arteezy was already set up. And Kitrak and Saberlight, they'll be 2v2ing right now. So Shopify don't even need all 5 members to take one single fight. They're going to try and TP in the lifesteal with the Radiance completed, but this is a 5v2. Are they even worried on Shopify? Kitrak's going to TP out. Saberlight's lacking, of course, some spells and the health now. Is Yatoro feeling strong? Wants the Termite Infest. That's a big kill. They need to get so much more out of it. Unfortunately, all they get is a Saberlight kill.
I mean, it's a lot better than everything else that's happened this game, so you take those. And the Radiance is nice. It's definitely going to help him out quite a bit here. Hey, Manta is what he wants next. Yeah, I mean, that's going to help too. All these items are definitely going to be big. I think Collapse getting a BKB is going to be really huge this game, and same with Laurel. These are going to be the two big items because Kunkka is king of the game, and he uses Torrent Storm earlier, right? And that's why that fight went so badly. He used it on the Tusk. And unfortunately for him, not a single one of the Torrents from the Torrent Storm even hit the Tusk. So that was just kind of down for that fight. But that left a kind of an opening here. And triple BKB is what Team Spirit really need to be looking at here, as unfortunately it's a long road. A long road for those BKBs. And another reason why you need the BKBs is Arteezy, he picked up an Orchid. Not a very traditional Weaver item, but he's realizing that his team is owning super hard now. The enemy, they're low on gold. It's gonna be a long time, or at least they'll be able to get quite a few kills with this Orchid before the BKBs are online.
Look at the crafty warding as well from Kitrak. This ward bottom in between the T1 T2 towers been up for pretty much the full duration. You got a ward also around the T2 tower mid lane that's only got a minute 20 left. Along with that, there's just traps littering the map.
Yeah,
they see everything.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty difficult here to play the map right now, and the worst part of everything, right, is the fact that you're working with a very low amount of distance.
Whoa, hang on. You get Tora at bottom. Dude, this is huge. And there's that Orchid coming to play. Tora, can they get him though? Saberlight. No, nice use of the Infest, and indeed fine.
I think that's the one hero that just doesn't die to the Orchid of the Weaver right now. Everyone else will. But of course, like, if you chain that Orchid on top of, like, a Lasso or an X-Boat, of course, that's when things will change quite a bit there. Bloodthorn is a choice from Arteezy. He's going all in on this Orchid. Very strange.
Oh man, former Posca. It is support nonetheless. They're gonna steal the Wisdom, get the Tormentor. It does look like... Wait, what? Oh, the facepalm moment is laughing as well. I think they stole the Wisdom as well. Yeah.
No, he didn't like know this. He was timing it, but he doesn't. I don't know. He probably hasn't played a lot of Weaver recently, but his second Geminate attack went off, and there's an animation for time lapse, so he ended up just dying instead. Oh boy.
Wait, what just happened as well on the other side? I swear they got the X on Mirror when he was TPing out, and then
I was too busy laughing my ass off.
So, all right, you know, dude, they're the things you need, right? Arteezy dies, Mirror steals the Windsor room and TP's out. They get their own Tormentor, which it went to, unfortunately, Mirror. You really... never mind, Miposhka actually already has his. He bought his. So, it's little things, but you kind of need that when you're 9k gold behind.
I mean, yeah, they were 10k gold behind, so that definitely helps. And 10% increase in net worth, so that's good. And Collapse.
Big one.
Well, he might give that 10% back.
And yeah, then they know he's dead. No one's coming. Because they're all trying to sit up bottom on Arteezy, but I think he saw Mirror as well. Got a glimpse of the Tusk running through the trees, so they won't be able to catch him by surprise.
Top tower is under attack.
Not quite, so... Post that Bloodthorn, though. And this item surely could be a mistake. It very well could be, because you're going all in on this Orchid. And if you hit this triple BKB timing, which should theoretically be somewhere around the Bloodthorn time. Maybe not for Collapse, he's kind of far away.
They're gonna get it, dude. What?
Yep, yeah, they got it. They just couldn't see it coming.
Read.
I mean, these are the little things where I will say Team Spirit is a team that has always historically been very good at playing from behind.
Yes, yep.
So
I think the
even
best
though they
team,
are
right?
behind, yeah, maybe they might be. So even though they are behind, like you can't like count them out because you know they're not gonna just tilt. They're gonna keep fighting to the end, and they're gonna find ways to get back into the game. And Aegis on Yatoro, that's a good step towards it. And I'm gonna keep harping on the fact this game might change just off the back of Arteezy going Bloodthorn and Gleipnir here versus a triple BKB timing. So there is going to be no MKB on the menu. He's going to instead rely on the... Well, they're going to use the Bloodthorn here. And I don't think that he can kill him. So even with the Bloodthorn, unable to get the kill there. Because Believer is not really a hero that uses Bloodthorn the same way as a lot of different heroes. If you think of heroes like Naga, Siren, right, or Visage, Enigmas, these heroes that buy Bloodthorn, they have multiple units attacking, and that's just kind of how the item works. The more units hitting, and this item, this patch was nerfed. Orchid was buffed, but Bloodthorn was nerfed. So, in that regard as well, it doesn't do as much damage. And Mirror just split pushing, trying to get what they can on the map. He does have Dagger, so it's not the biggest kill in the world. And I think all this is good space, just for Collapse to keep farming, BKB complete. BKB is one component away here for Laurel, which will help. And yeah, they're still going to be really far behind, and I think they're still favored in team fights. But at this point, when the BKBs are completed, that's when Team Spirit can at least have a chance in the team fights, right? It'll definitely be a situation where they can do something.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see how they can get that angle in, though, is going to be the ultimate thing. You know, how you're going to be able to play around your vision. What location do you want to try and take these fights on Team Spirit? Is there like a primary target you are looking to try and currently jump on Spirit? As maybe hold that
Weaver?
thought. What's going on bottom? Oh,
so who's in trouble here? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's wanting the kill, but also still not even going to get it. Gets blown up instead from Yopaj, so further away from the BKB.
A weird little dance. Their bat slightly in trouble, but, you know, having Firefly can move across the terrain quite easily. And then once that win run did go down, you're just dead. Interesting choice there. And Laurel, he's definitely really far behind in the net worth here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yatoro, it's all on Yatoro. Let's just put it that way. He's got to have the performance of a lifetime here.
Hero. Really aggressive jumping off Theolacor. Oh, it's a beautiful last on to Collapse. And so much weight on Yatoro now to turn the fight, and he just will not be able to do so when the current position is in. They can chase him down. Rage on cooldown for a couple more seconds. The silence will prevent it from coming off. It's great armlet toggles. It'll give him that separation with the meld. One more right click again. Another use of the armlet will get Yatoro away, but regardless, it's still 2 kills that go the way of Shopify.
Yeah, that was a big one too. Theolacor got the lasso off before the BKB of Razor, so maybe that fight's different potentially if Razor gets BKB off first, because they ended up using the Infest to save Collapse for a little bit, but the overwhelming magical damage was just too much for him. And this game really is 1 versus 9 Yatoro game. Can he do it? He's keeping up with the net worth, but he's literally the only hero on Team Spirit right now that can do just about anything in these fights.
Just bought the Ag shot here for Yatoro. Sept is going to be the next item of choice. They will look to smoke their own Spirit. BKB still not completed for Lal. 110 gold required, but I feel like they are not in a position where they can wait. No one's home though. Shopify not playing over towards Spirit's triangle. If they continue with this pathing though, they might run into Arteezy, but goes to the left of the map instead. Maybe Yopaj mid though. This is going to be an option here for Spirit. They'll get the start. Now with the stun rate, refraction's gone instantly. And that's a great pick for Spirit.
Yeah. I mean, you want not Yatoro to get the kill, I think. I don't think Yatoro is going to be able to just 1v9 the game. So, you know, these big streaks going to Collapse, making him more a threat in this game is really important here, as Aegis will go down. So we will probably be looking at the Radiant side yet again for the next... I mean, we definitely will be looking at the Radiant side for the next Aegis spawn.
They're all actually coming down. It's going to be a 4v5. Spirit re-smoked. No, either soul to work with. They're going to try and use the lasso early on to mirror. So now we'll even up the odds with a 4v4. And Spirit, as soon as they see multiple members here, they know even with this deficit, there's no hope of them being able to take a fight. Maybe not actually. They're doubling back. TC's the only one showing.
You have to keep in mind, RTZ doesn't have no way to take a shackle off. So, but that is their only way of hitting. And that's kind of why I think he went for this Nemesis Curse as well. This is an item that it really is I mean, it's supposed to be greedy, right? But it definitely is really greedy at the same time, where if you get caught out and you have like multiple people hitting you with that 8% more damage taken on a hero like Weaver, who didn't really build many defensive items, you will die in one shackle. I'm pretty sure you will.
It's just a question if they can land that shackle though. It's been very difficult, Lyle, so far to... It's been zero impact. 0, 5, and 1. Really not feeling much of the win ranges so far. Had a difficult early game, but this is still someone who can have some great performances even when he's playing behind. And like we said, Spirit as a whole is a team that somehow are able to claw games back. You know, they're 16,000 deficit. It's not looking pretty. See what they're able to do potentially off the back of this fight. Shopify, they're ready to go with the smoke. They want to try and jump the Weaver. There's the first stun. They need the follow-up. And Lyle's not there in time. And now all of a sudden, Yatori, he's going to get caught out as well because Theolacor clips him with the tip of the lasso just on the escape. And Spirit, they might lose more as well. Lyle probably going to have to pop the BKB. And he's going to go for a TP. I don't think it's going to matter though. Pop the win run beforehand, so he's going to cancel it anyway. They should be able to get the kill into the Wind Ranger. So it's going to be a 3-0 in the end, and Shopify will continue with this game 1 dominance.
I think I'm worked for it though. But yeah, Toro dying's bad news. He was like your small glimmer of hope in this game. And with that being snuffed out, who can you turn to carry this game? Definitely not the Wind Ranger. It's definitely not the Razor. Not the easiest game from Koshka either. And, well, yeah, Mira, maybe if he had an Aghanims, maybe we're looking for that third Roche on Radiant side. Some type of scenario like that.
Speaking of Koshka, 2 supports. Or 2 heroes just get the kill. Now Mira mid lane as well.
Speaking of Mira, what's Warrior?
What's going on? BM Courage is to put it on the head before we kill him.
Artur's on one this game, that's all I know.
He's got a Daedalus.
Yeah. This is I like to see it though. This is a very confident Arteezy. Something that I haven't seen in a while. Normally he's playing a bit more passive, conservative. They're going in. Yeah, you're gonna die.
Oh, that's where the confidence comes in. Maybe not. Alright, maybe Lyle does instead. Wind run on cooldown. These are some big numbers from Arteezy and Yopaj.
Radiant structures.
I mean, he has no defensive items for this game. It kind of goes to show you how free of a Weaver game it is. That you're allowed to go for all this. No, don't do it, Artur. not the Tormentor.
He's laughing as well. It's like, remember the Stabilite saying, remember what happened last time?
No.
Make sure it's not
Please go away. Go farm the creeps, not the Tormentors. Tormentors are too strong for you.
Wait, what? What actually just... What? So...
What?
Okay, how did that work? Saberlight, he got the Ag Shard from the Tormentor. I just saw in his backpack that he had an Ag Shard as well, though.
Oh, maybe it doesn't calculate that. I'm not sure.
That's a nice choreo. That's a Helmet on Razor. Meanwhile, they want to take the fight and dive in, but it's a little bit messy. The shots from Mira doesn't hold them in the egg, and they're going to get low. Before even the BKB, before a hope of even using any spells, Mira snowballs into his death. They might be able to chase down Collapse too. Saberlight sniffs him out in the trees. A hope of a TP without a BKB, but that will be stopped short. As they got more to Maposhka. They even found the Phoenix down to the south.
Yeah, Arteezy was just too fast there. Like, Maposhka try to get the Walrus punch off, snowball, whatever it might be, but
Dire's bottom tower.
Weaver was already skittering away, and it's not easy on Mira's defense, right? Like, he has to walk up and punch a Weaver before he can press W. Probably not gonna happen, and it definitely isn't happening. That's why he's building for this duels, but he just doesn't have the money. And if you kind of look at his net worth on what you can do on Mira compared to Theolacor, this man's net worth difference is absolutely night and day different. You have like Boots of Travel, Boots of Bearing, Yule's Blink, Force Staff on Theolacor, and all Mira has to work with is one single Blink Dagger and a Wraith Band.
Do you feel like the Batrider needs to be addressed heading into next game with the impact we've seen out of Theolacor?
I think so. I think you don't give this one away again.
With a performance like this, it has been stellar from him. And you spoke a lot about Saberlight, singing his praises early game, and that has continued. And this is a last-ditch fight where Theolacor currently isn't there, and Yopaj is also isolated from the team. He's gonna have time to be able to pop the BKB. The Torrent Storm will create some chaos. Yopaj unable to TP away. The Aegis will be in the hands of Artesian. It's just, they're too far ahead. You use everything for the kill onto Yopaj, and now what do you have left to be able to deal with the rest of the Shopify members? They'll deal with the egg. Yatoru's gonna try and stand strong. Scepter freshly completed. Should net him the kill onto Saberlight, but it is Yatoru against the world. They can just kite him into oblivion. Dance in and out. Maybe Mira's still alive to offer a little bit of control. It's a triple kill in the end. Maybe they get the Aegis. I mean, Yatoru is showcasing that he's not out of the count just yet, but man, it really feels like you said earlier, it's a 1v9. Yatoru doesn't have much help.
I mean, that's what I said before the game. I haven't seen a bad game from Yatoru yet, even though Spirit are not doing super hot. This game is no different. He is doing it what he can and above everything else. He is the one core that has somewhat any. If you look at the network, you just see a bunch of green and then one red dot there. That's Yatoru playing against all of Shopify Rebellion. Not necessarily by himself. I think Mira's doing quite a lot here, and it's not really the fault of Laurel or Collapse. That's why I told you in the draft, right? I wanted to see like an Axe or something, some hard lockdown for Phoenix, because the moment you go this, right? Razor type build, and we're gonna see an instant replay here too, where Yopaj, maybe he was a little too far forward. Maybe this is why this fight didn't go as well as it should have, because your TA is instantly dead. So he's not gonna be able to join the fight there, and things get a little bit like wild outside this, but I really want to showcase what Yatoru did here after he gets silenced, right? And then after this, I feel like he's gonna die to some Bloodthorn, but towards the end of his rage here, he aggressively infests thanks to the Aghanim Scepter, ends up getting +1 kill, removing the Bloodthorn entirely, and then getting also another kill on top of this, and then escaping.
Some individual bro-ins from him, but you're in a position where you kind of need to do better, unfortunately, which is that even possible for a lifestealer?
He doesn't need to do better. Everyone else needs to start doing better. I don't think there's much more he can do. And even like it's hard. It's just you're down 30k. Like you can press all your buttons the best you want on Laurel right now, and I mean maybe Laurel's not a good example because he could actually get a big shackle. Maybe Laurel needs a blink dagger. Maybe Laurel just needs to get a blink and just initiate at this point.
Or Yatoru knew that spot was not safe, and that Collapse ran there too, and well, he's gonna find out why Yatoru didn't want to be in the area. And unfortunately, it's gonna result in Arteezy having a godlike streak in game 1 on the Weaver.
But at this point in the game, you can press your buttons as well as you want on the Razor. You're just too far behind to really have any impact here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wait, where did Yatoru rage to? All right, aggressively infesting here, but rage is on cooldown for just a little bit. He picked up an Assault Cuirass now, and also a Storm Crafter, which will give him a little more move speed and a little more damage. And it can also slow you just a little bit so you can get closer in range. And they're gonna just do the classic here, the good old X take barracks. And without a Yule's completed, it'll probably work. Yeah, there's nothing you can do against this. There's no Yule's.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
What?
That. Okay, they're in.
No, that's not what they wanted me to no, not like this. I mean, Yatori pops out, but the instant lasso is there. This time they're going to try and hold the life stealer down with the lasso, but it will result in a big kill and one where Yatori doesn't have a buyback. And we've seen what the rest of Spirit have been able to do. It is only the life stealer, and with him gone, that will be game 1 secured. It did take them probably a lot longer than they were expecting with the lead they had, but regardless, Shopify are going to be able to take this 39 minutes in. Really good performance from them, start to finish.
Yeah, that was a complete beatdown of a game there. I did not expect the Shopify Rebellion to come out swinging against a team like Team Spirit and just completely shutting them down. But we've seen 2 games now where Collapse, one who's playing Viper, now he's playing Razor, and they seem to be struggling with getting Collapse on this type of lane dominating range position 3. Of course, we know Collapse, we know him really well for heroes like the Magnus, heroes like the Mars who can blink initiate, heroes like Axe. These are the heroes that we really see Collapse shine on. And I think right now, unfortunately, Collapse on these pos 3 ranged heroes just haven't been working out super well for them. But I think the big thing about this game has to go to Saberlight and Theodore and how brilliantly and strategically they played that top lane. And not only just playing the top lane, how they transitioned that into just destroying Laurel mid lane. Because Kunkka kept ganking mid. Then after Kunkka ganked mid 3 times, like around 10 minutes marked, he went bottom and he ganked Collapse too. And it just felt like no one had an answer to this on the side of Team Spirit. And you pick a Wind Ranger in the mid lane, you pick a Razor in the off lane, you don't have the capabilities of punishing heroes out of position. And especially when you are playing these heroes like Batrider, Weaver, and TA, they really felt the lack of disables this game.
Really came into play in this one in particular. So, I mean, Shopify, start to finish, was a incredible performance from them, and a really all-rounded performance as well. I know the early game was carried from like you said, Theodore and Saberlight, but you got to do late game carrying from Artesian. Showed the confidence with his item build, and kind of a silent good game as well from Europage. I mean, we mentioned a lot of the observers that KitTrack placed. I think that was also a pretty big reason of why they're able to continue to have such a dominant lead as they went through this game. But man, overall, this Shopify team, if they can continue with this is a bit of a scary momentum that they're continuing to build, which, you know, we'll see if they're going to be able to. The ultimate question is, can you keep it up though? Like, as we've seen in the past, this team has looked incredibly dominant in some group stages and then have fallen short, unfortunately. But currently, these boys are rolling, and that was showcased in game 1. 39-minute victory from them. Can they continue with that heading into game 2? We'll find out shortly after the break. We're back to close out the day here for Dream League Season 22. With the boys on Shopify taking on Spirit, and that was a hell of a performance from them. Really start to finish, didn't break much of a sweat. Let's see, heading to this next draft here, what they're going to try and do different to adapt. And I think one thing in particular, you've spoken a lot about, Collapse's hero pool, maybe having some difficulties with those ranged offlaners. Would you actually just like to see them go for Collapse's hero early so it doesn't feel like he's a little bit limited with some of the heroes that he can pick towards the end of the draft?
Well, that's the thing, right? If we look at the bans from the last game, most of them are banned, right? Like all the big strength tanky guys. And that might be the strategy of Shopify Rebellion here. Give RTZ last pick, but he won't have it this game. But still, the 18 pick is almost equally as good, I would say. Just put him out of his comfort zone. Like, you ban out his Magnus, you don't give him Mars, and Centaur's taken away. These are some of the big ones. Like, Collapse is just... When I think of Collapse, I think of the best initiator in the world, right? When he's on his grind. He doesn't remind me too much of like one of those players that truly enjoys playing with these Vipers and Razors and that type of thing. So when he does have a bad game on these heroes, you don't see the same type of comeback. So we saw it last game. This Kunkka seems to be very popular. I would say Shopify Rebellion, or I'd say Team Spirit took this from Shopify Rebellion from last game, but Team Spirit has ran this already, I think yesterday, right? Where they just picked this Kunkka on second pick just right in that same spot and tried to flex it to the end. And maybe that'll help. Collapse, he has played the Kunkka. We all know Laurel is really good on the Kunkka, one of his better heroes. So this hero definitely fits as something, it's not really a blink initiator, what Collapse really excels at, but it's still an initiator of types. And I think taking it away from Shopify Rebellion, not saying they really wanted it because they picked Centaur this game, but at least you have that option to just have that kind of like frontline, team fight, tanky type of hero in the game. And they just didn't have it that game. I guess they technically had it from Yatoro, but when I think of like a team fight composition and lineups, I always exclude the carry because they're not going to be part of the, first 15 minute like team fights. They're going to be farming their items up, and then later on, then they'll join.
At least you continue with the flex here with this Kunkka, whereas Centaur, I mean, I suppose some people have still been running this as a support as well, but yeah, I know Stave did it actually earlier today for Betboom, but yeah, this is going to be our Sableye hero, and we'll see what casual supports we have heading into the next phase. Of course, we're going to be looking at something like the Techies, Lion, Barana, Crystal Maiden, just to name a few. I mean, there's probably a couple more that very easy to be able to pick, just to not really reveal too much.
Yeah, the Elder Titan gaining some steam too. You get one ban into a pick here as a lot of strength heroes are being removed by Shopify Rebellion. In fact, every single ban that they used, all 5 of them, have been on strength heroes, and they took a strength hero themselves. And some of these heroes are quite good. Now? I think they're definitely good. I think the good ones are really good. Let's put it that way. The good ones are really good. So just getting those out of the pool seems to be maybe a winning strategy. We'll have to see. What other strength heroes are really good? I mean, Huskar obviously, but some of the heroes that are strength that I haven't seen a lot of success with, that are Spirit Breaker kind of died down a lot. Not seeing a lot of Tide. I mean, Underlord's in the graveyard.
Primal's good right now.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, I'm looking at the strength hero list, and most of them are pretty playable. Strength hero's good, confirmed this patch.
Okay. Make Agi heroes good again.
Yes. Bring back this person.
Bring back this person. Let's give that away. That's all right. I'm fine with Agi heroes coming back. You know, we haven't had like, I don't know. The carries have been they're not the original like OG carries. You know, where's the Jug? Where's the PA? Or some of those heroes. There is there, I suppose. Dude, that hero is dead.
That's a forbidden name.
You can't say that. Can't even suggest that. Don't even suggest that in a draft. You just gotta look too dumb. Jug? No hope. That's right. Has anyone played it so far? Let me see. No, I don't think so. It doesn't look like anyone's played it.
I mean, if they won with Juggernaut, it's not because of the Juggernaut. That's all I gotta say.
All right, there we go. That was, I believe, one that I did not mention, but of course we brought up yesterday, I think, not yesterday, at the tail end of that game. I asked you if you wanted to potentially see Theodore cause Batrider banned out. Wasn't banned out. Well, Spirit, they're going to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, we're just gonna. There's a save right there for not only Lasso, but the X-Torrent combo, and then the ever so popular Mirana. Works really well with the Centaur and the Shadow Demon, so all a little bit of synergy going on there. So for all around a Shopify Rebellion's draft here, and in a meta with Mars and Centaur, and if Jug is still not relevant, that's not gonna know the hero's bad, and Kunkka, I guess too.
I really like this Shadow Demon hero. I mean, a lot of value with it this game. So I think if you can find farm as well, Scepter is incredible. Doesn't particularly even matter if there's a break. Just the route you go down with the Ag Shot, I mean, you just provide a lot for your team. So let us see.
Definitely, like this hero has an incredible utility and makes it so you can't pick a lot of heroes as well. It's definitely like an anti-carry type of hero. There's some carries that are really good for shouting, but there's also some that are like really bad. So it limits your options in that regard as well. And it kind of puts your mid laner in a situation where you kind of sort of want to play a hero that can just get on top of him and kill him, because his impact as a hero is very high, and that's one of the heroes that isn't particularly good for Shadow Demon, but sometimes you just have to overlook that and just pick a hero that's good for the game. And they're in that situation, right? I talked about on second pick, you generally don't get to see enough to have a perfect carry pick, but they really want to flex this Kunkka till the end. And so they're just going to pick a stable carry that's good in most all situations.
How dead is PL?
It's not dead, but I don't think you pick it here. I think it's too early.
Lunar to TB. Okay. So, because traditionally TB Zone is a pretty good matchup versus the Luna. What are some timings that Luna has the advantage against the Terrorblade?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if there's like a particular timing that Luna has an advantage.
5 seconds remaining.
I think just you do have a Shadow Demon, which kind of helps. But at the same time, you have the Lion. I don't have a lot of like reasons for why this Luna's good, because I don't think it's particularly that great this game right now. Just looking at it, it is a hero that can lane. So I think what they're really looking at right here is similar to Yatoro. Arteezy doesn't know what he's playing against, so he's just gonna pick a hero that is just kind of strong in the lane. And if the lane doesn't go well, you have a plan B. You can go just farm the jungle really quickly. It is good with Shadow Demon. It has a very strong timing. And those are the things that are good for it. The things that are bad for it this particular game are, I think, team fighting into Boat plus TB is pretty impossible for Luna if the game does stretch on for some time. The Phylactery, I suppose, on Luna helps a little bit versus the Terrorblade, but I still think this is a very Terrorblade favored matchup. And of course, being lassoed as a Luna, being repositioned into a hero like Terrorblade really does suck. So they're really just gonna have to play this off tempo. This definitely is not a TB counter by any means. They just want to play their style of Dota and not really worry so much on just like hard countering what they see.
What is a mid laner that's going to be able to help out with the tempo then for Yopaj?
Well, he's gonna blind pick too, right? And you do kind of have to address the Conka. I mean, Pango obviously would have been really good. Invoker makes sense. Oh, Timbersaw, okay. Well, that's a hero that Conka doesn't enjoy laning against. They banned Viper. They banned... Is there any other hero that they can put mid that can punish a Timbersaw? That's also good for this game. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm not entirely sure what they're gonna pick here. Storm it is. Does it punish the Timber? Probably not, but if you look at the Storm Spirit, there's no stuns. Except for just a Centaur, right? Centaur is pretty much the only reliable stun here. And I think historically Storm at least goes 50-50 lane. I don't think Storm gets bullied. He's definitely going to get his farm. And I think that's what they're going to play off of. I really do like Team Spirit's draft. Like, compared to last game, I really didn't like their draft. And they had too much of the same things. This game, it is well-rounded. This is such a good TB game. You have tons of stuns, you have tons of team fight behind you where you can go in there. The only concern you really have is Yopaj going to go crazy again? Are you going to be able to give Saberlight the same freedom of last game where he gets his blink, he can just run around and kill everyone? You just got to deal with the tempo of Shopify Rebellion. And this is something I'm not really used to saying, but this is a side of Shopify Rebellion I haven't really seen before, where they just play so fast and so high tempo. RTZ back on his comfort Luna, probably won't be as aggressive as he was on a Weaver, especially not in a game like this. I think RTZ's got his work cut out from this game. This is definitely not an easy Luna game, and he's gonna have to be very careful on how he positions. You're playing versus a billion stuns, you're playing versus a Terrorblade. This Batrider, we've seen it time and time again. If he gets you out of position, I'm not sure if just one disruption is gonna be enough to save you. So all eyes on Yopaj for me.
All right, let's see what Yopaj going to be able to do on the Timbersaw then. So far, he has had some incredible games on this hero. In Dream League Season 22, he's going to be up against a Storm Spirit. See if that matchup's going to be able to favor him in the end, because he's going to need to put the work in like we've seen him so far. It was a solid tempo assassin game. It was nothing crazy. Last game, it definitely felt like some other factors that really got them over the finish line, but all eyes are on him and how he's going to be able to perform now. So I would say Law would like some revenge as well. He was not able to play Dota last game. That was not a fun one at all with the win range. I mean, not just him, but there were a couple other people that were really Yutoro. Yutoro really kind of maybe enjoyed it a little bit. Was able to play, but everyone else, well, it wasn't the game that I want to remember.
Sick in the head of a carry player. Those are the games you enjoy.
Well, yeah, okay.
Well, you're just farming and your whole entire team is feeding. Like, oh, I'm in my zone right now.
I mean, like, at least he was able to play, right? You know, lower net worth than a position 4, which I think Razor and along with the Wind Ranger was. So I think, this game is looking like it's going to be much different.
For sure.
A hero I was thinking of potentially with the last from Spirit, I know we got the Storm, but with a little bit of time before a fight potentially breaks out, was something like an Outward Devourer. Say versus Mirana, and with a lot of the matchup versus the Timber gives you that kill threat. I don't know where you currently rate this hero at the moment. I'm just trying to think of some other suggestions. I'm perfectly happy with the Storm. I think it's a great Storm game, but I think while we have time, and any other suggestions that you had.
Do we have time though?
Maybe not. We don't have time. We got a first blood. I think that's about to happen. I don't know on who it looks like. I thought on Maposhka first, but apparently it's going to be on Theolukor. A great stun, collapse, able to get the damage required. It looks like, all right, already a better game for Collapse. He finds first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the start he's looking for. And interesting enough, Yatoro is skilling Illusions level 1. And this is something that I see every once in a while, and this will help you CS a bit more. But you won't have as much harassment value because Reflection is pretty good. But we'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah. Doing like not too fun of a time though from Maposhka. I think Centaur and Shadow Demon's always been a lane duo that can be very frustrating. It's always a little bit. I mean, it's nice in now having the hoof stop where you can move, but of course before sometimes Centaur always needed that setup, and it was like Shadow Demon Centaur, Rubik Centaur was definitely a couple of those. It's going to be nice with SD playing down bottom as well. He can help make some stacks inside the jungle, which hopefully they'll give over to Yopaj.
Yeah, I wonder why we haven't been seeing as much of this illusion level 1 for TBA. It makes this level 1 CSing really good, and I think the reason why he wants to do it is because if you really think about how Centaur works as a hero, this hero is very hard to CS against. It's incredibly high base damage, good attack animation, but the one trade-off you will make is you don't have as much harassment value. But are you truly harassing a Centaur anyway with his high regen? Probably not. Oh, they're gonna go on Yatoru here.
I don't know. The Poshka's got level 2 as well, which is going to be very valuable for the damage output. Saberlight, nice flame break, drag back. And they're not even going to get the kill into Yatoru. And meanwhile, they're going to turn it back around. Fairy Fire keeps him in fighting shape and just completely misread that with Shopify.
Yeah, they thought, oh, I have illusions of TB in meta, we kill him. Well, unfortunately, this TB had an incredibly big stick, so he healed up the full. Very easy.
I'll stop playing this
stick saves lives.
Big stick saves lives, alright.
We do.
It's like Fox pretty fine as well, even giving over first blood. Double range versus the Conquer and the Lion. Hero's going to be able to get a pretty nice pull off at the hard camp. Are we, expecting as much action up top as what we're currently seeing down bottom?
No, I don't think so, because I kind of just look at the supports. Well, the thing is, I think Team Spear can get pretty aggressive, but you have a Mirana Luna lane, it's pretty passive, right? Like, you don't have a setup for the arrow, so you're just gonna have to hit some blind arrows, but most likely the arrows are just for farming big camps, right? And just getting your net worth up. This lane isn't designed for being very aggressive.
Have you got a preference with playing with the Miranda in lane with going arrow over Starstorm? I have seen Snaking really prefers his 101 build.
That's a tough question to answer because they both have their values, right? I think if you go the Starstorm build, you're trying to win the lane. If you go the arrow build, you're just trying to... Oh, the arrow. Actually missed the camp there, but it's okay. It happened. And the arrow build controls like the camps. You're not so sad if you let them pull the big camp. So I guess if you go arrow, you're just chain pulling, right? You're just spamming pulls over and over again. You're not really trying to win the lane. You're just trying to make it chaotic. Whereas if you go for the Starstorm, I think you're trying to win the lane. Because if some double stack goes off, you can't really...
Oh no. Oh, that feels bad. Well,
right into the hands.
Lost it as well. Really nicely done. I guess was just hoping that the Vortex wasn't leveled up, but unfortunately it was, and now he's gonna have to make the walk all the way down to bottom.
Which is pretty awkward for Saberlight too, right? Because he can't really step up to lane. Metamorphosis was just popped, so they're gonna have to forfeit this entire wave. But yeah, Toro actually is deciding to push the lane in. Maybe he wants to start pulling some creeps now or head to the jungle potentially. And Thelacore doing what he does. And that's apparently stack camps on his Batrider and Shadow Demon. Lots of stacks coming out.
Fortunately, it does look like Yopaj is having a pretty good time versus Stormshrew. We'll see if it's going to be any different with the level 6s and some extra rotations. Hold up, bottom lane. Toro forced the TP out, but the poison starting to stack up. But Poshka, he's all in. He's got no other hope. Gotta hope he tries to get the kill before the death. Unfortunately, Saberlight. Big Stick saves lives apparently. Mid lane now, Yopaj. Chains away, he's fine.
Level 6 now? Does he go in? Okay. Not enough trees over there. Otherwise, he may have went for the snipe on Laurel. And they're gonna give one tango to Laurel. Laurel's gonna stick around. It's very low HP.
Yes, a good old bottle refill.
Remind me, Poshka died. That's right. But he's not 6 yet. That's like the downside here.
Okay. Are they going to get a kill? Nah, not with Thelicore here. And hang on, now the turnaround could be a threat. Kitrak going to jump over the top. Still they're thinking about Yopaj. 2 points of reactive armor keeps this guy healthy. Very cute Iron Branch play. Gets him in range for the Whirling Death. And now with the stacks, he should be able to regen through the damage. In fact, he might even look for the turnaround. Kitrak will leap over the top. And that's just some individual brilliance from Yopaj. That Iron Brand shot closed the distance to get the Whirling Death. You said he's maybe lacking some trees to make the plays. He'll make his own trees.
Guess so. I missed that one neutral line. What was it called again? The one where you can make an Ironwood branch?
That
was a good one.
The GG tree. What was it? Was it just Ironwood? Ironwood tree? No. What was it called?
That's what I'm asking you. I don't remember.
Dude, I don't know either.
That was a good one on Timber.
I don't be able to. Oh, a sidestep. What was it called?
I don't remember. I'm sure somebody in chat knows, but we'll never know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ever know.
Wait, I swear it was.
This is really bugging you, huh?
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, I feel like I'm not doing a good enough job if I don't know this is a caster. Let's see. Were you still playing around then? Yeah, Ironwood Tree. I was right.
Yeah.
GG Tree.
Ironwood Tree. That was a good one.
Alright, we got there in the end. We didn't miss anything. Nothing crazy going on. Wisdom Rooms looks like the other core got his, and Mira got the other one as well. But Poshka's doing a nice job to be able to scout out some of the stacks going on inside Shopify's triangle.
I was very curious to see if Yatoro would do the Vladimir's build on the Terrorblade, because I know he was one of the first people I saw going for it on the Morphling. But this game deciding not to, going for just the Falcon instead, which we don't even see a lot of as well on the Terrorblade. So it's usually been Vlads or just Dragonlance Yasha type of thing. But he's gonna have plenty of mana now. I'm a big fan of this personally. I feel like if you have to keep ferrying out regen and clarity spamming, not only does that hurt your team, because pretty much every good player wants to use these clarities, and the restock time on the clarities are atrocious. It feels like only one player can really just abuse spam these. And at these high level games, like the mid laner, carry, and sometimes even the off laner, they all want a piece of these clarities, and there's just not enough in stock for you to do that.
So do you feel like really the mana regen is the big thing here for the Falcon Blade? Is there any justification with like the 200 health against the burst on Shopify as well?
Oh, it's everything, right?
Okay.
But I'm not sure if that matters enough for you to change the build from game to game, because most of the time your hero isn't interacting very much with other heroes, and sometimes that 200 HP, it may make a difference, but more than likely it will not.
Sure.
It's really more about the farming speed. That's all it is. Like, you're effectively trying to get to, you know, your Manta, you're trying to get to your Iascati, you're trying to get to like these big items as quickly as you possibly can. And top lane, Collapse in trouble.
That he is. He's pretty far away from the tier 1 tower as well. So the TP from Lal. And he's going to try and get some revenge onto Arteezy, who... Lal's out of mana though. He's gone way too deep in the hopes that he can even trade. And in fact, it just makes it so much worse for Spirit.
I mean, even if he gets that kill, which it's something, right? He would have died for sure on top of it. And I said Yopaj needs to show up this game, and he's doing that in spades here. He's still on the hunt here. Poshka gotta run from a big, scary Timber Saw right now. What you got?
Dude, he's so annoying.
Just farming.
Does he just give up? Yeah, he's like, all right. Oh, wait, never mind. He wants him still. I mean, they can't.
He has lasso, technically.
I don't know. Are they actually gonna get him? I mean, Yatoro's coming as well with meta. There's no way that Poshka lives and they actually kill Yopaj. Surely tip him. I know Poshka's not a big tipper, but like that is the perfect moment.
Yeah, I would agree. That's the perfect moment to tip if you're gonna tip, but I respect non-tippers.
Ah, shut up. Come on.
I respect non-tippers.
No. Just give us the tip.
People who tip other people have fragile egos.
No. Come on. It's just the mental game. It sounds like you get affected by tipping. You're trying to tell people not to tip. That's what it's sounding like. You can say it. You can let us know, Fear. Are you sure?
I'm quite sure. Uh-oh, Yatoro.
An arrow. They're going to have to burst. Potentially they do. And they're even going to get a +1 as well for their attempt as Yopaj get a little bit of revenge on the supports. Mira wants to bring Saberlight down with him. Will not be able to. So that's a tower that's going to be clean. They also gold for Saberlight to complete the Blink Dagger as well. So they might look to go again if they want to on Shopify once the resources are back up.
It's kind of what I mean about like that 200 HP from the Falcon Blade. Most of the time it just doesn't save you because you're just so low HP anyway. Like if they connect spells on you, you're probably going to die. But if you can read that 200 HP for sure is going to save you, then you have a god tier sense to the game. But generally that is not like the train of thought. All right, Shield Rune coming on out for Laurel. Smoke that it was spotted. Arrow gonna miss. Oh no, then.
Oh, well done, the postcard. Oh, careful. Can't let the Postcard's brilliant play like that go to waste. Collapse gonna be able to TP in, and now Mira even comes over as well. So boat connection. And they're gonna be cautious though, because Yopaj, he's got his own Blink to look to work with. Your Taurus here as well, why not? We're gonna have a party in the middle lane. Arteez is gonna get chased down, but excellently being leveled through. He's got a pretty low cooldown, and again, very cute with the illusion. So, Spirit, well, hang on, Yopaj here, but he doesn't care about people body blocking him. Quickly jump in and assassinate Mira.
I don't remember, like, I'm not like the Yopaj's biggest fan or anything, but I don't remember him playing a lot of Timbersaw in the past, has he? That's not a hero that he's known for, but he's playing it really well. I'm a bit surprised.
I think he started playing it towards the later end of Boom. Definitely, there's other heroes you think of when you think of Yopaj.
I mean, I look at his Dota Plus, right? He's only silver on it, so he's definitely not spamming it in pubs.
Oh,
yeah, he's been playing it really well.
Nice prediction. Of course, you saw him deal with the Sentry, but still, there was a blind blink on the high ground. And Saberline was absolutely on point with that, and they are just rolling and combining with Yopaj, which is exactly what you said they needed to do. 6-1 and 1. The tempo is up there from Shopify, but with that being said, it is still just 1,000 net worth lead. Like Collapse, he's about to get a T1 tower. He's already got one component towards the Scepter, and they are still finding farm on Spirit. So we're going to need the Shopify to continue with this tempo and maybe even ramp it up more.
For sure, and Laurel's struggling yet again in this game, where we thought would be somewhat of a free Storm game, but they're proving with like the arrow, the stomp, even the loosen beam, mini stun, the setups from disruption, not so free after all. And that is definitely not where you want to be, where you think, oh, it's a free storming and do whatever you want, to getting shut down at every single corner here.
I do wonder how the Storm build is going to progress now with some of his old items getting buffed up. Really, the big one for me is the Orchid. And I think how much are we going to go back into the Chiron Stunt, which he has currently queued up. I know when you're not snowballing on Storm, the Orchid cannot feel as valuable. So that's
yeah, this definitely isn't a game. I think you're playing versus like some Spirit hero. Maybe it works, but he's going to get caught here.
It's a gigantic kill. Hingar, down he goes. Can they take the 5-4-5 though? And this is a true test of Yopaj's power. Meanwhile, Lau, along with the last one's going to be able to stop the Stampede away. So Spirit are going to be able to stem some of the momentum. And meanwhile, you don't even have Yatoro here. He's beating onto a tier 2 tower.
He really is, isn't he? He's forcing the glyph. That's pretty big as well. And that's like Collapse. He's on his way to his Agnum Scepter. And we've seen the power of this Ags when you get it. It can be really hard to deal with if you don't have the BKBs available, and BKB is not even an item that's even going to be on the menu for Yopaj, and Centaur doesn't buy it either. However, the Stampede, it can be a good way, unless you get caught in a really bad Torrent Storm, of disengaging it. Arteezy, he'll buy it eventually, but for now he's going to want to go ahead and get to that Manta as soon as possible, because Manta on Luna is just another farming item.
So much importance that Shopify are putting on this power rune low. Able to get the invis.
Radiant's middle tower.
I was saying importance to have all 5 heroes here, and then all of a sudden 3 heroes just run to top. So it's like invis, yeah, will be for low.
Fake importance.
No, apparently they don't give a damn.
What's the next push going to be here? As I was mentioning before, if this game goes into what I would consider like the late game where every single move is like a team fight move, I really do favor Spirit if the net worth lead is equal. So I think this stalemate is something you're pretty happy with if your team Spirit. Terrorblade's free farming, about similar net worth to Luna, just a little behind, and you get some kills here and there on the map because you have lots of heroes that can gank. Meanwhile, I think the only hero that can really make moves on the map is a Centaur. So if Centaur is showing on the map anywhere, I feel like you don't feel threatened, right? Because this Timber does a lot of damage, but he can't lock anyone in place with those supports. It doesn't play with Amrana very well. Shadow Demon is okay, I suppose, with the Timber stall, but it's not enough lockdown against heroes like the Storm and like the Batrider. Butterfly is the choice for Yatoro here. A bold choice. As I feel like most of the damage coming out from Shopify Rebellion is not even physical at this stage of the game.
What else would you be considering instead of this Butterfly?
Typically, most people go for the Scotty just to get your HP up. That way you don't die in one Timber burst. Like, Timber's burst is honestly like 1500 damage if he hits all spells on you, so the more HP you can gather, the less you will die. I mean, Butterfly is just a very aggressive item if he does opt for it. It gives you the most damage, right? And it'll help you farm faster too. So maybe he's thinking about the late game here. And we're gonna get this Butterfly online. We're gonna get farmed faster. Obviously, like, Luna doesn't enjoy playing versus Butterfly, but she is one of those heroes that still has a decent amount of mixed damage. So it can still, in a lot of ways, somewhat deal with it. And Theolator trying to make some cute plays.
And they're going to have the Moonlight to protect him. So, what do we need to see out of Shopify? Because they've really started to slow down this game with the past couple of skirmishes going Spirit's way. Are we waiting for this double Eternal Shroud, which is actually Saberlight looks like he's going down the Shiva's route. So is the Shiva's what they're waiting for until they're going to start making more aggressive plays again?
You might as well. I mean, he is 1,000 off it. It's not that far, but still kind of far. I want to see them get more aggressive, farm, and use this Moonlight, not defensively, but aggressively, right? Pop some smokes. Go on Yatoro. I think you want to shut down Yatoro's farming. He's level 14 now. He does have a good matchup here. I mean, Arteezy's level 15. He's farming really good too, sitting at the top. There are 2 flash farming type of heroes there. But as we mentioned before, I feel like it's very difficult for Luna to enter these team fights, playing against the Lasso, playing versus the Hex, playing versus Torrent Storm. Whereas Terrorblade, they don't have that type of hero that can drag Terrorblade away and like put him out of position. They have to somehow burst them.
Again. Wait, they're stampeding to Theological? I mean, he's 100% dead. There's no stampede on cooldown as well, so not expecting multiple other heroes to be behind. And another kind of attempt for Shopify that doesn't go their way. As you know, a DD at that top river.
Well, the read, there's one of 2 things going on right now, and I can't be certain on either. One is Shopify Rebellion feels like they're stronger if they continue to rat. Or B, they feel like if they run into them, they're just gonna get squashed. So they have to like continue to rat. Both of these scenarios, I'm not sure if the first one is realistic or the second one might actually be true. Where I feel like if you do run into, they're gonna smoke now. I think they realize the state of the game is not where they want it to be. They need to make something happen. Downside about this smoke though is top's pushing in with illusions. Bottom's pushing in with Batrider. This is a very obvious smoke. If you get caught by this by Yatoro, you shouldn't. There is no way you should.
Only the wary might find us.
They got a glimpse and they're going to
They
hunt
don't
him.
see anyone. You can't be farming this.
Kill. They need to get Yatora and they should be rewarded off the back of the smoke. So no one showing. Yatora has always been known from being able to read smokes. Crazy spider senses. They're going to be able to get Mira as well. At least he's able to sneak the wisdom room. And it looks like probably with the position they'll look for the Tormentor as well.
Yeah, a rare misplay by Yatora. Like all 3 lanes are shoved into a tower and you see nothing. You have to know that they're doing something as a team on Shopify Rebellion there. Unable to read it. He goes down, but that is exactly what Shopify Rebellion needed. They got 2 kills there, stole the enemy Tormentor. So if they can get on their side of the map and take their Tormentor, they'll actually be at a sizable net worth advantage there. Getting 2 Tormentors is absolutely massive, but they have to be able to get there and get to that Tormentor, which is currently being occupied by the heroes of Team Spirit.
We did see both Wisdoms going Spirit's way as well. So, I mean, you take a look at the support levels in particular. 10 and 11 for Theolokor and Kitrak. Mira's level 11 and Miposhka's having a much better game with the 13 on bat, which is more expected just because of his capability to be able to farm. But are we at a stage where both sides need to be kind of putting a lot more attention around the Roche Pit and putting vision down and even starting to posture around that area?
Oh, yeah. I think both these lineups really use an Aegis. Well, I think Arteezy needs an Aegis to fight. And I feel like the Storm Spirit also needs an Aegis to have really good impact. So both of these lineups have really good Aegis carriers. And they're gonna lasso. Okay.
And just so much damage as well. They're thinking about showing up to the team fight. Arteezy walks down the secret shop stairs, but gonna 4v5 and Theolokor, we haven't seen the banishments against this Batrider lasso, which is something you always have the potential to work with as a save, but Miposhka's done a really good job to always catch someone off guard when the Shadow Demon's not nearby, and that pickoff, that gives you Roche. So now you're going to have the Storm Spirit with the Aegis, and Lala's struggled a little bit in the early game, but his farm is definitely caught up, and this is going to be an Aegis potentially with a BKB along with it. So he's going to be very devastating for the backline supports on Shopify.
And Collapse was just spotted by an arrow. Not sure if he saw that. Collapse? They saw you, buddy. You might want to run. I don't think he saw that arrow fly by him. I don't think he saw. There's an arrow that literally flew right next to him and grazed him. And he still didn't move.
Wait, they know they're coming. Did they use Meta for Roche?
You do not want to fight.
Mira, nice done. I mean, it's maybe going to buy some valuable seconds for everyone to get out. Shopify, they definitely want to fight into that Aegis. Spirit, they did not. They are out of there.
I mean, buying a shard makes your net worth look so ugly. Like, Arteezy's top net worth in the game, but all he has is like a Manta, Mask of Madness, and a Mithril Hammer. But of course, he opted for 2 Wraith Bands too, which in like 50 seconds here is going to pay off for him pretty big. But until then, it's like really not that great of a net worth investment.
Is he in trouble?
Oh yeah.
Dude,
that's big trouble.
That is big trouble. I mean, this is also without the Plasma, which is now completed on Lal. Meanwhile, Yatora, the other carry, he's also in trouble as well. Theolokor, maybe with the Terrorblade Lucians might be enough. Yopash looking for the finishing blows. Thunder's up in 8 seconds. Timber should be able to dispatch of him at a quick enough timing, but can you deal with Lal's Storm Spirit? Plasma is now completed. Saberlight does a great job to hunt down Mira. Now they might be able to turn to Collapse, but the Torrent Storm's going to prove to be an issue, as Lal doesn't have the greatest mana to work with currently, but that should be plenty to be able to deal with the Centaur. I mean, Yopash is still thinking about going back in. Theolokor holds the banishment for the last second. Saber gets the blink away. And now this is starting to get a little bit messy for Team Spirit. They won't be able to catch up to Theolokor. Shadow Demon ducks down inside the river. And Shopify, they get out.
They only got the Mirana out of that one. That's insane. I thought like the Shadow Demon was gonna die. I thought the Centaur was gonna die. At some point, Timber looked like he was gonna die as well. But they covered each other super well and managed to get out of that one. Torrent Storm, I don't know. That actually looked a little underwhelming. I thought it would hit quite a few more heroes than that one, but that's just how she goes sometimes. But either way. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, he's cooking this game. 10-1 and 3? Yeah. It's a hell of a performance from him. He's going to go a little bit more of a defensive route. I mean, Eternal Shroud, Kyron Sponge, offensive, defensive, but really the BKB next, he feels like is required for him to be able to continue to play this game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be true as well. But the only issue I still have right now is like, this still looks like such a hard Luna game from my perspective. And so far it has been. RTZ 0-2 and 7 right now, not be able to find a lot. But with this BKB, maybe.
Sidestep the Earth Spike. It's not going to get the best initiation, but that's when the poke
they lassoed him.
You don't need to worry about missing the spells when the lasso is always on point. And now Sableye, oh, that's an ambitious TP, my friend. You are dead. Along with Theolacor as well. Gem picked up off the deck. And this game is continuing to get difficult for Arteezy.
Case in point, I guess, right? Like, I'm not sure what Arteezy does in these fights. He's just going to get lassoed, hexed, whatever, some pool, fighting in a Torrent Storm. And the worst part is, like, all you need to do is press boat on Artur, and he can no longer fight Yatoro. He can't fight Yatoro anyway, but it makes it that much harder, right? When you have that Rum debuff ability that reduces the damage by 35% extra. But I guess 35% to nothing doesn't really change anything, as he's not getting any spells off in these fights.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I don't know, he does have that kind of queued up, which is something that you mentioned might be able to help a little bit in this matchup. But it's, we've seen the cores have so much value this game, but I really think, again, this is back-to-back games where this Batrider here is just putting in so much work. And
I'm going to go to my hero list real quick and add Batrider as support to the pick.
Yeah, this hero just looks absolutely stupid right now. And I feel like we don't really see Miposhka too often have the current net worth that he does, but he's
playing Batrider though.
yeah. Roots of Bearing.
You don't get this net worth farming like all these other heroes that he plays. Like, no, CM doesn't get this net worth, but Batrider. That hero can do anything.
Down in 20. Sablelight's going to be able to get the jump. They'll target this lion at the moment.
Oh, arrow it.
Toro's nearby as well. Arik does hit the mark, but that's a beautiful torrent from Collapse. They get Yopaj. That's the big one they want to kill to start. And they should be rewarded. I mean, a banishment, but it will do nothing as again. And that's a fight they want to take on Dire.
Arteezy's here.
And they're still around. Hang on. Okay. Ages expires. They get the kill at the perfect timing with Eclipse, but are they going to get out? I mean, that's the big question. You're going to lose Kid Track, and it looks like you're probably going to lose Arteezy as well. Flame Break to push him back. It's just up to the positioning. That's a pretty nice Manta, but now you don't have it to stop the reflection. So Arteezy, it's all or nothing. Stand your ground and fight, but it's not going to matter when Collapse and Yatoro surround the Luna. In the end, an ultra kill for Yatoro, and this is continuing to just get worse for the boys on Dire.
It's just the team fight difference right now. Centaur doesn't really have any team fight. He's just like a repositioning, initiating hero. Timberspell, same story. Like, you have a lot of damage. It's great and all, but if you compare the damage output, Yatoro's doing more damage than you. The control, Laurel's controlling more heroes than you and doing more damage than a lot of heroes on the map now. And of course, if you want to talk about control, that's Collapse. He's bringing the team fight. He's bringing the damage reduction. He's bringing the repositioning of the tidal wave. He's bringing in more team fight with the Torrent Storm. There's a lot going on there, and I think this is just, unfortunately, just the way the drafts kind of panned out, where Shopify Rebellion needed to be in a position where they were ahead in net worth, or this
they're
type
coming
of stuff
down
would
pretty
happen.
quick. And they don't have everyone at the moment on Team Spirit as well. Again, all eyes on Yopaj with the damage output. But the torrent lands on 2, buys enough time for them to reset. It'll be a 1-for-1. They really need this big kill into the core. 10,000 deficit. You're hoping to get an injection of gold. Collapse has still got the BKB to work with. Taurus standing on the high ground. No medic here for the Terrorblade. So maybe the damage is going to be the one thing in question. Not when Laurel has a long zip in. Assassinates Kid Track onto the backline, and now can turn to deal with Yopaj as well. As Arteezy didn't have any possibility with showing up to this team fight with the current location. They took it, and that will enable Team Spirit to once again have a successful skirmish.
Yeah, this Storm Spirit, like, we're starting to see now the power of the Storm Spirit. Laro's doing so much in these fights. It just feels bad for the Timber. It's like he is doing a lot, yes, but he can't do enough. And it's mainly because I feel like his supports aren't able to join him much in these fights. And we talk about the threat of the heroes right now, and that this Lasso is way more threatening than anything that's being brought to the table. Sure, the Shadow Demon has some levels of threat here, but he's mainly just like trying to save people. But there's just like so much stuff going on the map, and even if you do get some really good illusions, right, of Yatoro, well, guess what? There's a Lion with a shard here. He's just gonna mop them all up, and that's an easy counterplay.
Dude, but Posh has a Shadow Blade queued up. Like, are we serious? Right. Initiations haven't been that good already. Now you need a Shadow Blade to help out. Very
kind of just shows that his mind says he wants to just find one hero, and I think that one hero is most likely going to be this Luna, because once Luna's in, Luna doesn't get out.
Rush is up once again for Team Spirit. And you again, is this Aegis given over to Lyle? I know you're TB being the transform hero, but do you want the Aegis on him for high ground siege?
I think Laurel's still, in my opinion. I think Laurel's having too good of a game right now. He's too farmed to... You just want him to like do your own thing. It's kind of like, all right, Laurel, here you go. Just keep giving us this vision, keep zipping around, and as a Terrorblade, I'll just kind of come in when I want to. And you're going to give me that space. You're going to give me the vision to make this a thing. If you give the Aegis to TB, it puts him in a weird spot where he has to be in the front line all the time. And not only does that kind of like slow down your farm a little bit, it also makes it so you almost never want to use meta, because if you do die with meta on, your Aegis is like for nothing.
Well, he's going to have Aegis with Hex very shortly for Lal. We got some big items to be able to play with this second Roche. I think there's almost a Daedalus. Yatoro just needs the last component, the Demon Edge. They're not even going to wait, though. You have such a large net worth lead. Why not continue to put the pressure on? They're going to try and sweep across the map over the east. Kitrak's in a pretty good position to pop the smoke, so at least it's going to be onto a support, but he will not survive. Maposhka might even look for a +1, but it's already used Artigan. It's going to use Lasso as well. All right.
Only 45-second cooldown here, so not the biggest deal. But I don't think you force high ground with this by any means. And there you go. You see the disruption instantly countered by the Lions mana drain. This one feels so good to be a TB. It's a little bit deep, my friend.
That is very deep. Can they punish? What? What Figo Doggo Steal a Core? And they're not going to get anything out of it, so it doesn't matter how deep they go, apparently. T4, what, Yopaj? That's a very early BKB. What? Look at the crits, Yatoro. Half health gone on Yopaj, and now how does he even have a possible hope of fighting without BKB?
Oh, he didn't get the BKB off on
Lal as well, zipping over the top to try and be able to deal with the Shadow Demon, so there's no save for Centaur, and now there's no save for Yopaj as well, and they've got no buyback.
Good luck, Artur.
And it's just game. Yeah. Yatoro can't do anything. Sorry, Arteezy can't do anything. Yatoro can do everything this game. And Spirit, they will even it up. It's a 1-1 tie for us in our last series of the night.
I mean, you asked me what's good about this Luna pick, why is it good in this game, and I struggled to give you a good reason, and all the fears that I had of why this would be a hard Luna game were absolutely true. Artur just couldn't do anything in this game as a Luna. Like, you just can't enter these fights. It's way too difficult. I don't know how you enable this so Luna can make something happen, but I feel like this went how it probably should have went, where Luna just has no impact. Yopaj has to do a lot. He still did a lot. It still wasn't enough, right? Saberlight had an okay game and a mediocre game. And Kid Rock, I think, on his Mirana had some good spells. Theodore did what he could. But at the end of the day, I feel like they just probably picked the wrong carry hero for the game.
I don't know, man. This bat right here needs to be looked at further. Like, Theodore did so much within game one, and then Maposhki gets it as well in the second phase, and he these lassos were incredible. I mean, there was a lot else that goes into this game, but the amount of value you got out of the Batrider compared to the supports on Shopify, like, you gotta take that any day.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, when you play versus Bat, you might have to look towards playing like these Lincoln carries, like some Morphling and stuff like that. Because if you play a hero that, if you get lassoed into a fight and you're stuck there like a Luna, the game feels impossible to play. So I'm in agreement with you. This hero looks really strong right now. This Blink Dagger build also incredibly good right now. It's a cheap item and for what you get, and it hasn't really changed very much. Like, I complained about, like, I think it was the last time we cast together, about repositioning abilities. And you know what? Batrider is another one of those reposition heroes, along with the Tuskags, along with the Magnus. These are always going to be really annoying to play in Dota 2, and they're super frustrating, and there's a very small amount of heroes that even deal with them, and quote-unquote deal with them is even being a generous word. Like, you can disrupt him, right? But he's still going to get dragged back. Like, maybe we see more Oracle play, but then there's like all these heroes like Puck and stuff like a Void Spirit where you can just like disrupt like these Oracles. It's tough right now, but yeah, Batrider, it's one of the most banned heroes for a reason, and we saw why in both games.
Yep. Heroes looking good, Spirit looking good as well. They're going to find a 1-1 tie versus the boys on Shopify. So that's going to close out our last series of the night. Of course, we will get a winner's interview sometime on Spirit. So we're going to send it a break. When we come back, we'll have a winner's interview. welcome back. We're going to have an interview to be able to close out the day here for Dream League Season 22. Of course, Day 3 about to be done and dusted. We've got a couple more series tomorrow, but for us over on the Ember stream, we saw a 1-1 tie. Spirit able to get the victory at that last game too. It was a very solid performance overall from them, and we're going to get Lal as well in to join us with the winners interview. So it's going to be good to hear from the mid laner from Spirit, of course, and we'll bring Lal in. So to ask him some questions, see how things are going. Lal, firstly, congratulations on your series victory. Just one question on the itemization for the Storm Spirit. I'm very intrigued on how, when you justify going for something like a Witchblade, and maybe when you think of an Orchid as well, with this item being buffed up in the recent patch.
I think Orchid you need to build against some mobile heroes like Ember, maybe Puck. It's a good item on Storm, but when you play with Orchid, you don't have that much damage like with Witchblade, and Witchblade gives you mana regen, and also you can grade it to Parasma. It's a lot of damage. So I think you need to check against what heroes you play. In this game, probably if I have better game, maybe I should buy, but I have not that good game. So Witchblade you always buy when you have like not that good game, I think.
Okay. And we were speaking to Yatori yesterday, and he was saying that he has been enjoying ping pong a lot, and that you boys have been playing it, saying that Mira is probably the best at ping pong. Have you been playing as well, and how do you compare versus everyone else?
I don't like to play ping pong. Really. They always force me to play ping pong, but I always say I don't want to do that. I just play for fun. I just always lose. Maybe sometime I can win, but I just play like twice sometimes. But I don't like to play ping pong. Most likely, I like to don't like to play.
What do you like to do then? When you're not playing Dota, and when all your attention is on tournaments and that?
I think after games I like to go outside, just walk a little bit. Keep a good breath on outside, something like this. Just go out of computer.
Cool. Thank you, Fear. Well, all up to you.
Sure. So first question, kind of related to Dota as well. The Ember Spirit, we saw it a lot in the last patch. Was it the nerf from Slight or the nerf to Mage Slayer that made this hero have such a bad win rate now? Or a little bit of both, maybe?
I think it's worse on Mage Slayer, and also a little bit nerfs like Sleight of Fist. And it's Ember always like bad in late game, and when games go late, like Ember deal really low damage all the time. Like if you have to choose like pick Puck or Ember or Storm, I think everyone will choose Ember, Storm and Puck, because I don't know, he gets very low damage mid game and maybe late game, and I think that's my trend. Of course, fix like Mage Slayer and some nerfs like bad for him.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna go back in time a little. This next question: after you won TI, like the week after, what did you end up doing?
After I don't know, I just watch some Dotas, maybe like replay. No, not replay, just our games. I just watch a little bit how I play, how my teammates play, and just don't play Dota. Just chill and going outside with friends, just having some fun, a little bit fun, I guess. Nothing changed really, just playing Dota, and sometimes you just have a week or 2 weeks when you can just chill a little bit, for me.
All right, perfect, thank you.
I have one more question. What, with being a TI winner now and being as young as you are, do you have any advice for yourself, like say 2 years ago with you being on BetBoom and just as a younger Dota player, and now in the current position you are, and you're being in Spirit for a long time and having the experience that you've now gotten in the scene? Would you have any advice for your younger self?
Advice? No, I think not. So I like how I think when I was younger. So I like how I think and what I do in my life. So I think
I don't have some advice for me.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for joining us, Lyle. Congratulations, at least for the 1-1 tie, and good luck in your remaining games as well.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay, there we go. Sounds like Lyle's got a lot of confidence in himself, and I mean, you need that in a mid
laners. No regrets.
Yeah, and you need that. I've also heard in interviews that was actually one of the main things that they praised about Lyle as a team member was actually just his mentality with Dota, and that maybe it wasn't showcasing in like his plays and his skill at that stage, but he was someone who was very hungry to learn and to improve. So that's what I've heard from his team members actually speaking about him and his characteristics, and obviously he kind of feels a little bit similar and is quite happy with at least his mentality overall. So I mean, it's really impressive to hear, very kind of humble in a way, and yeah, I mean, he's a very young man, and the fact to have that is quite good.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I did like his response as well for like what he did after TI. It's pretty similar. Same with me as well. Like you might win the tournament, but it's like maybe you take a week break, but you're just back to it. I was playing pubs as well, you know, like Dota's the game you love. It shows you still have hunger for the game. He definitely does. And he is on the path of definitely what every other Dota player is trying to do, win at least 2 TIs, you know, and for some of the other players trying to win 3 like Yatoro and stuff. The path to greatness never stops.
Yeah, it's a long road there for them this year. Of course, they have to go through a lot of tournaments and some difficult teams, and of course, still starting with DreamLeague Season 22. So let's take a look at the groups and how everything is shaping up. We have a couple of teams that are locked in at the moment. BetBoom. They will be making it over into groups 2 with a 9-3 count. Of course, they still have another series tomorrow, but at least they're guaranteed to move over. Unfortunately, G2IG, they're guaranteed eliminated. This is a team that, I mean, this is a superpower team in China, almost like goes back to the likes of Elephant, that a lot of people were expecting to have good results, and they have not currently so far for G2IG. So I would say very, very shocking for them to be eliminated in the kind of the route that they have been.
Yeah, and it looks like the teams from China here are struggling a little more than we probably would have anticipated, but that's the beauty of having these international tournaments. You go in here, your region has an idea of how to play the game. It doesn't really work out. You go back, you start practicing, you take things from these games, and you just improve and adapt over time.
So that's Group A. Let's take a look at Group B and how that's shaping up at the moment. We also do have some teams locked in. None for promotion. Unfortunately, there are 2 teams relegated. We've got 1 win and Liquid. So Liquid, unfortunately, going to continue with their run of struggling at DreamLeague. But everyone else is looking very close. There's still potentials for tiebreakers. No one is guaranteed at the moment to make it into groups 2. But of course, currently Shopify, Aurora, Team Spirit, and Extreme. The only China team, like you're saying. Everyone else is currently struggling, but maybe they can help represent China and get them over at least into stage 2.
We'll see what they can do. And yeah, Southeast Asia on a tear here as well from Aurora. So, and Shopify Rebellion, of course, that's another team. Like some of these regions here, I want to see more from them than just the group stage. I want to see them move more throughout the playoffs. Of course, we're not quite there yet. Shopify Rebellion tomorrow is going to have to take on the behemoth of BetBoom team. They did take a game off of Team Spirit, but it's a little bit of a shaky Team Spirit, right? And then Team Spirit's got to shake it off tomorrow, and they got to play Aurora, who also is on the top of the group here for them. So another hard challenge, another test for Team Spirit.
Yep, and some more incredible series, though, nonetheless, going to be going on the Ember stream. So we will have 2 games, and if there are any tiebreakers, they will be going on the day afterwards as well, I do believe. So tomorrow's going to be a much shorter day, but of course, there's still going to be 4 streams going on simultaneously. So still a lot of Dota action to close out DreamLeague Season 22. So we get to see what teams, you know, again, 4 teams eliminated, 4 teams making it through from the group, so 8 teams all up, and it's going to be very exciting. Any closing comments to Outround Dare 3?
Well, the groups have been amazing so far. The Dota has been absolutely fun to watch. There's been a lot of up and down games. So far, there hasn't been too many teams that just seem like they're a cut above everyone else, which always results into very exciting games to watch. You know, there's not going to be that many stomps, and if they do happen, they're very rare. And we also saw today one team get stomped, and like Shopify Rebellion, they stomped one game, and the next game they got like reverse stomped. So it comes down a lot to like strategy right now, and that's the beauty beautiful thing about Dota for me, watching teams learning to figure out a new patch, not seeing the same heroes over and over again. But unfortunately, as that tournament will progress, we'll start seeing more and more of these same heroes. But for now, I enjoy the process of the games and how they're progressing.
Yeah, again, just showcases truly how competitive the Dota scene as a whole really is, and it's good to see these regions coming through, like Europe, North America, and like Southeast Asia, and having some really good showings so far. So hopefully that's going to continue. And again, we've got some incredible games going on tomorrow. So again, to reiterate, only 2 series tomorrow, but we will be starting at exactly the same time. So come back, and that will be the last day of Groups 1 to close out Dream League Season 22. We'll see you guys then.